always had those mitts. I could always depend on David to have it hand me a mitt.
It was just a weird. I don't know what she was to you. And she was like, she went off on you. She went off on me. You know, it was like she was like an.
She would go off on me for bad relationship choices because I would always tell her what was going on. You're stupid. You know, she would tell me some nasty things I should be doing instead of trying to be romantic. David, give me a minute. Like, oh my God.
It's funny. I have a picture of her on my clipboard. I have a clipboard on the wall. I just look at it whenever I see it. I just think of her. I say, she would call the house, dog. And if I didn't pick up, remember the old
answer machine. Pick up. Hello, I know you're there.
She would say, cocksucker. And my girlfriend would go, what kind of people do you hang out with? Like, that's when I first started dating Terry. And Marilyn would call the house. We'd leave the store too. You went to Santa Monica, you got a chicken burrito. You just talked there until about 2:45. And then you went home, and a half hour later, your phone's ringing. It's Marilyn. And all of a sudden, she'd go, I gotta go. There's a guy calling me for phone sex. And then she would go get a phone sex guy. And I'd be sitting there snorting, whoa. And all of a sudden, my phone would ring. What's up? Crack can. You wanted me to stick a broomstick up my pussy. Like she would say all this shit to you. And I'd be coked up, Gabriel. I'd be 5 in the morning coked up.
You've talked about Marilyn before. That, you know, people know that she used to be a phone sex operator back in the day. Those 976 days.
Now, you gotta remember, Marilyn was 5'4",
300,
378.
Well, she had one of those.
And that's how the shoes. Her head looked like you got hit with a safe. Like somebody dropped a safe from the 11th floor. God rest her soul. I'm not saying nothing bad about her. I miss her dearly. I couldn't even imagine her around today.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't even imagine her around. Tipping the scales at 400. Eating on a podcast, talking dirty shit about people. By this time, she would have been fucking gone. She would have still been talking shit about poetry. God rest her soul.
Yeah, she was not for the sensitive. Yeah, her.
But, you know, it was weird that she was a phone sex operator. And she told me that she was, remember her character was Miko. I'm a Japanese.
Yeah, you're Japanese.
She would play Miko and something else. And then she would
grab her cheek and she sounds so wet. She would do the little.
Oh my God.
This is how she paid the bills? Yes.
Yes. Oh my God. I remember going on the road with them. Going to the hotel where they had a cooler filled licorice. And they were like walking diabetes. It was tremendous. It was tremendous. It was like having a mom, but not really. She was a comedy fucking chick. She's awesome. She's been dead for 12 years. Because that's how long I've been clean. She died the week I decided to get clean. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. Jeff Valdez caught a beat. 8 years later, I waited in the bushes. Like, what's his name in the beginning of What's his name in the beginning of Apocalypse Now? Remember when he takes the head of acid, he's naked in his room? Charlie Sheen's fault. I'm like Martin Sheen, but he says, right now in this room, we have a weekend. While Charlie's in the bush getting stronger. But it was just Charlie in the bush getting stronger. And I always knew I was going to light Valdez up for that night. He broke me. Like, it didn't matter what else was going on in my life. Like, it didn't matter I was poor. It didn't matter that I didn't have a fucking theatrical agent. It didn't matter that nobody wanted to sign me. None of that shit mattered. You couldn't give me a spot in the dirty show at the festival. I never forgave him for that. And how he switched it up that week after he humiliated me like 4 or 5 times. The following year, he sent us down there. and he paid us with
I remember it was you in Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland, and then just because he sent me down there didn't mean I forgave him. I always kept that in the back of my mind, and it was always going to be a smack to the face at least. I knew it was going to be a smack to the face. So I let it, whatever. I picked up the longest shot. They called me. They tried to run a scam by me. First they called with a number. They said, go fuck yourself. Then they called back with the number I asked for, like that easy. Like all of a sudden, now it's fucking Bill Cosby. I'm the hottest actor. Like just they just weren't right. Something wasn't right. And then they did that last festival where we bowed out. And they did the theater. Jeff Valdez did the theater on Hollywood Boulevard. I was still living in Hollywood. He kept calling me, going, come on, come over to the theater. It doesn't pay anything. But he's charging $55 a door. He's not paying anything. And I was over it already. I was over the whole Latin scene. That shit had fucking sailed and went. Like the whole thing had gone. It was broken. And all of a sudden, the thing I fucking hate the most happened. A friend of mine dies. So at the time, I know he was giving her work. Remember they were doing that TV show about her working with kids.
Yeah, this was it showing like CTV?
Yes. He was paying like $500. I'm not mad at him for that. I was mad at him for what he put us through. Because not only was I heartbroken, but Marilyn cried. Marilyn cried to me saying that the reason why she didn't get it was because she wasn't pretty and shit. And I just never forgot that night. And I just knew he was going to get it. All of a sudden, God forbid, 8 years later, Marilyn Martinez is dead. I get up in New York. I haven't done coke all weekend. So I was 4 days into wrestling with the no coke thing. I get back. There's going to be a wake. The cat dies. I make a fucking promise that I'm not going to smoke coke if the other cat lives. I parked the car. I was maybe 390 at the time. And I was taking kung fu in Silver Lake with some fucking
Joey Karate.
That was how Joey Karate came. Okay. And I'll never forget parking the car, going in and seeing Jeff Valdez by the church. And my blood pressure went up from 100 to 190. And I said, I know I was called you. There was drama going on. Who was going to pay for the funeral? Balance. Husband couldn't afford the funeral. Some people said they were going to pay for the funeral. But if certain people showed up, they weren't going to pay for the funeral. So David was all stressed out. I was living in a fucking apartment. I could barely make $700 a month rent. I couldn't help but I felt horrible. So I knew all this bad energy was going on. So, you know me, unedited at that time, I had the drugs going on. I could hit you with a dish. I threw a bottle at some guy at the comedy store. I used to, I was doing shit that junkies do. You know what I'm saying? I was doing junkie shit. So I bowed out of that thing at the comedy store. That church thing was at 10 o'clock a.m. I saw Jeff there, like 11. My blood pressure started going up. I went home and I said, I'm going to stay home and mind my business. I even took a sleeping pill. I took a sleeping pill so I wouldn't do coke. It would have been like the 7th day that I was being clean from coke. And I was already burning the fuck up, and now my best friend dies. Somebody calls me every night, calls me cocksucker and all this shit. And I go, fuck this. My friend of mine was not my friend no more because she started drinking and was to fucking mine. Called me up and she goes, listen, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. She was your friend. If you don't go, it's going to look bad. And I go, you know what? You're absolutely right. And I fucking went there, but I stopped. I got $60 out of the ATM at Sunset. And I went to the dealer's house and I bought a gram of coke and I put it in my trunk pocket. I'm going to go down there and I'm going to fucking do whatever they were having. Right? You were there.
At the store.
At the store. We kind of talked. You were there. Okay, so I walk in.
Wasn't I little Vicky got naked too?
Right, little Vicky showed up. No, but that time they had sent me home. I was banned from the building and shit like that. And by the way, I didn't get banned for that. Mitzi sure called me and told me the truth. She said, fuck him. I didn't like him anyway. He's a greasy motherfucker and so on. So I was like, ooh, I risked that bullet. And when I go in there, they turn down. Clean off coke for 7 days. I'm pissed off about that. I'm pissed off because they offered me a movie. And the people said to me, excuse me, before you accept the movie, think about it. Because, you know, we don't be on the drug habit. I was pissed about that. I was pissed about Maryland. Pissed about everything in my fucking life wasn't going the right way. And I walk into the comedy store main room, and there's a buffet for Maryland's death. There was a line of food in the back that Corey Cuomo had put together. Freddie Soda and what? God rest his soul. And who is eating the free food? But Jeff Valdez. That was the opening result where I come from. I knew I could go, I swear to God. I went in and I got like a dude on the rocks. And I drank it. And I walked. And my blood pressure, my heart was pounding. I didn't know if I was going to hit him. And all of a sudden they stopped me. They go, hey, we're gonna start this.
I don't care if you're 3 or 75.
We still got it, though. That's all that matters. You know what? Fuck the story. We're going to do with that because this is pure shit that's coming out of my head. Look at him. He's turning purple over there.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and that one sounded wet.
Oh,
You know where I'm
Yeah.
going? There's no way you're.
No, I got to do it. I'm 57 and I went down that road already. I went home one day. I swear to God, about a month ago, I just went to White Man's and found a little piece of shit. I didn't question if I made a mistake. I didn't know how I got there. About a week later, again, my asshole's a little burned. What the fuck? I go back to this like a little fucker. What do you call it? Like a milk dud. Shit my pants. You gotta see your pants pull over. And then you drive a little bit and throw them out the window. You can't even do that now.
Now you're
Cops, no, the cops will bring it in just watching TV. And the cops come with your baggie, with your fucking BNDs on. And they're like, listen, we found your fucking sperm in here.
oh.
And by the way, you're not Mexican. David Iglesias, thank you. Anything you want to tell us? What season, date, anything?
They haven't given me any information.
What's the name of this tour?
The name of the tour is Beyond the Fluffy.
Fuck. God bless you. It's been an honor to know you fucking 20 years. I've seen you grow up. I'm an old man. I'm 57 next Wednesday. Wow.
Happy birthday.
Wow. Happy birthday. This nice present for my son. Fucking everyone.
Let's check them drawers.
I don't eat those fucking potato tacos. They fucking Joe Malach probably ate them all. Him and the other kid who couldn't wait to get their hands on them. Thank you very much for coming on, guys.
Love you, Joey.
Love you, brother. All right, don't forget, you dirty motherfuckers. They had an extra show in Tempe on Thursday night, 10:15. And on the 27th and 28th of February, I'll be at Treasure Island, Las Vegas. Check the fucking schedule at 28th. Before we leave, like I said, this is brought to you by Butcher Box. I am in love with this. What's the best night of the week? Steak night, followed by Mama letting you get a little sniff, a little whiff. Listen to me. This meat is fucking tremendous. Like I said, they vacuum seal it. They deliver it right to your door. It's fresh, whether you get the salmon, the steaks. I mean, it's like ground beef. Everything was fucking first class. With Butcher Box, you get the best quality steaks delivered right to your door. Butcher Box is a subscription service that sends you 9 to a high quality, humanely raised meat every month. That's enough to cover you for 24 meals. And Butcher Box is affordable. Each meal breaks down to about $6. They ship it frozen and vacuum sealed, and it arrives at your door fresh as a fucking little monkey in the morning. Ooh. You choose what you get. You can customize every order with healthy, high-quality meats like grass-fed beef, free range chicken, heritage pork, and wild-caught salmon. The salmon was fucking to die for. Or pick one of the curated collections and let Butcher Box do all the work for you. Right now, Butcher Box is special offer. What we're going to do is this. We're going to give you free wings for life with your subscription. Did you hear what I'm saying? Not those little fucking HIV wings. I'm talking about fucking wings. That's 3 pounds of wings in every box forever. Plus, you get $20 off your first box and free shipping in the lower 48. Do me a favor. Check this out. You're not going to believe it. Go at checkout. That's butcherbox.com/church or use promo code church at checkout. ButcherBox, the way meat should be. I don't want to thank my man Gabriel Iglesias for coming down. I don't want to thank the Flying Jew, or AKA the Price Killer, but most importantly, I want to thank you motherfuckers for supporting me. I'll see you guys at Tempe. If not, I'll see you next fucking Tuesday morning, ready to go tip-top Magoo. Stay black, have a good week, and a great weekend. I love you motherfuckers. Kick this fucking mule, Lee. Greetings from Podcastville, cocksuckers. It's Monday, the 10th of February. The Church What's Happening Now is brought to you by On It. Listen, supplements to the fucking max. Whether it's the Alpha Brain, the Shroom Tech, or the Shroom Tech Sport. Right now, if you're traveling, I recommend you see Asians, you pop a fucking Shroom Tech up you right now. You walk into a Chinese restaurant, and I ain't prejudiced, I'm just telling you how I feel. Launch them out here, fucking Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
They're sending them over here.
They're sending cruise ships
They're
over.
fucking sending cruise ships
Yeah,
over
it's
here.
bad.
Fucking reasons.
It's bad.
That's part of the terrorism.
I asked a woman in my show, I said, what's the deal with the coronavirus? She goes, are you asking me because I'm Asian? I said, yes.
Oh, because you're drinking a fucking Corona. No, because you're fucking Chinese. That's why, cocksucker.
Yeah.
Anyway, go to honor.com right now. You want to stay healthy. If you travel, you want to stay healthy. If you want more energy, you want your mind to work right. Alpha Brain, the best in the business. 100% money back guarantee, and they don't want the product back. Put that in your fucking pipe and smoke it, all right? Go to honor.com right now and press in.
Jerks.
And get 10% off your order. Without further ado, my brother from a different mother, Mr. Tim Dillon. What's up?
Thank you for having me, buddy.
And the Flying Jews here today.
Yeah.
For a special appearance. Fresh from Israel. Looking smooth today with a little black t-shirt on.
You look like an extra from Uncut Gems.
My agent give me that gig.
Yeah, well, I'd be pissed.
Gotta go to look perfect tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
My backhand. I know I'm not like Jeff.
yeah.
What's going on?
Nothing much. Just flew in from Chicago. Fucking great weekend there, you know. Early show on Saturday. One audience member punched another, which is always good. It means they're passionate, they're excited. Yeah, but you know, Zany's downtown Chicago is dark. You can't see what's going on. So I did a joke, and a joke usually does really well. Nobody's laughing. And I'm hearing little skirmishes in the crowd. I said, what the fuck happened? Did I do the wrong thing? A guy and another guy, for whatever reason, I don't know how it happened. Maybe somebody was interrupting somebody. He just fucking clocked them. And then him and his chick got up, and the guy who did it, him and his chick got up and got out of there. The manager had to get involved.
I have a hard time saying this now.
Yeah, you don't like it.
No, I don't like it.
Yeah.
I love the club. They don't like it. There's just some
Yeah.
clubs you're going to go to over
Yeah.
the years.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's psychologically
Yeah.
or something. While you're on stage, you don't have a good time. And they don't seem to have a good time.
Yeah.
There used to be a club Baton Rouge, Louisiana. They didn't laugh.
Right.
But after the club, they all came up to you and hugged you.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
I never felt anything like that in my life.
Right.
There's different clubs. You know, Irvine Improv, I love the club. They just don't love me.
Right.
I can do Irvine. I feel like I'm losing with every fucking show.
Well, that, yeah.
Brea, I love Brea. Ontario, you can like yourself on
So I feel that way about like the Northeast. I love the store, but I feel like I am like designed for the Northeast and for the Midwest a little bit. When I get out here, West Coast, people are a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more laid back. I'm a little darker, a little bit more aggressive. I feel like they're kind of like, what's going on? You know? See, these beach towns, everybody's doing good. They're surfing all day. They come in. I'm screaming about, Disney, raping your kids or whatever I'm talking about. They don't get that,
What about the South? How do you do in the South?
I have not been to the South a lot. I taped a Netflix thing years ago in Atlanta, which was good. I mean, I haven't been to the South a lot. I did some stuff in New Orleans, which is fun. I think this year I'm going to be in the South more than I've ever been.
How long have you been doing comedy?
About 10 years. 2010, late 2010.
When I was like doing comedy, I discovered the South like in 2000.
Yeah.
Pretty much scared the shit out of me.
Right.
AKA Charlotte.
Yeah. I don't love Charlotte.
Comedy Zone.
Yeah, I just did Charlotte.
Had a string of one match.
Right.
They were triple runs, only
Yeah.
paid $100 more.
Right.
Still dark rooms, and I remember going up and eating shit everywhere.
Yeah.
From fucking Tennessee to West Virginia.
Right.
I remember going to St. Louis and opening for stand-up. Had to be 2001. And going up there and having them for 7 minutes and then losing.
Yeah. Contour National.
And then watching stand-up go up and he's old 14.
Right.
And then they realize, what are we laughing at? We're Christians.
Right.
And like this, I said, you know what? I ate dick in Nashville, I ate dick in Atlanta. I remember waiting all fucking day to do a guest set in Charlotte. Who did I know was black man?
Right.
I walk in there, it's fucking little Africa. I walk into the guest spot, they look at me like, nah.
Yeah.
I waited all fucking day at the call, nobody.
Right.
This is you gotta sit at this is when you have to sit at Starbucks.
Yeah, wait.
And fucking take a sip every hour. You gotta sit there and dehydrate. Because God forbid you finish that coffee.
Yeah.
You gotta milk that coffee for 8 hours.
Yeah.
You gotta fucking steal a tuna sandwich from the hotel.
Right.
And now you gotta wait because you don't have enough money just to get the cab. The cab's 82 from the fucking. The airport's never close to the comedy club.
Yeah. It's funny. It's like being a drug addict, being a comedian. It's like very similar. It's the same thing. It's the same. You live the same way.
You live to just accommodate.
Right. Just to subsist. You live.
So once I went to Atlanta, I was done. It was like I was too much of a New Yorker. Then I went to Jackson. Oh, Nelly.
Yeah.
I covered Jimmy Shooter had a cancer.
Okay.
And I probably had 35, and that's if I tap dance and pulled the whistle out.
Right.
That's if I pulled the whistle out and tap dance. All right? Seriously.
Yeah.
I was living in Seattle. I
Yeah.
had 30. When I left Seattle, I had 18 because
Right.
I left 12.
You left
I had
a lot.
local jokes.
Right.
So
Of
let's
course.
disagree.
There you go.
Boom. So
Yeah.
I came down here with 18.
What's great is when you see people trying to do local jokes.
Oh, and they forget the first time. They'll try to do like a Boston
Yeah,
joke and
yeah.
you watch them and they're like, die.
New York comedians do subway bits in Iowa. People stare at them like, "What are you doing?"
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I saw a kid once in San Diego that I saw in Boston. I was friends with him in Boston at the fucking comedy club. We do the open mics probably in Boston. They had a bit. But the guys on the radio getting drunk, Tommy Hanks, drinking Budweiser. And, it was just a brilliant bit if you lived in Boston.
Right.
Every time he did it, you had to follow him, you were going to die.
Yeah.
It was an 8-minute bit about, his fucking two guys there, he hit the backboard like a brick.
Right.
Speaking of bricks, I'm going to tell you the king of beers.
Yeah.
Budweiser.
Right.
Just fucking constant. And I never forget seeing him. I saw 2 people do that. One was this kid in Boston do that same joke in La Jolla. And at the 3-minute mark, he realized where the fuck he was and why he was dying.
Yeah,
His life.
it's great.
And you could see it in his face.
It's the best thing to
who
watch.
else I saw
Yeah.
this happen. When I first met him, circa 2002, Sam Tripley.
Oh, wow.
Sam Tripley, I first met Sam, he was over here in Pablo, and he was doing a whole bit about ecstasy and some drugs and
Right.
some shit. And I'll never forget that one night, Mitzi sometimes passed you, but in the beginning, she didn't know where to put you. Like, I remember she used to put Stan on Saturday, and fucking 2 chicks had a follow.
Yeah.
And I remember one time he had a follow this lesbian chick. I was in there, and it was like an 8 o'clock comedy, the wild show. The 10 o'clock show was a little bit more risque. Everybody knew that. That was the term. You ate dick for the first show. And some people flipped it. Some people hate Friday late.
Yeah.
A lot of people complain about Friday late show. Sucks. I fucking hate it.
It's hard to sell.
It's hard
To sell a Friday late show.
She put Stanhope up one time. I think the show used to start at 8:30. She put Stanhope up at 8:45. And I saw it, and I go, I have to go down there and see this. I still remember the girl's name that had a following. I will not mention it. I don't remember the second girl that had a following. The first girl was a chubby lesbian. She went up there, and they were like in shock. She had like green hair. I still remember this. And he grabbed the mic, going, keep it going, whatever her name
Yeah.
is. Shirley MacLaine.
Yeah.
That's not a regular lesbian. That's a real fucking lesbian. She's at a kid's game with a cock pump. All this shit. Like, and they were frozen.
Right.
Like in those days, the reports you were hearing about Stanhope were that he was like just leveling the improv.
Right.
What that meant was even the comics were cracking.
Yeah.
Like we're not gonna follow that. Like,
Right.
Comics were playing more bottles back then. Like,
Yeah.
he was causing such a fucking ruckus.
Right.
But what I saw him causing in comics, like,
Yeah, it was special.
he started with that about the cock pump at the softball kids game,
That's great.
and he just ran from there.
Sometimes I think it's fun to watch that.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
To watch the audience
Yeah.
when they don't know what they're saying.
Yeah. They get shaken out of their comfort zone.
I fucking love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
And I love that uncomfortable laughter. When this, I love bombing.
Yeah.
I don't mind bombing,
Right.
but I like those 8 people that are getting it.
Yeah.
They're dying for their money. They're
Yeah.
taking it right with you.
Yeah.
It's your bombing.
Those are your people.
Those are your people.
Yeah.
You're bombing.
Yeah.
There's one guy over here that if you do this, he's fucking ridiculous.
I'd rather it's like an outright bomb is good and then obviously killing is good. The worst thing in the world is when they're actually having fun but they're not alive. Like they're there but they're not there because you can't get mad because I lash out. If I'm bombing, I lash out at them a little bit, and it's funny to fight with them. But if they're just one of the shows this weekend they're all sold out and there's a lot of fans. But one of the shows they were having fun but not as much fun as I wanted them to have. You see them having fun, they were just not. And I couldn't say, hey, fuck you, because they all bought tickets to see me. I just had to, do as good as I. And then after the show, everybody says, we loved it. It was great. Thank you so much. Let's take a photo. But like it didn't have that electric energy. And then the next show was back to the electric, like, Smash and all that stuff. So sometimes it's just the psychology of that particular group of people.
When did you start doing comedy?
2010.
What made you get up?
What made me do it the first time?
Yeah.
I was in the mortgage business, and in 2009,
College educated?
no, dropped out of community college to do Percocet and sell subprime mortgages in Long Island, which I still believe is what I will return to. I believe stand-up is a sabbatical from my true calling, which is to work in a strip mall and have great lunches, serious lunches, and take Percocet and telemarket mortgages in the tri-state area. all over the country, but the tri-state area we hit because you could go and sit down at the table and have a meeting. That I remember we were in the Melville Marriott, and there was a CEO of a really big bank there, and he was happy. And he looked at me and a few young kids, not young, we were like 24, you know? And he said to us, he goes, boys, there's a cold wind blowing. And he was just, he was just knocking back booze. You know, this guy had a family in a big house, and he was leveraged. All this was, so I was like looking around the office, and I was like, we're done. We're dead in the water. It's like, it's over. It's over. There's no coming back from this. My life is done. And then I was like, I'm 25. I'm not educated. What am I going to do? And I walked into a coffee house tattoo parlor on Long Island because one of my friends gave me the name of an open mic. He goes, go do this open mic and see what happened. I mean, just on comedy growing up. I love like, I would see Carlin, he'd be great. I remember one Bill Hicks, his set at Montreal, I think Revelations, or Relentless, I forget which one it was, where he's in the black turtleneck, and he opens up, he goes, I was for the war. He goes, we had a war in the States, and he goes, I was in the unenviable position of being for the war, but against the troops. And I thought that was one of the funniest things I'd ever heard. And you come at that from shrooms, you're like, wait, what the fuck? Did I even hear that right? And I watched that set, and I was really like drawn into that. But I mean, as a kid, I loved SNL, I loved all that. And I was an actor from when I was 6 to when I was 12, child actor. So I was in plays, I auditioned for, sitcoms in New York, all that shit. So I was like into theater and stuff like that. But nothing ever worked. I was a failed actor at 11. It was tough, But I took a little break, and then 25, I got back in. So it was like I always had that bug, wanting to be on stage, wanting attention.
Once you got when you got back on that tattoo place,
yes.
How did you feel? You got off the stage.
I said, okay, this is where I belonged. I fit here. I said, I fit here, which was insane. It was a tattoo parlor, cafe. And I said, the place didn't even make sense, but it's Long Island. So nothing makes sense. Like, when you would bomb, you heard the needle go, and then somebody getting the tattoo would go, next. And then you go to the next joke. But I was like, I'm just going to keep coming back here, and I'm going to follow everybody here to the next place they go, and to the next place they go. And then I just kept following people and going, where are we doing comedy? And that's how I got into it. And then eventually that led me to New York, and then it led me, years and years later to LA.
What year did you get on stage? 2010.
2010, September 2010.
When did you move to New York?
I moved to New York 2 years after that. 2 years after that.
All in.
Now, the first 2 years I was driving into New York City, and I did a lot of black rooms, because black rooms would let you go up. A lot of the alternative rooms, they were, more selective, they were cunty, and you couldn't get into clubs. But black rooms would let you go up, urban shows, and they liked me. I was a big white guy, I was funny, and they were really fun. My friends loved going to these rooms because these guys were killer. I mean, you'd see Mike Epps, Smokey Suarez. These guys are just murderers. Some of my friends would come with me. And then when I went to the city, I started doing the alternative rooms, and girls would get up and open a moleskin book. My friends stopped coming. They were like, we've had enough of this. But that's what I did primarily for like the first 2 years, was open mics, and then I would do black rooms in Brooklyn, in the Bronx, and then I would do, whatever you got. You get a club spot here, you get a club spot there. But then I moved in 2012, right before Hurricane Sandy, and I moved in with a married couple. And their marriage, they were just getting married. And that didn't last, that marriage. That was the second divorce I was maybe a part of. The first was my parents. The second one was, I probably share some blame for both of them. Because nobody wants a 25-year-old guy like me moving in with you when you just get married. It's just not what it is. That's not, nobody's
Why'd you move? Were they friends of yours?
They had a cheap room, $500 a month, and we're comics, and they go $500 a month. Listen, the building was built in 1911. It's a railroad apartment. It's a long hallway, and your room's on one end, our room's on the other. The shower is in the kitchen. So somebody's going to be washing their ass, somebody's going to be making eggs. and the bathroom was in the hall of the building. But it's on 45th between 8th and 9th Avenue. You got every subway in the city. You have a rooftop. You could go up and smoke cigarettes and tell your friends how fucking good you did at the open mic, which I would do all the time. And they go, you can live here $500 a month. So I said, done, deal, in. Because that's when I went. That's what I would consider all in. Because then you're living in that situation. You're living with steam heat. And you're 25, you're 27 at that point. At 27, I'm by no means a kid. And I'm waking up every day because my foot touches a steam pipe and you get a third-degree burn, and then you're rolling out of bed. And that's when I was doing comedy every night, and then during the day trying to sell photocopiers in Staten Island. Yeah, it's
photocopies.
Yeah, the jobs get sad. Oh no, the jobs get sad. But I'm a sales guy. I'm full of shit. I'm full of shit. And I'm with people that are always also full of shit. My father's full of shit. My grandfather wasn't. He was a contractor. He worked, he was real. Worked with his hands, built things, made
You're not full of shit. You have the gift of the gab.
Well, I like the way you say it.
There's a big difference.
Right. It's a good point.
Big difference in being full of shit.
Right.
And being a gift of gab.
Right.
Okay. The gift of gab is you could just talk to people.
Yeah.
Make them at ease.
Yes.
Sell them a product.
Yeah.
Sell them a product.
Yeah.
That they don't need.
Yes. That they don't need and shouldn't have.
Okay. Whether it's, when. Here's the funny thing. What we do as comics, when we realize that sales goes into it, that's when everything changes in our game.
Right. That's true.
When sales gets into it, you could be the best degree in the world. You're not selling this, no. You're dark. You're fine. It's so weird how my background in sales is impeccable.
Yeah.
When I put into sales, I fell in love with it because I was uneducated.
Right.
I was GED.
Yeah.
And I knew I didn't want. There was one thing. There was a couple things I knew early on. A, I didn't want to change. Right, just was not good.
Right.
And number two, I didn't want to fucking work for a certain wage.
Right.
I wanted us to never have a ceiling. That always made sense to me.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That you're a salesman.
That's exactly right.
Some months you're gonna make $800 and you suck it the fuck up.
And some you make $8,000.
And some months you make $8,000.
Yeah.
You suck it the fuck up.
Right.
And somewhere, and then you learn how to balance it. You learn
Right.
how to wait
The first month you make $8,000. You're at a steakhouse. You got a porterhouse for two.
Fuck yeah.
You got a shellfish tower, lobster. Some blue claw crab on that too, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's get a couple of gin martinis. Let's do the cheesecake. Bring all the appetizers, lobster bisque, quart and cups. We'll drink it while we eat the steak. And then it's like then you realize you have to pay taxes because sales is the 1099. They give you $8,000. You didn't make $8,000, by the way. You now owe money. So I would get a check and then I would go out and spend money and then I realized, I owe money. Like I owe $4,000 of that goes to the government and I didn't pay any of it. So that was something too. When I got into comedy, the only job I could get was in Staten Island, and it was photocopiers and selling office equipment. Sad because when you're selling real estate and mortgages, at least somebody around you's got a lot of money, and you could look at them and be like, well, I want to be that. I want to be, my boss, this guy Tim, with a big house and a pool. But when you telemarketing photocopiers in Staten Island, everybody there is desperate. And they all have that job because it's in walking distance of their house, so they can take a bus. Many of them just had Deweys.
What do you mean bus? Half of them are halfway houses.
Right.
Half of them are shelter.
Yeah.
Half of them are toothless. They're alcoholics.
Yeah.
Half of them telemarketing.
Yeah.
How HBO hasn't developed a show
I pitched
about 12
I
telemarketers.
know.
6 people who are fucking serious about life. And 6 people who live day to day, shoot heroin.
Right.
They got HIV. But part of the sales plan is cash.
Yes.
Okay, so there's jobs that, like I had a great fucking job. I got a job at night when I did comedy right before I left for New York. I got a job from 5 to 9.
Yeah. Perfect. 5 to 9. So those are the prime time hours to pound the phone. Pound the phone.
I think it was 10 an hour.
Yeah. And commission plus commission. Yeah. You appointment setter.
He was an insurance guy.
Right.
All I did was
Just get him in the door.
I had a sheet that he had
That-
already had contact.
Of course. Well, that's the perfect.
I would try to get 3 appointments an hour.
Yeah.
You get 3 appointments an hour, that's 75. That's fucking, 300-400 a night.
Yeah. Yeah.
I used to sell cigars, pop.
Yeah, in the 90s, they were insane.
Per year.
Yeah.
When I became a regular at the store, the biggest job in LA was selling cigars on the
Wow.
phone. Sunset, right across from Rock and Roll Route.
Yeah.
Where the hotel is, walk 50 steps to that building, there were 20 fucking motherfuckers in there. 10 of us were, actors, comics.
Yeah.
You had to be there at 5 in the morning, 5 or 6 in the morning. The other 10 were fucking people who were toothless,
Yeah, degenerates.
fucking drinking while they were fucking
Yeah.
5 in the morning.
Who was the better sales drinking?
There was, listen,
Anybody can have a good day.
hunger is hunger.
Hunger is hunger, yeah. The best salesman in my
Hunger is
office
hunger, bitch.
was a woman in the copier office. There was a woman named Ida. They go, Ida just sets appointments. They said, sit next to Ida. As you train, you sit next to the top producer when you train. So you sit next to Ida, and this was the top producer at this still. And she looked at me, and I'll never forget this because it just puts in perspective how fucked everybody was. She goes, I'm doing good this year, and if I do even better, I'm gonna get a car. And I went, oh fuck, she's the top. She's Mount Olympus, and she doesn't have a fucking car. I said, she doesn't have a car? And she would get on a bus every single day. And she'd set 3 or 4 appointments, get on a bus every day, make her money. And that's what she was. She was just a, she had to give the gap.
You have to give the gab. They can't. You always.
Yeah.
I always say, like, what's the best motivator? Hunger.
Yeah.
Who's the best salesman? The hungriest guy in the store.
Yeah. There's something cool about a sales office too, because it is a level playing field.
Every day you start
Every
at
day.
zero.
Every day you start at zero.
That's a tremendous gift.
Yes.
To somebody.
Yeah.
That you start at zero every morning at 8.
Nobody cares if you're black, white, Spanish, gay, straight, Asian. No, it's about making money. It's about dollars on a board.
Fucking
Yeah.
you realize what the bottom line is in life.
Yeah.
I tell people a lot of listen, there's people who are very intelligent in life. But if I fucking woke you up at 8, gave you a fucking gun and said, have 500 by 5 o'clock every day. This is how the life I live.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I left at 8. I didn't know what I was bumping.
And a lot of people that have never had to do that, if they just college or whatever, and they just got, certificates and degrees, and they got licenses, and their entire life was just a different track. But there's something about having nothing, because when you're in one of those offices, you're telemarketing, nobody cares if you come in. They don't care if you come in. Nobody's going to call you and go, hey, are you supposed to be here? They might do that one day. They assume you're not going to come. They assume you're not going to show up. They don't give a shit because somebody's going to sit in that seat if you don't. It's entirely on you. There's nobody there that has any investment in what you're doing. You're the only one.
Now, while you were doing all this shit
Yeah.
in Staten Island,
Yeah.
and people don't know Staten Island, that was also
Yeah.
what you leave 45th Street in Manhattan
Yeah.
to take a train.
Yeah, well, I was taking in the beginning, I was taking a subway to a boat to a ferry, and then the ferry to a bus, and I would take a 40-minute bus ride down to the end of Staten Island. It was called Tottenville, which was the end of Staten Island, almost by Jersey, by the Bayonne Bridge. So I would go down there to Reliable Office Systems, where I was told that I was, and I would steal cereal. This bitch would bring in Special K red berry cereal, and I would steal a little cup of it, and I would down it, and I mean in like a minute. Down it with milk, a minute, just steal a cereal, and then go in and sit next to Ida and just pound the phone and try to set appointments. 3 months into that, I was setting enough appointments. You're like, you're good at this. you got to come to our city office, which was by Bryant Park, Madison Avenue. And Al called. Al brought me, and Al was the head of that office from Long Island. And Al goes, "You're gonna come here. Now you got to remember, do comedy at night, and that's my main focus." So Al brings me in, and he goes, "You're gonna be good at this. It's gonna be your career." He said this to me. Now, obviously, listen. Anybody else would love to hear that I hated that. I hated that he said that to me as I was sitting in this office. Now I couldn't tell him, "I'm gonna be a comedian." He goes, "Yeah. He's a Long Island guy." I said, "Yeah, me too. We're all gonna be comedians." Shut up. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna sell these Canon copies, And that guy, he was just a good salesman. Like, he sold Canon, and all he would say is on the phone, he goes, "It's a good machine. It's a good machine." That was his thing. People go, "It's very expensive because it's a good machine, though. It's good. Good machine." Right? Am I right? People go, yeah, I guess it is. And he was just like one of these guys. So they hired me in the city. So I started doing it in the city, and now I had no clothes. I had like a suit that didn't fit, like an ill-fitting suit. I'm 300 pounds. The suit doesn't fit. My gut's hanging out. I have like the shirt that's half in, half out. I have shoes that are basically moccasins that I'm passing off as dress shoes because I have no fucking money. And these sales guys, they don't understand that. And I'm walking around, walking in hedge funds. I'm walking in the law office. They think I'm homeless. They think people are like, "Wait, whoa, secretary's trying to stop me." I'm like, no, I'm trying to sell you a copier. I sold a few of them, like just because I'm a fun guy. And I'd walk in and he'd be like, "Who's this fucking lunatic?" Somebody came up to me once and called, "Your thing's great. You walk in like a mess. People take notice of you." I go, "It's not my thing. I have no money." They go, "Your thing, what you do is good. You wear ridiculous shoes. Your shirt's got bird shit on it. It's great." They go, "This is like a fucking thing, They thought it was a thing. They're like, "Yeah, this is good." They're like a slob. And people, but you memorize the pamphlet, you can make people laugh. So I sold a few of these things, but the problem was now you started to do good. Now they're like, "Why don't you come out to dinner? Why don't you meet this guy?" And then the problem is like, "Well, I got to do open mics. I'm not even on shows. I got to do open mics like 6, 7 p.m. But I got to get out of the sales world, which I've been in since I was 21, really. I've been in sales. And then I left it when I was like 28. I was on and off just mortgages and copiers, always been in sales. And then the only job, I saw guys that got a tour bus and they were just yelling at tourists on a bus that was going through Times Square. And I was like, "Well, that guy can't have a boss. There can't be any background check to do that job." Some of these tour guides in New York, they were lunatics, these people, One woman, I swear to God, would just go on and talk about a knee operation. And the people in there were trying to learn about the Empire State Building. She would hear it. She'd go, "I've had 9 operations on the same foot." But people would tip her at the end. It was like she was an animal, but people felt bad for her, so they filled the tip cup up at the end. So I was like, "Oh, these people are also in their own way con artists, degenerates, marginalized figures from society." Some of them thought they were historians. Some of them, they were all full of shit. These guys, they barely knew anything. I was just like, I'll go up there and my whole goal was like, I'll make everybody laugh. So I would, pass a building and be like, "What the fuck's going on in there?" I'm like, I was like, 15 an hour. 15 an hour, but checks, so that's bad. So 40-hour work weeks, I never left with a check over $350. Okay? But cash tips every day of either no money when I was lazy and didn't want to give the tour, and a Russian woman punched me in the stomach once. We were sitting on the thing. It was first of all the Russians are poor. They come in January, February. They have no fucking money. They're poor. They come the coldest time of the year. And then you'd have to do a tour for one Russian couple. And the thing with Russians is they have beautiful blue eyes like huskies, but they have no souls. So when you see, because they have 100 years of atheism, so they have no soul. So there's not, so when you look in their face, you see that there's nothing there. So I just sat on the bus, and this Russian woman said to me, she goes, "You give tour, you fat fuck." I said, "Listen to the automated tour." I said, "I'm not doing it today. You're the only people on the bus." She goes, "I pay money. You give tour. You give tour." And I said, "No, because I could put it on the automated when I was being lazy. And the automated would be like, and the automated was supposed to be hooked with a GPS. but it was never where it should be. So we'd be by Central Park, and they'd be like, "You are seeing the 9/11 memorial," and everybody would look out, like, "Where's 9/11?" You know, they had no idea. There's a GPS. These companies don't care because these buses, there's no repeat business.
Right.
You just you bang them. Bill Burke has a great thing where he talks about the guys who sell tickets to these buses. They're all Africans and Haitians, and they all have deep machete scars in their faces. They make $8 or $9 grand a month, and they send that all back to Africa. I think Burr, I haven't heard of it, but Burr, somebody told me that Burr either talks about it on a podcast or does a bit about it, but they're aggressive salesmen. They'll fight each other in the street, and then once the tickets are sold, it's over. You're not going to complain about this. What are you going to go find the office and complain about what I said or did? Who gives a shit? So if I was feeling lazy, but if I was really killing it, I can walk off the bus with $200 in cash. If I was really killing it, like pizza here, cheesecake here, here's the best steaks, here's the great sandwich, here's the best blocks to walk. You want to see mansions? You know, I could kill it if I wanted to. And then a Russian woman, you know, she had it, so she got up, and her boyfriend, this was hilarious, her boyfriend, because I guess she hit him too, he wasn't even like present. This is the thing with certain Russian people, like he just sat there frozen like he was dead. And she got up and she goes, "You give Tor," and just socked me in the stomach, hard, like hard. No, it's kind of demoralizing. So I had to pick up the fucking microphone now and be like, "All right, this is the Dakota where John Lennon lived, you fucking cunt," you know? And then I gave the tour for the rest of the,
Great job when you were doing stand-up.
Yeah, I was doing stand-up on a bus. My boss didn't care because he doesn't give a shit.
How many tours a day?
2 to 3 tours a day. It was brutal. So in the heat, it was brutal because it's a metal bus and everybody gets up there and everybody's pouring sweat and people are, because New York's not a pleasant city world, but it's not a relaxing vacation. So you're dealing with people that are like, they're all stressed out because they got a Broadway show they got to get to. They get this, they get that. They want to see the Statue of Liberty. They want to go up in a helicopter. They want to do nothing. All these fat people from Ohio, they want to see Central Park. They don't want to walk through it. They're like, what do we do? I can't walk through. So, you know, so they won't go to the subway. They think everybody's going to stab you with an AIDS needle and I'm like, the subway is safer than up here right now, you know? Go down there. It's safer than, you know. And they should deal with all those people. I would just make them laugh every day and then do spots at night. So that was the job. And then once I started getting a little bit going, I did the Montreal Comedy Festival in 2016. I took the bus out. I sold tickets and did it for the New York Comedy Festival, and people bought tickets. And I just did like a crazy tour in New York and just basically said this was my fucking life. And then fans of like my podcast and shit got to sit on the bus and see what I used to do, and it was hilarious, you know, because I would talk about like human trafficking and drugs and you know, my roommates and, you know, everybody on Broadway. I think, oh, it must be amazing to be on Broadway. I said, these people are all one broken ankle away from living on the street. Then you see a college, like a high school theater group would come, and their faces would go down. I said, they don't make any money. I said, I know the woman in Phantom of the Opera. She drinks soup out of a cup and stares at the rain in the food emporium. I said, every day she wants to put a gun in her mouth. I said, so let me tell you. I said, and if she falls and sprains her ankle, she's going to be living in the street, and she's going to have to go to the suburbs and fuck her way into the middle class, and then she's going to have to work at your school, which I thought was funny. But one of the kids started crying. I'm like, this is what it is. This is what life is. And that was like my tour, and that wasn't for everybody.
You know, I learned the big lesson last year. I had to go to New York and spend 18 days to shoot a movie. And I grew up on 88th Street. Right, I was fucking 40, 50 years old. I left New York in 83. That was a long fucking time ago. In my mind, I wish it was still the same New York. Right. So I don't know where to stay. Right. They told me you're going to be picked up on 36th and 3rd. Yeah. So I figured, let me get a hotel close to that. I don't want to stay in Jersey and have to come over the ferry. Right. You know, and I made a mistake. I stayed in a hotel. All that shit goes down. Yeah. The fucking black guy with the axe.
Yeah. Where did you remember where you stayed?
I'd rather not say.
Okay. I think I almost
gave me a rate. They were nice people, but I had to leave.
Yeah,
I had to leave
yeah,
that area and like work at a danger field. I remember saying that New York, before you go to New York, you have to take a tourism class.
yeah,
Like you have to go somewhere like before you go to New York.
yeah. You gotta do a little.
You gotta do something.
Yeah,
Like, and I can't even like even Chicago's too big for you.
right,
Let's start somewhere small and
Right.
get yourself up.
yeah,
Because you cannot be a fucking idiot. Yeah. I saw a lot. Like I made the mistake and stayed. I was there for 3 weeks. The first hotel was a cool hotel, but a bit too cool for my joking.
right. Yeah, I hate those hotels.
Too cool.
Hate 'em.
People drinking upstairs.
Right.
No room service. The breakfast was English. You know, if
Yeah,
I want lamb chops for breakfast, I'll let you know. I want 2 fucking eggs. Fucking trying to walk
It's a little
around
too
the
hip.
corner.
Yeah.
Too hip.
the room's cold. You know.
The room was cool.
Okay.
I had a fucking. I couldn't find anywhere to eat. New York City, walk 5 blocks. Finally, I found the diner and had a cool little Greek diner.
Yeah.
The second week, I stayed in the heart right by the garden. That was the biggest mistake
Yeah,
of all time.
that's a problem over there.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Getting in and out of there was a nightmare.
Yeah.
Like the hotel had 10 elevators.
Yeah,
That's how many people standing there. Every time you got in the elevator, you thought you were in Las Vegas. People coughing. Forget about now with the
coronavirus. Yeah.
Forget about
Well, New York gets 50 million tourists every year. Think of that. It's crazy. 50 to 60 million every year that come in. And they come in primarily from July through December. So it's sandwiched into, and then January, February, you get a little break. January, February, March, you get a little break. Yeah, but then once April, May starts, they start ramping up again. And then once you get to July, forget it. I mean, and I've worked in Times Square, and I remember what it felt like to get up every morning and then have to go into Times Square, be standing with a cup of coffee on, 50th and 7th with a tour bus, 2 tour buses, and a line of people with tickets. All these people, and I never checked tickets. They used to get mad at me. They used to go, "You got to check these people's tickets." I go, "I don't give a fuck. They could just show me anything. They want to ride the bus, they're going to ride the bus." I'm saying nobody wants to do this. Nobody's getting on these for free. I've explained this to the people who own the company. I go, "Nobody wants to do this shit except these idiots. Trust me. There's none of my friends are getting on. Nobody's getting the better of me. They all have fucking tickets." And he's like, "Well, some of them abused it to get ride for an extra day." It's like, buddy, who gives a fuck? So I never checked everybody's tickets. But you would have to get them in the bus. They were hot. It was disgusting. There was no bathroom on the bus. People come up to you, Arab guys would come up to you, always try to make deals. You go, "You want to pull over? I get cafe for you. I get cafe for my wife. I get cafe for me." I go, "We can't. We're on the tour bus. We can't pull over for you to get coffee for your wife. Like, this is crazy, But it was just that area of New York is like, I liked it, and now I go back to it and I go, I'm in it for a few minutes. I go, okay, good. But there was something about it that gave you energy if you didn't have it. Like, if you needed energy, it was a drug. It was a straight shot of adrenaline every single day, main line. And I'd do 2 or 3 mics and then eventually shows every night. And I was like awake and I could do it. And I was like, I'm sucking all the energy out of the city, because that's the center of energy in the city, is that area. Yeah.
That area just I feel bad. Like, I was never a fucking tourist.
Right.
Like, I would never let myself be a fucking tourist.
Right.
Like, never, ever. Like my wife tried to be when I took her to New York the first time.
Yeah.
And I had to cut the legs off of that shit.
What was she trying to do?
Like, just dumb shit.
Yeah.
Like, shit that even if you live in New York, you don't go there.
Right.
Like, when you grow up in New York, the first year is take you to the Museum of Natural History.
Right.
And you can't take it no more.
Yeah.
You go to that fucking whale. and then they take you to fucking Radio City.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
And you go to the fucking Empire State Building.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't ever want to do it again.
Yeah.
Like, that was it.
I haven't been in a museum of natural history since I'm,
No,
7.
like Museum of Natural History.
It's fun.
I let them We went to that one. We went to the Met.
Yeah.
I took the girls to the Met. I took them there. But none of this shit will never occur.
Yeah.
Like,
I used to tell people,
I feel bad.
go eat. I would say, go eat. I said, you learn more about a city from restaurants. Go to some museum, you go to see artifacts, and then who cares? I'm going to tell you, you're going to go to a cool restaurant. You're going to look around, watch people, see what they do, hang out, drink a cup of coffee, sit on a bench, just watch shit happen. You're going to get more of an idea of what the city is than going on some guided tour.
You and I just got like a fucking people. There's a gentleman that got shot in the head.
Yeah, that's 100%. I think
like that's what this is what fucking Vaughn made that drug deal.
Yeah,
cab driver.
the cab driver.
Raped the chick in the back.
This is the real New York.
He always thought COVID. That was strawberry shit.
This is the real.
This is the real New York.
I used to,
that's what I want to think. This is what fucking my friend Louis. Got heroin.
Yeah.
Fucking beautiful. Left me fucking pathetic.
But that's what I want to hear. If I go to a city, that's what I want to hear. And I would tell, what I would do too, because the apartments in New York City is so expensive. I try to make everybody on the bus feel kind of bad. And I just pointed to buildings and I go 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 35, 40 million. And everybody would just get beaten down. By the end of the day, they realized that they were fucked. They're like, God, if the system's rigged, we're all shot, And then every now and then, one of these fat broads would try to even the scale. She'd go, but they don't even have central air in those buildings. They have war units. They take helicopters and land in them because they don't want to be in traffic. Many of them are 20, 30,000 square feet. And she would go, And it was basically me going I know you're trying to get one up on me, but not today, pig. Not today. And I would just make them feel, I want their spirits broken by the time they left the bus. I wanted them to realize that they had failed and there was nothing that they could do. They fucked up. They should have did, that this is, you can't understand this. Because New York is a city that requires both less and more explanation than any other place on the planet. Less explanation meaning you get kind of what it is immediately, but more explanation because I'm going to point to a building. I'm going to tell you the average price is $26 million. And they're going to say, who the fuck lives there? And I'm going to say, Louise Crane lives there. Her family owns the paper that we print our money on. You didn't even know that was a thing. She owns fucking money. You don't even know what. And people's minds melt. And that's the type of shit I do. And I go, and next to her is a Russian fertilizer magnet. And next to him is a Chinese amusement park tycoon. And then the rest is Jews. But here's the way. And I would just do that. And some people would love it. Some people get off the bus and go, man, I took 2 of these buses. And these motherfuckers are talking about, nothing. They're talking about nothing that's ever affected, they're talking about this where George Washington was, and here's where the red coats, and then they go, you get on here, you're talking about real shit that's actually happening. And you're like, this is interesting, I want to know what's going on. So some people like it, but yeah, we should do it. We'll rent the bus to the Dylan Diaz Dylan tour.
I still remember being in the 8th grade, being in Jersey, they took us to Philly to see the Nutcracker Suite.
Yeah.
Nutcracker and Betsy Ross's house.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that we went somewhere and the guy said something with Betsy Ross's house. You know what happened here? I want that person to do that. And he just because those 2 people,
they're so into it. It's so sad. That job, I was doing it as a means to an end, And then there were people there where that was their full-time gig.
And oh my God.
And that's fucking rough, man.
I want to take you guys to Boston because this college I went to is right down by the Common, and they have these walking tours, but they make the tour guides dress up like there's George Washington.
See, that I wouldn't do. That's when it gets too much. I barely wore my uniform. Boston's got those stupid duck tours.
Yeah.
They were excited that the thing goes in the river too. I'm like, that impresses you? We blow up things with a satellite. A guy on his phone and sends drone strike. But yeah, it was. But it's sad because every job you have is a comic. Every shitty job, you're doing it on your way to hopefully something else. But the guy next to you, that's it. I used to take a bus with this guy, great guy, big guy, lived in Staten Island and he worked at the telemarketing thing with me. He was a good telemarketer, but that was it. He goes, oh yeah, you doing comedy? He goes, yeah, that's cool, whatever. But this was his thing. He had a girl, and they would just fucking, he would do, and it's just like a guy like that. You know, it's a rough road, man. It's a rough road. No insurance, no savings of money, just trying to scratch up deals to make a living, and it's tough. And then also, no future that you're looking towards, like, hey, if I go through all this, I'll get here. Because like you said, it's every day start at zero. It takes a very long time to build to where you're starting at 5. That takes a couple of years to just build up to where you started, like, okay, I got a car, I got an apartment. So it's tough. A lot of those people I met, it's like you wonder where they are now, you know?
When did you start getting hot?
Physically attractive, it hasn't happened yet, but we think 2040 is when we're going to see. No, when did things start to work out? In 2016, I did the Montreal Comedy Festival. I had a good set, really good set. That was one of the nights where it just went well. It just, everything that could have went, it just went the way it should have went, and it was a big. Moment in the sense that, like, nobody, no, I had a manager, like, I had a manager then, but like I didn't have an agent. I wasn't on the road. I was doing little things. I was taking mega buses to go do bar shows and restaurants and things like that. 2016, I got an agent at WME, and they were like, okay, and I'm like, hey, I want to do comedy in clubs. I want to work on the road. I want to make money. Do comedy. That's my main goal. Yeah, I love a TV show. I love everything else. I'll work hard for that. But if you can get me on the road and make money, I'll make these people laugh. Thursday show, I think 13 people came in. It was like hidden in a mall, fourth floor, and it was like the guy said to me, and it's a big room. He goes, we got 9 people. He goes, we don't really do the show until we get 11. So at that point, I'm like, I might just call this thing. I'll just go eat a fucking burrito the size of a car and go to sleep, And then the guy comes back in the green room, the manager, and he goes, listen, he goes, I got good news. And I'm like, I bet it's not. And he goes, another couple walked in. So then I had to do, I did a show, but I did it way good. That was my first weekend, and I just kept, and then I did a Comedy Central thing, and then the Netflix thing, and 15-minute, half-hour Comedy Central, 15 minutes on Netflix. But it started with JFL. And I know everybody says that festival doesn't matter anymore, and I guess it doesn't. I mean, it's not in terms of like, yeah.
The Tonight Show is
right.
A Showtime special,
right?
An HBO special. There's 1,000 things that are never going to work unless you. But if you figure out how to make them work,
then they work. Great point. Point.
Nobody is ever prepared for. We all make mistakes with our goals. I can't wait till I'm headlining. I can't wait till I get a Netflix special. What you prepare for is what you're going to do with that Netflix special. I know 80 motherfuckers got Netflix special.
Right.
And they're still on ships.
Right. Cruise ships.
They could be on a fucking Cuban missile ship and they from fucking Cuba to New York. What I'm saying is that be fully involved, fully engaged, and take every opportunity like it's your last one.
Yeah.
When I say to you, hey Tim, come down to the Improv. We're doing something Friday. Give me $200. You walk in there nonchalantly, and you walk off stage, and some lady comes up to you and says, we've been trying to cast this show on for the last 6 years, and here you are.
Right.
You're like, Jesus, Joey only knows how close I was to canceling.
Yeah, it's true.
Like how close I came to ordering that Grand Low.
Yeah.
Staying home, getting my big suck when I went out.
Yeah, it's true.
People really don't understand.
People don't understand that it's like you get these opportunities. I remember the first time I did comedy, and the first time right before I did it, I go, should I just put this off? Maybe I'm not ready. Maybe I'll do it next week. And then I just said, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And then it's like, that was one of those moments where I'm like, if I had put it off then, maybe I never would have done it.
Now, let me tell you what happened. For people at home, JFL is just a laugh.
Right.
It's the Montreal Comedy Festival. It's the most prestigious festival you could be invited to in the country. And what Tim Dillon was saying, what's going on is that 20 years ago, you went up there and 10 people walked away with $500,000 in cash.
Yeah.
Another 10 walked away with $200,000 in cash.
Yeah.
Another 10 walked away with $50,000 in a developmental deal, which meant that they were going to develop some type of reality show around you. The networks got hit. They gave millions of dollars away to the wrong fucking people.
Right.
And that business went down the tubes.
Right.
These agencies and these management companies started playing games.
Yeah.
Making up stories about Lee Sayat. He's going to destroy. And then NBC gives Lee Sayat $500,000. The kid's got $7 million.
Right.
Now the manager has to pull Lee Sayat aside and go, do me a favor, stay out of the 3 clubs.
Right.
What are you talking about? But I just got $500,000. Listen, stay out of the 3 clubs.
Yeah. You don't want to be bombing all around town.
Stay in Oxnard as long as you can.
Right.
As a matter of fact, you're not allowed in Oxnard. Go to Vegas, heal it up. You don't want to lose this deal.
Yeah.
I mean, everything. You think I'm kidding? Can you imagine tricking somebody? So your manager comes to you and says, like, in a way, like, we don't want the networks, the big 3 to see you. What they're telling you is do stuff. Yeah, you would deal because we lied. So go up there and hide before you fucking lose it.
Yeah.
And you have to fucking, so here you have this money in the bank now, and you got to hide because you tricked everybody. You did your best dirty fucking things. And now they're bringing people to see you. They're bringing out writers, and you're eating dog shit. So now there goes the deal. So now what happens? You got a deal, it went sour, you were with a good manager or a good agent. So now when people look at you, they're gonna go, what are we gonna do? Right. You already got a deal.
Yeah.
Already with this agent.
So eventually they just
Yeah.
And then they just stopped giving everybody the money.
Then they stop.
They said just to try it out.
It just dried up. So now that's what people mean. There's no money.
There's no money in it. Yeah.
There's no money.
There's no money in it. I had a good, it was one of those things where it's the first thing you do with teeth. That was the first thing I did with teeth.
Absolutely.
Right? So the first, I was fucking walking around JFL. I was looking at people. I'm looking at people like your name, I think was up there that you're like, I'm looking at guys and I'm like, these fucking people are working. These guys get paid to do this for a living. There's no day jobs. There's no bullshit. They got fan base. People come to see them, and then it's like, and you're looking and you're like, I'm going to be in a, like these guys and me are at the same thing. Even though we're not in the same place, we're at the same festival, and you're like, I hope this doesn't go bad. And it, for some people it went bad. And it's sad to see because a lot of people got picked. I got picked, 7 years into comedy, and I've been doing it every night. There's some people that got picked 2 years in because they were right, because they were cute and they had a thing and they wore a hat. Yeah. I saw a few of them, but it was rough.
And they make you follow like Theo Bond.
Yeah, they make you follow somebody who's yeah. Yeah.
So that's it.
I mean, I saw people go out there and dance, and then these are like Montreal people. Montreal, the people that go to that festival, they're somewhat savvy comedically. They've seen comedy. They kind of, they could be good audiences. They could be a little rough, but they're not gonna do like bullshit. And so a lot of people went out there and they just were trying to stretch their thing. It didn't work, and then you just see people that had some real rough, and it's rough. I remember one guy walked off stage and I said, "Hey, good job, man." And he goes, "No, it wasn't. You fucking know it wasn't." I felt bad because he was right. And I shouldn't have said that. But I didn't know what to say. He's like, "Good set, man." He's like, "No, it wasn't." He's like, "You know it wasn't." I was like, ugh. I felt bad, Here's what it is, But again, this was a good looking guy who just checked all the boxes and went up there and had a rough time. But I went up there and I had a joke, and I remember when I broke him, it was on my second joke. I had a joke about the show Undercover Boss. And I was saying these fucking demon CEOs go undercover to like fuck with their employee. Like it's not enough to work in a shitty job. You gotta be boss, making fuck with you on television and like. And then I was like, and then I think I stopped in the middle of my joke and I said, I need the CEOs. I said, not network industry CEOs. I said, you people are good people. I said, everybody, not in this room, not you guys, but the other people. And I just started to be me. Like I broke out of the joke a little bit, and I just started to fuck around with them, and that's what they want. And that was what. So then, as soon as that worked, then the rest of the set was confidence. Like, okay, I'm just gonna do what I do in a bar in the Lower East Side of Manhattan when I don't care, and it just went really, really well, really, really good.
You've done great for yourself. And you've made the right moves, calculated moves.
Yeah,
I love when people come out here dry.
yeah, yeah,
What do you want to do?
right.
You
Yeah,
came out here dry. What does dry mean, Joe? You came out here and had nothing.
yeah. Well, I met. Yeah. What you know
You
is
came out here.
yeah. When I started, I came out here and all that. I met my producer, my collaborator, this guy Ben Avery, who makes. We were sitting in his garage one day, and we were like, "What can we do that's funny?" Because you come out here, you don't get spots immediately. It just doesn't happen. You know, you get a spot. You drive to Irvine, you drive to Bakersfield. I did all that. You know, you go to In-N-Out on the way back. Yeah, on the way there, you go to Taco Bell on the way back. You do the Covina. You go here and there, but you don't. There's not a lot of spots. So we just started making these videos, these fun YouTube videos that we put on Instagram and Twitter, where I would just say wild shit, you know, and it would just, like the week Roseanne got canceled, I said I'll be Roseanne. You know, I'll be fat and racist and eat dinner. I'm like, what's that show even about? She's fat and she has dinner. It's all fucking show. I'll do that, you know? And then we just started making these videos, and then we would go and we put this desk, and we put a desk in front of like John B, and he would film me. And it's just like we were having a ton of fun doing it.
One in front of the wall.
Yeah, we put one. Yeah, in front of the pig wall, all these Instagram people, and it was just a way to kind of get funny out there without waiting for somebody to call me and go, "Can you come to the Improv at 8:00?" You know, which happens now. You know, but I was out here at the beginning, and then I started just coming out here so much that when I went back to New York, it felt like I'm on a vacation because I wasn't doing the videos in New York. I wasn't doing anything in New York. I was doing stand-up, doing my podcast, but I'm like, oh, when I come to LA, we can make these videos, we can do this crazy shit that's really funny, and it was, that was really, really helpful. And so when I did Rogan, when I did Joe's show, I had some work where people could look at it, and because they'd be like, we had a great conversation. He's like, people were like, who is this guy? And you could go to my stuff, and they would go, oh, this guy's a lunatic, and he's funny, and I like that he's out here. So that was great that I did. Obviously Joe's been amazing, and she shared those things and everything. But that's just trying to keep up with like, all right, so we got to be funny on Instagram now. We got to be funny here. That's okay.
Now think of what you guys have that I didn't have.
Right.
Okay, when I came out here in '98, you waited for commercial auditions and you waited for theatrical auditions.
Right.
That's what you did all day. And if not, you met three guys at it's now a Hindu place.
Right.
It used to be a Chinese place right across from Rocky Road Routes.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Next to the laundromat, the Russian market. It used to be a Chinese place. We used to take over the room, 9 of us.
Yeah.
And we throw ideas off each other. That was then. Now, you don't have to have a board for that.
Right.
You can make a video.
You can go do something crazy.
Go do something crazy.
That's fun.
You can schedule a podcast at 1. You can schedule a podcast at 3. We have that time. There's so many, and they're all going towards the same goal.
And you could do it. Listen, you could do a podcast with a big YouTube guy. I was talking to a comic in New York the other day. I said, "Got to do this guy's podcast when you come to town." He's a YouTube guy, and the guy said, "I'm not doing a YouTuber's podcast." And I'm like, "You're stupid. You're stupid, man. I don't understand why." Because that's the other thing I love about LA. I did, Logan Paul's podcast. Me and Logan Paul has nothing in common. But he's a nice guy. He's a fun guy. We had a great time. I met him on the Theo Von show. I got fans from doing it. He's a good dude. I like the guy. Why ever put yourself in like a box? And I love New York to death. But I think sometimes guys in New York, they're obsessed with the purity of it. I'm just going to do stand up, and I'm going to stand here on the stage until I'm dead. And it's like, no, you gotta go out there and realize that, like, there's other people out there, there's other mediums out there. You might not like what they do. Who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck? They give you an opportunity. You have audiences. And what happened was New York used to think they were shit. LA has lapped New York, and only in comedy, by the way. Let's not get excited. I'm not talking city to city. Let's not get excited, you know? But in comedy, LA, because they were first with podcasting, they were big with that. They understood that. And you know more about that than me. Maybe it was because it was less stage. I don't know. But New York guys now look at LA and like these are I'll be honest, I might get in trouble right now for saying it. The greatest comics in the country right now are in LA. Right now. Not always. Right now, the guys that are the best and the guys that are coming up and are kind of paving the way are in Los Angeles. Right at this moment. But the best restaurants are in fucking New York. Don't fuck with me on that. These restaurants here should be burnt to the ground. Firebombed. Not all of them, Joey, but some of them, Joey. You know they should go.
60%. Don't get me.
Yeah, okay.
This is a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Fucking dead. People have no idea.
Yeah, right.
We had an interesting conversation a couple weeks ago. Did you eventually go to Weight Watchers?
I didn't go to Weight Watchers. I should. We had a great conversation. I should try it. I want to try it. People have had success with it. Because I got all these photos. I did Zanies. I got all these fucking photos of myself I don't want to look at. All these people are good. That's very sweet. That's also untrue. But I appreciate it. I would say that. I look from around there. So, but you know what it is? When you're a big guy, it's all about the way the camera hits you. Because when I put myself in my jacket, I look okay.
I stopped looking at myself in 1990. I stopped looking at myself in 1990.
Yeah, I get.
I'm in the mirror now at night. I see Grandpa go on, and I laugh for 5 minutes. I'm like, all the shit they're doing, nobody be doing Grandpa.
Right.
I would kill with Grandpa.
Yeah, you would be amazing as Grandpa.
R-rated because Grandpa was a nut.
Yeah.
Downstairs mixing chemicals.
Yeah.
Toasting people.
That was a good show.
That was a trip.
People forget how good of a show that was.
When Bonds and Carlo
Yeah.
used to tell him, Grandpa, take your fingers off. Because he used to light his fingers on fire.
Yeah.
She would go, Grandpa, turn your fingers off. There was 1,000 episodes of that show.
Yeah.
While that man, that's not the point. It's just so weird how. And I gotta tell you, they all know it.
Yeah.
For the first time in the history of entertainment, the entertainer has got everybody by the book.
That's true.
There is no excuse to be held back no more.
Agents are
I
losing
don't care
money.
about what color you are, what nationality you are. I don't want to hear none of your excuses. I'm too fat, I'm too skinny, I'm too ugly. If you really want today's world, all you need is that fucking phone, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube.
Yeah.
Go to work, bitch.
Build the empire. Do whatever you
Go
want.
to work, bitch.
Go to
Put your
work.
money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
Stop blaming it on.
Yeah.
My agent doesn't
Yeah.
call me. Nobody called me.
Well, LA's, you know, there's a lot of younger guys, I think, in LA that there's just this idea that they're, you know, owed something. Like someone owes you something. And it's like growing up in New York, I would go to a Broadway show. You would walk by a black gospel church. You would hear somebody on that stage who's more talented than anybody that's getting paid money to walk in the stadiums right now. I mean, just raw talent, raw natural talent, you know? I would go to a Broadway show. I'd see somebody. There was a play called The Ferryman that Jim Gaffney told me to see. 3-hour play. I mean, 3 hours, you know, it was about an Irish family, about a bunch of drunken degenerates I related. And it was just so good. So good. And nobody, and listen, some of the actors have careers, but a lot of them, no one gives a fuck. So coming from New York, you realize that talent isn't always rewarded with anything. But LA, because it's Hollywood, and Clara, people think they're like, hey, I'm kind of half decent at this. Where's my Maserati and house? It's like, what are you, nuts? Like, it's not what it is. That's why I'm happy that I came up in New York and I kind of grew up there. And I saw that because it's like, you realize talent isn't enough. You gotta fucking hustle because there's so many talented people in New York that just atrophy and fail, you know. But I should go to Weight Watchers.
You know,
I should.
We were talking about it. If interesting. Okay. For the last 20 years, I've been so your focus is so much into chopping.
Yeah.
Your focus is late night eating.
It's also, there's not a lot of stuff that makes you happy in life.
There's not.
That people don't really, nobody talks about that. There's just not a lot that makes you happy.
There's not since, you know, it took me, I knew I didn't want to die from being a fat fuck.
Yeah, that's where
I made decisions early on. I didn't want to get shot. I didn't want to die in the prison. I didn't want my girlfriend finding me on the floor. We're all going to die from a heart attack or smoking from this reefer I've been smoking or the edibles or the pills we did for years. I just didn't want to die from diabetes too. I didn't want to lose the money.
right.
Okay, I didn't want to go out that way. I'm gonna pick my way. I know I'm gonna go out. You all know in this room we're gonna go out.
Right.
But pick your own way. How you gonna go out?
Yeah.
Okay, do you really want to go out in the fucking hospital? You know, because you fucking didn't want to stop eating In-N-Out burgers. Really?
Right.
That's what you fucking telling me.
Right.
You want to go out in the fucking hospital. Do you really want to have to pull up your shirt once a fucking day?
Yeah.
Shoot yourself in the fucking stomach crazy when you're on the road, whatever, you know. I saw Ralphie make him in here. I saw the lump on his neck from where that shit that gets rid of your cortisol. You see that thing from ice skating, you know. I know
it
so much.
It's just hard to imagine. I know it's what it is.
You know,
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Ralphie.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, best.
Rest in peace, you know. Our diets are not the best.
No.
And then we add our sleep habits.
Yeah, that's bad too.
To the diet and all that. So, you know, like 2009, I think 2007, I walked into Weight Watchers. I had the ball. It was embarrassing. I finally realized that this was the best part of my week.
Right.
Was going to Weight Watchers and fucking going off. Like the ladies started accepting, like, go off of it. Because going to Weight Watcher meetings seem boring on paper, but they're very funny because you're going to start getting frustrated because you're going to see people that you, right? People that go, I don't know what happened last week. I ate one of my meals, I ate bananas, and I still gained 8 pounds. Well, you did something wrong.
Yeah.
If you ate bananas every meal, and I walked my action points, and I still gained 8 pounds,
Yeah.
you want to reach over and smack them, right? There's people who go and they'll actually lose 6 ounces.
Yeah.
Like they'll say, I lost 6 ounces the last 2 weeks. Oh my God. You know, there's people who go and they gain weight and they'll go, I can do the food, but I need my glass of wine every night. And you're like, are you this fucking stupid?
What? So the system is points.
The system is points.
And you, based on your weight and everything,
Points, your weight, your age,
you get points.
You get points. You get 41 points a day.
Okay.
You get 41 points a day, and they give you 50 action points in case you go over the 41. Now you look at me going, Joe, what's 41 points? Okay. 41 points means that if I get 6 scrambled eggs, scramble them up, put salsa on them, put black beans on them, and eat them, that's it.
Wow. Wow.
If I take 4 chicken breasts, put it on my grill, put salt and pepper on them, whatever, and get a cup of white rice, red beans, protein. The only thing I'm paying for is the rice. The chicken and beans are free. Okay. Seafood, free. Piece of salmon, mashed.
What about, I had a lobster Benedict this morning on the English muffin with the holidays. I had a side cereal with strawberries, almond milk, and a little pastry.
You're done.
Here's my question for you, Joe. Because like, we have a similar talk. Does any of this really work unless like you're ready to lose weight?
No, because like it works. If it
We
works,
don't know what you have to do. You eat
Just
chicken
follow
and not eat bread. And
right.
We don't know what you have to do, but it's just making the decision.
Does it work if you... Nothing works if you don't listen. Right. Nothing that you do half-assed is going to gain anything. Right. No matter what you do. But you play the flute with it.
100%.
You got to either go home with everything you got or don't do it. You know, when I went into Weight Watchers, coordinator, but I kept an open mind. And I learned it's not even a diet, it's just a lifestyle.
Right.
Okay, so my breakfast right now is 1 piece a week, toast, 2 eggs, 2 pieces of bacon. And I was just I smoke weed.
Yeah.
I smoke tons of weed when I get up to make me eat those eggs.
Right.
But, you know, I know different cheese.
Right. So give me a cheat.
Bananas.
Ooh.
2 bananas and an apple. That's a cheat. You know, it's a little cheat move to hold your own. You can't put fruit into a fucking milkshake. I don't do it. Right. You make a protein shake. Those protein shakes have 2 points. If I eat those eggs, I make a protein shake at 11. I'm good till 2 o'clock. Right. I'm just buying time. You know, so that's all you do. And then you learn how to eliminate to make more points.
Yeah.
Like when I first started drinking protein shakes, I would use 8 ounces of milk, 4 points, or whatever the fuck it is. Quarter scoop of non-sugar ice cream, and the protein powder. So the protein shake was essentially 9.
Right.
That protein shake was today 2 points.
Interesting.
I turned the milk into water and still put the ice cream in.
Right.
I eliminated the fucking ice cream.
So you can if you stay on the points,
41 points.
everyone gets 41.
No, I think it's different.
Okay.
And then they give you 55 extra. So right now it's fucking Sunday. I start again tomorrow, and I have. Right now I have 26.
And what's an action?
That means I can do whatever the fuck I want. It means in reality, my wife is making chili for dinner. I got 17 points left. I can eat those 17 points, and I can go to Joe's pizza tonight and have 3 slices.
Oh my God.
Because I got till midnight to eat.
Interesting. And you're still on your plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing with me is I'm very light with it, so I go between 290, 294. I'm happy at that weight. I'm happy. I would like to go down to 240. You know?
So that's the question. How do you get to 240?
I remember when I first walked into Weight Watchers, I was 418.
Right. Of course.
You know what I'm saying? I was 418. And then you just, it's not a diet. See, that's a great word.
So it's a life. I did the keto thing for a while. It worked, right? I did keto because
I want you to do something you're able to do on the road every day.
that's hard. It's hard.
And that's what Weight Watchers.
Yeah.
That's what I tell people.
Yeah.
Well, let's do a carnivore diet. Okay. So that means you're going to eat a steak for the rest of your fucking life 3 times a day. And a piece of salmon.
Right.
That's what you're telling me.
Right.
Well, I'm going to do this. Everybody got something. You know, if you live at home and you're Janet Jackson, that diet's going to work for you. Right. Because you have people cutting chefs and doing it. I'm going to do the no carbs diet. Wait till you get the Zanies and it's 1 in the morning.
It's true.
What are you going to eat?
I'm on my 3rd meal of the night. I need
Give me almond milk and mangoes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But just punch in the fucking mouth.
I had 3 shows Saturday night. Between the 2nd and the 3rd show, it's like you got to do something. I didn't do the food restaurant. I had a banana and 4 Oreos and 2 Marlboro Lights. And I don't smoke, but I smoke occasionally. And that was my snack. It was putting 4 Oreos, a banana, and 2 Marlboro Lights, and that got me through the last show.
Fucking bad. I can take those 26 points I need Oreos. Right. I can go get Oreos. How many points is each Oreo and eat 4?
Right. Right.
Yeah. It's got yum donuts. It's a fucking food. So you can
Really?
Yum.
That's the other thing. How do you see what points, what is
Oh
it?
my God. You go to a restaurant.
They have.
Weight Watchers and say I'm going to PF Chang's.
Right. Oh, wow.
Like my celebration for Weight Watchers, when I used to go to Weight Watchers in Hollywood, my celebration was Sundays at 9. I was weighing. I always weighed in on the day I lost weight. Always weighed in. You don't want to weigh in on fucking Friday.
Right.
You know, you're gonna go out Thursday.
You weigh in front of everybody?
No, you weigh in when you walk in. Right. You give the chick your card. You sign up for 6 months.
Right.
You give the chick your card. It's like 19 fat people watching you.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was.
No.
That's what I thought it was. Where it's like you got on the scale and everybody's just staring at you like you fucking lied to us.
It's a music scale. And then she'll type it in and she'll go, you had a good week. And you buy fucking sugar-free brownies or whatever they have. They always have snacks there that I take on the road.
They're good, yeah.
That's so nice. When I eat around and prepare. I'm telling you, you're going to fucking Chicago this week, bitch.
I know.
You're going to eat a beef and sausage sandwich.
I'm doing it so bad.
Guess what? But guess what? Do me a favor. Monday through Wednesday. Behave. 6 eggs scrambled. I will fucking eat the chicken breast. Get a salad. These people, well, if you're going to eat a salad, you put the salad there. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, right.
I'm sacrificing everything.
Right.
I mean, that's a salad with tomato.
Nobody's fat.
Let me put my fucking cheese dressing.
Yeah.
I'll take the 5 points for
Right.
the cheese dressing. Because I mean, lettuce and tomato onion. It's not the thing. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, you know what? I think I'm going to have 3 fucking salads today because I really want it.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get my cheese done. I can't wait to see how that lettuce tastes.
Right.
Let's go to Dan's house.
Dan's is good.
Get the fucking house salad.
I like La Scala salad.
Oh my God.
La Scala's got a good salad, but then you follow it up with this spaghetti, the cognac spaghetti with the shrimp.
You gotta watch all that shit.
I know. I'm sorry.
I go to Danny Tanner's with my wife and everything is seafood. I open up.
I love
So
seafood.
I fill up on the seafood.
Right.
Everything is 0.
Right.
Shrimp cocktail 0.
Right.
Crab cakes 4 points.
Right.
But that, and then I get the salad. So by the time the fucking steak comes, you don't even eat it. I eat the steak. I pay for the points on the steak.
Yeah.
But I filled myself up on the salad and the shrimp cocktail.
Right.
So it teaches you how to fucking prepare for the week.
Yeah.
You know, how you gonna go to New York and not gonna eat a fucking egg roll?
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna eat 2 egg rolls. So in LA from Monday through Wednesday,
Right.
it's gonna be good.
Or with me, it's like if I go to New York, I'm gonna eat a bagel with like smoked salmon.
11 points.
Yeah.
Salmon is free.
Okay.
It's fish.
Bagels 11? That darn's only 6.
Bagels are a beast.
Bagels.
A bagel's a bad thing. A bagel's like half a loaf of bread. It's really bad.
So bagels are 11.
But I love going to this place. I can,
Wait,
smoked
that doesn't include
fish.
cream cheese? The 11 does not include cream cheese?
No. See, I do a fish spread. It's baked salmon and white fish. A place called Sable's on the Upper East Side, smoked fish.
Oh, that sounds
The
nice.
best, and they put salmon gravlax on it. And, I mean, it's you
Tomato, onion,
get a potato latke, you throw in there.
chicken,
Nestle
fish,
Quick.
all that shit is.
Chicken and fish are free.
Have you gained weight since you've been in LA? Because
No, I've lost weight. I was doing really good, and then the holidays came, and I went off the rails. I was doing really good. I was heading in the right direction, and then I went off the rails a little bit because I was in New York for a little bit over the holidays, and it just kind of in LA, I was okay. But in New York, you use a lot of carbs. There was a lot of friends I hadn't seen in a while, comedians, everybody going out to dinner. Let's go to dinner. Let's do dinner. You want to do dinner? You do 2 dinners in a night. I mean, because we're out till 1 a.m. doing comedy every night. At 12:30, people go, let's go to the diner. And now you're eating again. You ate it at 6 or 7. Now you're eating again at 12:31. I mean, it's just a recipe for fucking disaster. You don't go out to a diner at 12:30 at night and order a chicken salad. I mean, you order mozzarella sticks. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. Maybe you get whatever. A grilled cheese, bacon and tomato, French fries. I mean, whatever it is, it's a problem.
My diner, my to-go diner, when I was living in fucking Jersey,
Yeah.
my to-go diner was the Berkshire Diner. I went there especially on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Beef jerky soup.
Oh, that's great. A winter night and
Oh
cream
my
and turkey
God.
soup and
We
fucking
wouldn't,
Jersey.
we wouldn't stop coping on Wednesday.
Yeah, you'd have the respect for the soup. Fuck
That's
yeah.
how we strong Wednesday.
The cream and turkey's a sleeper.
A sleeper.
It's a sleeper if it's done well.
Oh
It's a
my
fucking, it'll change your life.
And they had a thing, and see, this is the reason I can't. The only thing I listen, right now, I'm really want to say, because ever since Ralphie died, really woke my eyes. I was like, tomorrow, I go to a detox or 11:30. See if I can get some guy my arthritis in my knee.
Right.
You're young now.
Yeah.
You're 55 and you're a comic. You climb a lot of stairs.
Yeah.
Comedy clubs.
Yeah.
Walk a lot of airports. So I've already had 2 knee surgeries. And tomorrow I'm going for arthritis. I love to sit here and I tell you it's because of my athletic performance. Right. It's because you're a fat fuck. Right. I'm a fat fuck. So now I gotta go deal with this arthritis. That's why I say you started now.
Yeah, I'm 35. I gotta start.
You want to start? I went to Weight Watchers in my 40s, and it was phenomenal. I tell you now, at 57, if I drink water, I can't win. Really? Like I have to watch everything. Yeah. And I know that I do a lot better. Like if I'm hungry now, I do a lot better if I eat a steak.
and just marinate that meat Making it so tender, and then I have to wait an entire day after I worked hours and hours in the kitchen, just shopping everything and making a perfect adobo. And by the way, I have to buy a great wine because I don't marinate my meat with great wine. Just an entire thing just to fucking grab it and then to watch everyone's faces when they eat it.
You know, and for me, it's not even so much like how it tastes for me. I enjoy, like, I get the most joy out of watching other people eat my food.
I guess it's orgasmic.
I may or may not get a boner, but I tell my wife that.
No, but my favorite dessert is ROTHSCHILD, and I do know how to make. Yes, I do know how to bake. I do know how to make cookies. I made my sister a pink champagne cake for her birthday.
I don't even know what a champagne cake is.
It's just a bunch of coloring and champagne inside. But I know how to bake, yes.
I'm more of a like smoking meat type of guy myself. I let my wife do things.
You guys are testing me. I know how to cook and I know how to bake.
Oh yeah, no, I love it. Well, I love cooking. I don't know if it's just maybe rice cake.
No, I understand my friends. Like, if there's stuff, like, you can go ahead and call me or FaceTime me, and I'll show you how to do it. My sister does that all the time, and she has two kids. Like, sometimes when she's stuck, she like secretly calls me. Like, she doesn't want her husband to know, but her soon-to-be husband to know. And I'm just like, just do this, that, and he has no idea, but then he's just like, I heard him basically cook. I'm like, I know, yeah. But no, she had to say that. No, she did it.
I mean, heck, if you season it right, you can get away with throwing like just what you have in your pantry and dish, get away with it. I mean, if you know how to balance it right.
I rock bad. Nothing. Sorry, Victoria. No, I was just gonna say that I know how to make a good fucking pizza. That's what happens when you grow up poor. You just get creative with your country. And I got big as a kid, especially when my mom couldn't work for a month. And I was that person that had to cook everything, and I had to take care of my sister, I had to take care of my other two cousins, and I was just a little girl. I took care of babies, and I had to work while I was in college and still be a mom without being a mom. And, you use hard beans, and you have pasta, you mix it all together, and you have the right seasonings. That's it.
Amen.
That's a decent move.
Time and cooking for me. And everything just done at the same time perfectly. Yeah, I make cakes, which is I'm not making a nice cake, but yeah, I started making space cakes when I was like 13. Just picture the night from there. I'm not making a these days.
I love it. Can I even make toast? That's crazy.
Should be.
Right. Like any sugar now, I'm done. Sugar's the devil. Sugar destroys. At my age right now, who Joey Diaz is to that? I could, if I take one of Mercy's candies at night, if I walk by two of the Starbucks.
Did she do a good job? Yeah. I mean,
Just looking at the trees, living their breathing, they're moving with you. And I was just like, space, like the woods were connected with my spirit, right? With my breathing.
military occupation, especially. Hell yeah, I was a true too. I was a machine gunner and a designated major myself. Yeah, I was 16, so I was pretty small. Like, I started my story, so that's how I get some start signs and decided to give me the GPMG, and you know, I was a machine gun and he put me up in the live up and out there. So I was went all over the line until I had sucker and the moves and yeah, GPMG and yeah, they goes by the time right into that. They took out the whole one. I was in military 2000. I was in
I'm so sorry. Your friend saying that.
And there's a lot of media difference. You can sign up for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/church. With results like that, it's no wonder 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. One day, no looking through resumes, because time is money. You know that. You're a businessman. Why am I telling you this? See why ZipRecruiter is effective for all business or supermarket or cartel. ZipRecruiter is going to help you out. Try ZipRecruiter for free at our exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/church. Our brother's, fallen brother's birthday. How old were you?
Ralphie was in 48.
40 fucking 8. That's a big 48. Huh?
That's a big
48 and 480.
That's what I was going to do. I think he was 480 when he checked out.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Thank you for always checking in with me. Thank you for letting me know what you're doing.
Oh, yeah. We like checking in with you from the road. It's always fun to get inspirational quotes from the road when we're out.
Oh, you have to. It's funny how years ago I went on my ROTHSCHILD show and told the story that really taught me who I was. My mother at the time, she had a friend that the friend made it home. I said, no, and, you know, there were 200 people in my mom's wake. He said, if you ever need anything, call. They changed it up, but this person, they really taught me when somebody has a friend, they're a big friend after death. And in this case, with all the money probably being away, all the bullshit friends he had, at least there were you two guys. I don't know who raised you in this way. They did a good job because you still hold up to his little legacy. I see little quotes time.
We just want to, you know, keep Ralphie's name out there. He was a good man to us and somebody that was inspirational to us, that did things for us that not many people really did, stepped up. And I'm not just talking comedy, as a man, as a friend. And we spent many hours on that bus just talking heart to heart, laughing and talking shit. And he just means a lot. His birthday today, February 17th, he would be 48. But who knows what he'd be talking about this comedy right now with all this censorship and all this people with selfie pussies all, you know.
Right, we walk up a hotel bar.
Oh, yeah.
I told you, Caroline, one time, I got there at 2, we checked in at 12. He was on his second bar. I called room service.
We're not like downstairs.
The whole fucking cats, even brittle, whatever the fuck was in their cheese cracks. He called me another bastard. He said, I'm not angry. Nobody was here.
We loved it when we were on the road. He'd get those suites, but he'd rather stay on the bus sometimes, and we'd take over his suite, and we'd order room service and put on the robe and answer the door and pretend we were Ralphie and sign his name and order all kinds of fucking talking shit to him, tell him to get off his fucking bus and get his lazy ass in here and let's party. Because, you know, last couple of years, he hadn't been on that bus. He loved that bus. Just stay on that bus. Yeah. Sometimes we'll hear certain songs and different things, and it makes us laugh. Or whenever we're listening to Pandora or Sirius and even Ralphie's bits come on, it always makes us laugh. We always turn it down and tell everyone to shut the fuck up in the car so we can listen to his bit, you know, and just to hear his voice.
It's crazy how just me being me, I haven't been second to death yet. Yeah, to me, he's on the road. It's me, you guys will know. Yeah, I follow you guys a lot. Sometimes it's weird. I fucking scroll. I open the phone to call somebody and know something about us too. And my fucking heart stops. Especially if it happens on a Saturday.
That's when you guys talk.
Takes the wind out of me, you know, and It's really weird, the process of recomplaining. It doesn't matter whether it's Ralph or anybody else. The process is such a small one, you know. I gotta tell you this, and people who still talking about Ralphie, it's you guys and George. You know, Carl and George, driving around New York. You know, one time Ralphie took me in there and we ate like 20 pounds of lobster. And it's weird how you see people that I know for a fact, Ralphie out there. I'll see them wait to say something about Ralphie and they won't mention it. It's like Ralphie was just a person who went through their life, not to us. Yeah. To us, let's face it, this last week, I was in Tempe. Thank you, Rob, that, the Soulmate shows. Chelsea's doing a great job. Yeah, she's great. You know, I need a girl in front of me because so many fucking couples come. Sure. So many women like kids for their boyfriends. They don't want to say anything, right? Like, just want to be the boyfriend. And now they got to hear all this shit. Yeah, I always do better with a girl. Like, when I want to come be a fucking we feel the same way. It's a combination to have. But I thought about how
Felicia Rashad.
guess what? Like, my mother died.
You heard me, Felicia Rashad. She played Claire Huxtable in the Cosby Show. I would take her in the 1980s, and I'd take her today, son. Hell yeah, I'll say it again. I'll take her in the 1980s, and I'll take her now. My 2 sons.
Yeah, fucking Tony Romo before his show, he fell asleep, tucked his napkin in. That's the best part of the video. He tucked his napkin in his fucking shirt. He slept for 3 fucking minutes.
Yeah. No matter how big the napkin was, it always it was like a baby napkin, like a bar napkin, because he was that big.
Yeah, fucking snoring at the table, head snaps back, he makes that. He's like, why does this bitch keep bringing me cold ribs? I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? They've been sitting there for 30 minutes. You let me sleep here like an asshole for 30 minutes? I go, yeah. We ate your cheddar biscuits too. Who the fuck sleeps at Tony Roma's or wherever the Red Hot, wherever the fuck we went?
I still go back to that. You know, it's weird how he's gone to do this whole way when I was fucking college.
Yeah.
And now, sometimes you go to a comedy club,
Hell yeah.
and a club owner mentions, tell me a story with it's a positive, sure. And then you watch something else, and it's flashbacks. Yeah. Sometimes it's
She's no longer from Marvin's Show.
because you never saw the pussy, it's just in flashbacks.
This is some
Now,
shit.
pussy actually became a snitch. Yeah. And now I go flashbacks, the conversations we had. Now I see why we had that conversation. Yeah. Now I see why he said those words. Not to be stronger than I, you know. These pieces together is so weird how I always enjoyed Bro Ralph. At the end of the day, Bro Ralph was 29 tag years. Yeah, it's Ralph. Agreed. It's fucking so sad. You know, tell people that all your life you work, you strive to be this rich person, you want to go to bitches, you live, you get stuff. But if you knew him like for me, he was happier when he was in that fucking apartment. Headlining, killing rooms, and people were not expecting him. Selling merch earlier, way before last comics. Yeah, you know. And I still remember Jay Moore coming into his life. Jay-Z positive, all the things Jay is. Jay's a good guy. He was good then. Made an associate producer of the show. Jay was hot. Jay was hot. Yeah. Jay fucking pulled Ralphie up. You know, he created last comics with the black guy Walter. Yeah. Where the fuck is Walter?
Who knows? I think he's working at AMPM. I don't know.
Yeah. Last time I saw him, man, I created that motherfucking show. Shit. Yep. Jeff, what's his name? Ralphie.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that show did a lot for Ralph. And yeah, broke Ralph, more money, more problems. You can say it too. He was collecting these checks. He's like, boys, enjoy these times. You're making good money, but more money means more problems. Staying on the road. When you're out like he was, staying on the road, all kinds of problems happen at home. You know, when you're not there to check in with your family and life and calling in. That's before FaceTime and shit. You know, he wasn't FaceTiming anybody else. He was just calling in whenever he woke up.
You know, and that was the one thing I took away. His comedy career was I studied Mitch, I studied stand-up, I studied obviously, I studied regularly comedy. Look at these headliners, feature, you study and you get to the point where it's special. Try to emulate it and see if it works for you. For me, it was like Rich and Chevy and seeing Paul Worthy. For a while there, Rogan was fucking 5 years ago. I mean, his material was so out there. There were so many people that I learned from. Ralphie was one of those guys I learned more of life off stage, right? How I should live my life off stage. You know, I was crack jokes. I still remember Rogan calling me when they go into the gym. We're on the road and they're calling me like at 10 in the morning. Hey, I'm going to the gym. I'm like, we're on the road. Like, what fucking gym are you talking about? Like, after a few days going down there with these fucking doing cleaning and shit, I'm like, I'm riding the bike for like 10 minutes. That's all you got me for. Yeah. You know, and now I see the importance of working out. Saturday, I didn't want to work out. But fucking in there for the hotel lobby and do 30 minutes on the lifting room and do some weights around. You know, from Ralphie, I learned more the path of not to take all the time. Like, that was the thing. Ralphie was so old school that he knew I just realized this year that these agents,
Wait, it's in Fanda.
once they get their hooks on the road, that's all. There's no films. There's no TV projects anymore.
Damn, I eat quicker, though.
Talk to them anytime.
Alright, I'm covering that shit. Go to bed.
Bring all the assistants, all the agents.
Why? I mean, we can fuck too, but I think I gotta work one up before I think
Have this conversation. So, like, what would you rather make $500 or $5,000? Right. Yep. So, you know, in your world, you're like, man, I wanted to do more. You know, for a while there, Ralphie did go on TV. Yeah, and they were saying, no, you're too fat, which he fucking was. Yeah, they weren't lying to him. He didn't see it, you know, but he decided to become a road comic, not just a road comic. One of the best guys working. He had the bus, the Elvis belt, the fucking orange jacket, you know. Yeah. But I learned little from that. It was more of how to act off the fucking stage. The one thing I picked up day one was I never liked listening as a feature actor. I never liked working on fucking Sunday. Waking up in Dallas. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with Dallas. I'm just using where it happens. It was Dallas. I wrote up like beat up all like Rocky the Boy saying curses or improvising or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing in this room? It's 10 in the morning. I gotta sit here all fucking day for a 7 o'clock fucking show. And who's gonna be at it? It's fucking football. Yeah, Sunday's gonna work. And it's a free room. It's a bunch of old people right there that come to the 7 o'clock show. Yeah. You know, and I'm like, I'm done. You know. And I remember just having a relationship with my girlfriend at the time, going, I gotta be home for Sunday dinner. Just because we don't have kids doesn't mean we're involved in Sunday dinner. It's just the same. Important to go back and that's where Ralphie didn't come home. He'd fucking stay on that bus and Monday night shows, Tuesday night funny bones. And even if he didn't pick up work, that's when he regenerated sleep like a fucking listen. If I don't have a child, my life work, I just it just makes sense to me. Right. Sometimes you really does. It's really rough, you know? You go to Buffalo, you go all the way back here for 3 days, and go all the way back. I would either take her with me, or just say I'm going for 3 weeks. Buffalo, Sunday, stay and spend the night in Buffalo, eat some wings, relax in the hotel room, work when it shoots you to do it, spend the 3 days in the hotel and do work, whatever, I don't give a fuck, sleep.
Yeah.
And then Thursday, when New York, pay a fucking $500 a night for the hotel, do $500.
Yeah, we're going to do shows.
Do Sunday, because you're going to be on the road anyway.
Yeah, you might as well
work Sunday, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You get more fucking pound for $8, and you might as well do Thursday show. Like maybe just 1 show on Wednesday. Right. Maybe 1 show up at 9 on Wednesday, and then Thursday you go to DC. Right. That's a smart move on the train. That's a smart move for anybody. I can't do that. People don't understand. You can't. It's not how it is. Work through the home, do the podcast, lift some fucking weights, go boxing, go to the comedy show, every day, work on the material. For me, that's work. Right. But for Ralph, he was doing this. I still look at him like I'm leaving it out. Where did he go? I gotta go out and tell him next week. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Something's gotta be going on. There's a fuck about next week. It's next week. But there wasn't no Twitter. Right. There wasn't no Facebook. Let people know. Really, podcasting wasn't his thing. No. So he was a great guest. He didn't want to do podcasting.
No, he tried his shit for a while. He's a better guest than he was running. He wouldn't do it every week. You know what I mean? He would follow through with that shit.
So the last couple of weeks, I guess you and I, well, the three of us have been the object of just like getting treated like 3 guys that watch the documentary. Right. To learn about Rabbi, man. Right now, for people who don't know, I think it was last Saturday, I woke up to an email from a writer. Nice guy, he's just doing his job. He's trying to put an article together for his ex-wife. And, if you read the words around, I call them facts. Things that I had seen over the years. Like I said, I had been there while I had a day job. Right. She drove the camper. My business is day one. Right. And hindsight, bits and pieces. I caught this, I caught that. And I never told anybody that she was married to me. Gold digger, that was a lot. She was there. So I give a lot of all those credits for that. A couple of disagreements with what happened. How things were handled after his death. And 2 years prior to his death. All 3 of us know here has meant that Rabbi was no saint. Rabbi had demons that were coming back to haunt him. But they were all awoken by this horrible relationship he had found himself in. He was trapped. He looked back. What I see. Yeah. You guys before the podcast started told the story. You heard her, on the phone. Yeah, kill yourself. Yeah, it was crying.
It wasn't, Ralphie's relationship at the end of the past couple of years. It wasn't happy-go-lucky. They were going through divorce for years. And it was back and forth. And Ralphie was a mess emotionally, physically. He was losing weight, but at the same time, he was gaining weight, drinking a 12-pack of Coca-Colas. I think a lot of people think, Ralphie's a big guy. He always must have gained a lot. That's not the case. He would just drink Cokes and he would eat late night. He wouldn't do anything. He was lethargic, and that's why he gained weight. And the whole thing with Lana, she's out there talking discouraging shit on the 3 of us, and the whole thing is she's not innocent in this whole situation. She would say horrible things to Ralphie. Horrible things to Ralphie, and Ralphie said horrible things to her, and that's why we tried to separate ourselves on tour during the divorce, because we were caught in the middle, and things were getting wild, and Ralphie needed time away from the road, and nobody, his management, nobody was backing up Ralphie coming off the road. You know, there's probably a lot of overhead, he had to go out and get it. Right. But whatever she's saying on these podcasts isn't really, you know, we didn't enable Ralphie to do anything. You know, Ralphie did whatever the fuck he wanted to do on the road. Yeah. And
Ralphie was just I had 1,000 conversations about him switching his schedule. I still remember one specific conversation where it was like one of those, it's time for you to do this. It's time for you to go out there with the walk up with us. Relations type thing. Four openings. Take care of you. You want me to see the other side of the road. The same kind of way you see what I was doing prior to 2007. I think about it, if I had been doing cocaine now, I'd be able to try to come home together for 4 days in the podcast. Everything like that. Why do it down? It's like sleeping off all day. You show Saturday, but if you do Saturday, so you can sleep it off. We do one show on Sunday. How we come home either. And this is all. We all saw this session that is just become a star overnight. We saw him climb higher goals. And then something happened. Like one day, just something switched, you know. And it was sad, you know. I heard little things here and there. Anybody who believes this, whether you believe this or not, we've not really had a conversation about those. Right. As much of a junkie as I am, I didn't have to argue in front of him because I knew that I was losing. He wasn't confronting me. But even got his feelings hurt one time when I had a conversation with him after they were separated. I just tried to have a conversation with her.
I believe it's by Dion.
He was mad at me like 4 or 5 months. He didn't speak to me. That's how sensitive guy.
But he felt betrayed because you talked to her?
Right. Something like that. I said something wild or something. And, you know, after Ralphie's death.
Can you play What's Love Got to Do It by Tina Turner?
Maybe 4 months before Ralphie's death, I found out from different sources the things that were going on during this divorce.
What's love got to do with it?
Having been accused of something I haven't done. Nice feeling.
No, it's not.
And listen, I've been accused of things I haven't done. But I really wasn't put myself there. I wasn't deep. It's not nice when you're accused of something I haven't done. You're accused of sexual harassment, grabbing someone else's ass. Anything about me. You know, she said grab a foot, I couldn't believe it. I can tell that's I'm not going to smack her like that. So, if I'm going to grab something, I'm going to grab your pussy for 2 years. I'm going to grab it hard. The fuck your clit up. You're going to have clit damage. Assault too. So it's always hard when you're accused of things. I saw that. Now I know there was a situation where he didn't see his kids without a
supervised. He didn't see his kids the last couple of years he was alive.
No, that's weird. That as a man, I can tell you something now. I lost my daughter. I have a 30-year-old daughter. We don't talk. I can sit here and tell you all the pros and cons and tell you how the life. But I'm going to tell you something.
Simply the best. Proud Mary.
Who the person I was in 1994 when I was going through all that. I wouldn't give permission to my wife to see the kid. Right. I was just being paid like I wanted a child, kidnapped the child. Anything like that, but I was the type of person that had a trust me before. I had to meet him down, he didn't meet me at 8. And I got I can't walk me with the drug dealers. I'm moving up the man now to tell you these things. I was that crazy back then. I think about myself and my daughter now in the car. Who I was back then. It's two different stories. Rabbi did have a little bit of a problem. And I would be a little hesitant about letting the kid go in his car.
We're trying. Oh, so you just right up.
She told me something.
She was on, as far as some of the things she's saying are pretty accurate, and then a lot is just fabricated to make Ralphie look really, really poor. A lot of people have heard about this documentary, it's heard us, all of us. We haven't seen it, we're not going to see it. We were on the road during the filming of this. It was never meant to see the light of day. Whatever, first it was a weight loss thing, then she changed it to whatever the fuck she called it now. But Ralphie never wanted that on. He didn't even want that chick on the bus filming us. He didn't want it. He told us, get rid of her. And finally, he sent her home from Boston or wherever city we were in. I think we did the Wilbur Theater in Boston. And then he sent her home. And he didn't think that thing would ever come out, And then after he died, all of a sudden now there's this fucking documentary. But Ralph didn't want it. We were preparing for his Netflix special. That's what we were doing. We were reviewing his jokes every night and getting him ready for his Netflix special. That's what it was for. So, whatever it is now, she can say whatever she wants. Like I said, my brother and I just choose not to even be bald. You know what I mean? Because Ralphie would be upset with us if we weren't bald. You know what I mean? And we're going to honor him for the rest of our lives. And he's all we care about. She can say whatever she wants. He didn't engage. We didn't. Ralphie did whatever the fuck he wanted.
I'm gonna take the beginning of this song.
So we never had that relationship with Ralphie either. That was something that he did that in his privacy of his house.
I'm a partner.
Yeah,
I had a move for 2,000 I did blow. Ralphie didn't do
and Ralphie wasn't even much of a drinker either.
So, it wasn't. I don't like the allegations that we were doing drugs with him prior days to his death. The only drugs I did with Ralphie were edibles, cheese.
And us too.
You want to throw me under the bus for that? Be my fucking guest. He had been smoking reefer way before he ever met Lana.
Yes.
He had been smoking reefer. That was his way of dealing with things.
And when they did the autopsy or whatever, there was no drugs in Ralphie's system, so she can say whatever. Go on these podcasts. Ralphie wasn't on drugs. He didn't even smoke weed a couple weeks before he died. He wasn't even smoking weed because he didn't feel good. And so he was staying in Vegas at a friend's house or whatever. But Ralphie wasn't doing anything. The night before, whatever TMZ's, that was all bullshit too. He had bronchitis. Yeah, he had bronchitis, and Ralph wasn't feeling good. And so whatever it is, but I know that me and my brother did not enable him to do anything. Yeah,
stand-up comics wiring. It became stand-up comics. The wiring is not there. Something is short. There's a short somewhere in that fucking circle. So one of the shorts is that 8 out of 10 comics should have this. I don't know how to say this without signing myself. No respect for authority. That was what got us into comedy. That boss that broke our balls. We wanted to be our own boss. We wanted to control our own destiny. So because of that, it's a strength and a weakness that us comedians have. We're going to do whatever the fuck it is that we're going to do. And that's just the way life is. And then we wait for the consequences. In the last 2 years, we've seen this with comics. Push the barriers. And we don't even know that we push the barriers. Some good, some didn't. And the result is that, whatever you want to call it, society, rather than shrinking or a slight punishment or all the music time out. Right. Music is something on weekends. Right. But there's some people at the house going, these terrible every fucking 15 years. All right. Well, the more than I ever saw about 13 shows in 20 minutes. People in New York. I'm fucking still pissed that he walked through the top. It's such a fucking weird thing. With Ralphie, though, it's like, with this whole news thing, first of all, the film, obviously, whatever. I talked to him about the film every other day. I can't prove Facebook messages that they got it. And they feel really bad or whatever. The most message I get is that it turned to her. Like, it turned to her, which is what? Before anybody was my friend. I saw how the last 2 years was like, what do you want me to do? Be your friend. And then I saw this rape allegation. You know what rape allegations is? They have an idea what a rape allegation is.
I mean, we never had it against us, but we know what it is. Yeah. It's bad.
You have any idea what a rape allegation is? Y'all had kidnapped her, arrested for kidnapping. Y'all didn't look at me like I was a fucking Martian. And I thought, like, that's kidnapping. Kidnapping is the cousin of rape.
Yeah, right.
You know, it's like a cousin to dirty cousin to rape. They treat you like that.
Right.
So until I lost that kidnapper, I can take a breath. Once he started talking about second-degree burglary, accessory to a felony, but I didn't realize how seriously kidnapping was. They kidnapping fucking serious, and they give you time. And you know what happened when you got a prison for that? I know this kid, man. I know this kid 22 years, and guess what? I got locked up. There's rapists in the area, and they do have a different smell. You're running rapists, they have a different smell. It's funny. So I guess he's got raped somebody. And I just found out 2 weekends ago. They've been trying to get you around the time. I got a jersey and a coat. But I find out now, 2 years later, he did try to rape somebody years ago. It's not that way.
We're working with them next weekend.
Some chick is drunk, you're fucking a midget, you don't know it, shame on you.
Yeah.
You think the Dodgers wanted a trophy, now go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Shame on you, don't like motherfuckers.
Yeah.
You looking around,
For the old trash.
Astros are throwing fucking strikes at you because you weren't paying attention. 2020. Yeah, you don't trust nobody.
Yeah.
I've met a cat, I look at his eyes. I don't look nowhere else. You dumb fuck.
Right there.
You feed a bitch and you keep your eye on an evil, dirty, virus infected fucking corona bitch.
Yeah.
It's the truth. No, it's the fucking truth.
Yeah.
So, shame on fucking you. But that rape allegation, I can't get over that. I'm done. I'm done. I've been there. Nobody ever accused me of rape, God forbid. Yeah, but I've been there when somebody's accused me of something I haven't done. But I know what he told me about the rape. I saw the pain in his eyes.
Oh, it broke his heart.
And that's it. For me, that was it. Once he died, I never had the same nothing to her.
That mixed in with child custody, the years-long divorce, going from being on the road tour to getting a residency in Vegas just so he could be in one spot, so he could see his kids. That's why he took the residency at Harris, so he could be closer to his kids. He wanted to see them, and he missed them. And we get it. We're not telling you he was the greatest dad. We're not telling you that. But what we are saying is he loved them. He loved his kids a lot, and he loved them. But with all his heart, he just wanted to see him, and I understand. If she wanted him to have,
I know the situation. Which one of you is the divorce?
we both are now.
Who is the one that had the problem with custody?
I did. And it was a battle.
I'm glad you me.
And
I just got over it. It happened to me in 1995.
yeah, 2020.
25 years of pain. I think maybe till 2010 to get over the walk down the aisle with somebody. And all of a sudden, you have a child, 2 kids. It's, that's always a great thing. You have evil reports. I don't wish that on anybody. That's why I tell people, when you get married, think twice, think 3 times. I want you to see her other side. I want you to look at her. What is she capable of fucking doing? When you bring up with a woman that's got a child, her first defense is you're not going to see her kid. Or you're lucky for a second marriage, you're not going to see her kid. Right. That's the number 1 defense. Sure. Right. There's some women that line up on percentages may be wrong, but judgment falls for the most part. There's a lot of women, that's their first thing, Yeah. And you know what? That's when it becomes fucking shit. Yeah. If you use a fucking porn shit, you have a porn. And the kids suffer. Yeah, the kids suffer because they're little warnings. They can't wrap their heads around what's going on. Yeah. So God's not there. They're not mentally prepared. You take the ear beatings, just home life wasn't good for Ralph. He'd rather stay on the road, or if you just stay in Nashville. He had a house in Nashville. We would just stay there, and then we'd go back on the road. But he didn't want to come home. So she filed first, the first time, and then reconciled, and then he did serve her. Before the 10-year anniversary, they were going to be married for 10 years. He served her, and she talked him out of it, whatever. And then, and then he went through a 2-year divorce. He was living in Vegas. They parents leased him a house. He was living in this big 76-bedroom fucking house by himself, which is sad. And we would go see him and visit him. But yeah, the last 2 years of his life, he was going through a hell of a fucking divorce. And people don't really think about that. She's, poor Ralphie, whatever she's doing now, but she put Ralph's life through hell the last 2 years of his life. We all talk to him. You talk to him every Saturday. He just, his last couple years of his life, man, was not happy times. I can tell you that.
It was tough for him to perform. He'd be an emotional mess about the whole thing. And it was tough for Ralph to perform. Then he got sick, and he couldn't kick that sickness. And passing away that night or whatever. So, here we are a couple years later, and people are still talking negative about the poor big boy. It's like, hey, let's let him rest in peace, and let's talk about the good things, and let's put a rest to.
I'm gonna tell you something. A club owner or a club manager say something, a story to me about Ralph. They always follow it up with, "We really love the dude."
Oh, for sure.
It was a shame. Yep. Let's get this straight.
Yeah.
There wasn't a club owner who hated that man.
Oh, never.
That man packed the room. That man took care of the wait staff. I learned from the man. He would bring a pound of weed for the wait staff.
Oh, yeah. And he did $300 each. Like, he would line up the whole fucking staff, and he'd give them a couple $100 each. The whole staff.
I mean, this was a guy that would give you the shirt off the back. And, for somebody to write an article about somebody based off of fucking book that is a system fucking program.
Yeah. Ralphie did not write that book.
That's some fucking shit. And now the words of Monica are always an angry woman. She got angry. Everything's not worked out. And I wrote her an email. And I thought about it for 3 days before I answered it. I wanted to answer it. As Ralphie's brother would answer it. I didn't want to answer it. Joey Diaz would answer it. No. I wish them luck. I told her how to start. But this was not. I told her the truth. This is not you haven't figured that out yet on your own. Shame on you. Shame on you. Right now, the state of this town, you are, I knew that he died, and anybody, her blindness is so obvious that anybody would know that the party's over. Party's over. Let me take this out. Fucking dump this while the market's still high. To make a future for my children. This is not bad advice. Take that house in Nashville. Put that on the fucking market. Put on Florida, most of your grandparents. Is that right home? And work the ships with a fucking suitcase of money in your backpack. And in my mind, we don't bring Ralphie up anymore. Awful lot of I have it. You know, look at club schedules. Before you read this article and make your judgment, look at any club schedule. I'll send you $5 to find me. Nobody's not in this class. You're at the Ice House. I've heard through confidential informants at the Ice House that they're working on hiring anymore because she was doing about fashion show. Bothered the management. It bothered the management of the fucking Ice House that she was still up there 3 years later sending a Ralphie bash, which breaks my fucking heart. What are you bashing? You're in a fucking house in Hollywood because of him. You drive a fucking Range Rover today because of him. Not because you're married or because you just fucking think Mike's fucking room on nights. It's a fucking bar. That's all from his fucking sweat that smelled like really good fucking milk. Never smell his neck. Please neck smell his neck.
We saw all kinds of shit on that.
You smell his neck.
Hello, Irish. We're not old.
That's his color already.
It's a proof Fabergé.
No, but that's the thing that really, and it's funny because after it's Saturday, Tuesday he called me on Saturday, I woke up the last Saturday, and I fucking went up, he couldn't fucking email from my telling me my business. There's a lot of other I don't know what the I don't know about actually Scotland's past. I don't know what my fucking Benjamin's past and Ellie Walker's past. But there's something I knew for 20 fucking years. It's Ralphie, man. I studied that. Don't fucking come to me with a Ralphie race car. I'll put it on your head. He was no age. And we had for the last year, what? Try living without your kids. Try having people accuse you. Yes, some of the allegations were true.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He must have passed out a few times. We agree with that. We agree with that 100%. He was not a monster. No, I like the badge. I'll give you 50%. For some reason, my word is gold. Yeah, he was a man with faults. Guess what? I got faults. I always got faults. Shane got faults. This fucking guy here, he's Johnny faults. You know, we all have faults. 100%. But we are good. And he probably did have faults. Yeah, towards the end. He didn't see him. I saw that man. He felt fucking dollhouse. He was bagged up his eyes and doubled in all over the country and falling asleep. Fucking stay.
We seen it firsthand. You know, the Chiefs were going strong. Once they sponsored that in 2015, 14,
we fell asleep after a ride. I would fall asleep after a garbage can. I just wouldn't fall asleep. I did this for 7 years in the podcast. I didn't fall asleep on the podcast. Did you? Yeah, but there was one. What was that? Sorry, quite sure.
What's his name?
Thank you for correcting me. One night, it just expected to do it. Yeah, I just like keep doing what you're doing. Put my head back. Sure. We'll just spend it. Right. And one night, so we had a recorded podcast. I was snoring. Like the whole fucking thing. Yeah, like it was just, yeah, just. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what magazine it is. Again, I'm not going to put it down. Yeah, or write it down. Or even put it down. We just get paid to shoot that. This kid was ace. He really was ace. He was. That's the good times. Yeah, 1:30 we went there. I was so fast, I just wrapped up. I did part reads around there. I did varsity game. I don't know who else was there. Piece of shit. He always crack a barrel.
Oh, okay.
Fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
He loved it.
Yeah, and Waffle House. He'd fucking get a hard on over a Waffle House at fucking 3:30 in the morning.
Oh, that place is disgusting. And I remember another person who some chick we gave dumps of fucking ice cream. Because that's around the city lived in Jersey. I'm talking about 2000. Wow. 99 maybe, 2001 late. His halfway to school. And he had started a relationship with them on his own. That was a big down in my hometown. Right. So once by the time he didn't last to understand, he was just calling the pathways, stopping by and then he'd give him a tray. Rice pudding. They was good. And Rabbi would tell me I ate the whole fucking thing. The whole fucking thing. I eat the whole tray right now. Yeah, for sure. Right now, I eat the whole fucking tray. Yeah.
But yeah, I people that are listening, I mean, we're not trying to bash on Vana. I just know that Rocky was a good person, a real good man, and a hilarious comedian. We don't want his legacy to be drug on through the mud. You know what I mean? Like, we love Ralph, and he was a really, really good guy. You know, so any negative shit you hear out there, take it for what it is. But he was a good old boy. That's what he used to say. If Ralphie liked you, he would say he's a good old boy. And me and my brother still say that to this day. If you're a good person, you were a good old boy. And Ralph was a good man. You know,
We love you guys. I really appreciate it. You guys still because it means that we're calling. And in Hollywood, these friends that are fair weather friends. Coke marks are flying, pussy's flying, they got your back. Once that Coke mark disappears, you know, they're gone. Most people like that, but comedy, you on your way up, he wants to be your friend and everything. You know, Ralphie had requests. Ralphie used to show me shit that people would send them that would blow your mind. And now I get those same people be like, what the fuck, man? You crazy, you retarded, you know? It was just weird to see his growth, but I will tell you one thing, and I told somebody that he was a lot better poor. He was a lot happier. He was so happy when he was poor. He would sit in that fucking one bedroom apartment and do his game or something. He had that Forerunner that was driving tipped over, like the shocks on the left side. He had a line to you. The shocks would give him hell. That shirt used to wear that button. Over on the deal right there. It was over here. He was dying laughing. He holds on to that shirt trying to keep it together. He destroyed those shockers on his Forerunner, a red tan Forerunner. You would see it come down the block. You could see that he was breaking his balls, but was calling with the shockers. You took it over, the seat was fucked up. You dropped the car foot under there, you could stick your hand under there. And his car seat, he had broken everything. It was just a seat that was on. He had to drive like Chicago yellow. That's how big he was. That's how big he was. He had like a major four. The head company put like that, that was their toy. He had flattened up the seat. Yeah, the metal just went through the metal. Just gave up. That's you can't believe this thing. But and then when you called about it, his face would get red. Yeah, he fucked you 1,000 times. Yeah, that's how you know that he fucked up. I remember having this conversation. I used to look at Anthony John Weston picking me up on a Monday. Coming from you know, I did a show. I snorted it. I was in the 200s. The next time I went back, like the next time I go back, I'm only getting 4. I had already dipped into the and I'll never forget having John picking me up. And I was driving down the city. He was like, what happened? I don't know what happened. You don't know what happened. I tell you what happened. I'm 462. What do you mean you're 462? What scale do you say? 462. Show it to me right now. Unless you went to Rouse. What do you mean Rouse? Why would they wear me at Rouse? That's for cow. Oh, we were talking about actually, he was going to Jack in the Box. Oh, that was the shit. That was his last meal, actually. Oh, yeah. You can find the store 15 minutes before Ralph and still get the trailer before him. You have to go, Ralph, what happened? A bumper hit him on the street, and as soon as he opened his car door, you got a whip. You see a jalapeno, of course, the taco, fucking rabbits, not the taco, the chicken sandwich, and the jalapeno cheese stuff on the street. Oh my God, he was having cream cheese on his face. You only ate 3 of them. And then you would say, no, come on. It was like, wait, I'm eating 3 boxes. All right, I ate 12. Yeah, you know you ate 12. You're not going to stop at 3. Nobody would wait on that line. No fucking 3 boxes. Fucking roll some jalapeno. You fucking love those things. Yeah, the most disgusting things. Yeah. I know if I worked at Jack in the Box, I'd put those up my ass. Just on principle. Yeah, put them in the other bag. Outside of the fight.
Why are you giving them ideas? Yeah. There's one listener who works at Jack in the Box.
Don't put them up his ass. They don't want to Jack in the Box.
I don't even know how they were talking, but I know that they're going to enjoy it. Told me to put a jalapeno popper on my asshole.
One time you get angry now, after you like shit. Yeah. You bought them in the rough back. You fuck. Yeah, but that's not the respect. I just serve them out for the fact that when you eat that Big Mac, what the fuck you did this out here?
Let's just kind of, I don't know.
No, it's a fucking, some Arab guy sweat.
Yeah. Yeah. Jerked off 3 times. Hasn't washed his hands in a month.
No one goes to that thing thinking you're going to stealth burger. I do Ralphie the least out of all 4 of us, but it's like Stephanie went to hand was bad, but no one gets to be up in you God happy. Like those are like, and I don't know, and I don't know if we want to talk about him or whatever, but to get that big, like you don't go. He could have had a chef make it out, make it up. It's just there's something about that food that gives you a little bit of happiness real quick. To me, it sounds like at the end it was just an accumulation of everything. Fucks you up.
Guy, can you play Proud Mary by Tina Turner?
I saw the cloud, I got the cloud seats on them. I shot up, and long story short, I wanted I know Kobe Bryant. I haven't seen Kobe Bryant, though. Was I a fan? Yeah. Was I a super fan? Julius Erving guy, but I was a fan of Kobe Bryant. That motherfucker who plays his ball, rest in peace. They have him right on the CBS. And I just found this out at 37, guys. Okay, so let me just tell you how mine works. I live I told CBS when I really went to the other one. Rite Aid. All right, I went to Rite Aid. That Rite Aid is 1.1 miles from my house. That's how I found that. Rite Aid, try to go to Rite Aid. When I'm walking out on the street with my house, somebody dies and triggers. Yeah. Now, I get honest with you guys. I get high. I try to eat. I try to eat a couple apples. If I get high at night, a couple bananas, banana for lunch. Just to help out on the fat club. Heart attack, whatever. I'm looking at how pain works. That's people that you know, say much with the why some Johnny Cash fucking $800 pocket. You put down the stage and that full prison. But I walked in there, someone was crying out. And it's so deep because I walked out of the sand. And I told you, out of the sand, for $5 for Oreo doubles. Oh my God, I'm hungry, but I don't want a cheeseburger. I don't want nothing healthy. I would eat those two bags of Oreo. I'm suppressed in pain. I got something like his pain stepped out of his pain. I got another job. That's you. Yeah. In that material, in that fucking jungle that we become comedians, in that 45 minutes, to be that funny, something small as a kid. You know, go work hard, go work really hard. You know. Sebastian, something he saw as a kid, something happened, some trick alley wall. You know, she saw some guy get hit with a fucking nunchuck. She was floors. She was like, we gotta stop this shit. You know, when we coming for all these people that are comedians, you, us, yeah, me, Lee, all of this saw something, triggered something, you know. But that's our natural reaction to eat a fucking top bop. Yeah. If you let me, I would have picked those home. I don't even like them. I still do the Oreo. I hate milk more than others. Not real. I hate others more than terrorists. You never see a cow blow herself up with me. Wow. That's so fucking wrong. You know, what the fuck? You know, when I did my own realism, yeah, I could do a box of easy. Right. The only times I told myself I should do one row. Oh, yeah. You ever tell yourself, yeah, I'm only going to do one row. Yeah. A couple rows are going down. A couple rows are going down. But that's what pain is. Pain that comes to you and makes you do a pill, makes you eat 16 cheeseburgers. In my case, it was cocaine and then the 16 cheeseburgers. Yeah, I didn't get to be 418 because I was the Pied Piper. I didn't seem like I lost Jordan. I lost a mother who I grieved. I lost friends who I grieved. I was angry and frustrated on my life. You know, I ended up fucking.
Yo, the guy was playing.
Living a block from Hollywood, $700 money apartment, 9 cats. You know, meanwhile, Ralph was making millions. You know, when I was apprehensive, I was angry, Ralph. Just, he would have gave me a million. I would have wanted to. Yeah, it wasn't that. I was 418 pounds. I'm at the comedy store. Montreal don't want me. I see him, don't want you. Nobody wants you. Joe Rogan and Ralph think you're funny. What does that do? That's it. 2 people thought I was funny. I could see sure. Right. Yeah. So those 3 people kept me alive. You know what I'm saying? So this guy's doing this. What am I doing? I'm fucking eating. I can't see my daughter. I got 3 pair of pants. You know, I'm hooked on a fucking drug. It's horrible. Yeah, it's horrible. I wanted to get off. Didn't know where to fucking start. I didn't have 10,000 to go to Malibu rehab. I didn't want to go because they weren't going to help what I had going. They weren't going to take away what I had. That's bullshit. A rehab is just a good stop and check everything, and then eventually you go back to your old habits.
We got Ralphie fresh out of rehab. That was the worst we ever seen him. Well, when he first came out, yeah, we were the first weekend he came out of rehab. Yeah, he came out like a fucking rocket. We get on the bus, he's all, boys, fresh out of rehab. He's all, start rolling joints. Like it was his first day out. Yeah, he goes, start rolling joints. And there was a fucking mound, and he had a roller and all the supplies. And he goes, start rolling. We're going to smoke till we get to Ohio. We were like in Chicago. Yeah, we were somber. Yeah.
That motherfucker never took more than 10 steps. You know it. He ran around. He got one of those forklift scooters. One of those black guys that listen to taking a ride, man. Like $2,000. Had a
Logan, do you know Proud Mary?
Like Arnold Commando. Oh, he's so alive. Work with a lot of chase. Come back. Yeah, just kidding. Fucking out. You guys are doing intervention at the airport. He looked at them dogs.
Yeah, he's like, fuck
He
you.
said, you know what? These people got something. He didn't even say that.
Yeah.
He just ran. He started running like OJ, jumping through shit. That motherfucker had like 10 years. Yeah. And he was driving with fucking luggage and shit. Well, you fucking nuts. Yeah. I got 20 vitamins in my pocket. I'm thinking about a hotel room right close to here.
Yeah, go to sleep for 2 days.
And they hadn't even had that Uber Eats yet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank God. It would have been platinum.
You know what?
Platinum already.
Nobody ordered like he did.
Joey Arab was delivered right to his door every fucking time.
Yep. Like, here's your fucking garlic naan. Here's your fucking naan and your chicken tandoori.
You guys got a little show on Wednesday?
Yeah, we have the Dirty Show at the Ontario Pub. You know, next month will be 14 years we've been doing that show. 14 years, the Dirty Show.
Still can't get a weekend.
I can't get a weekend, but I'm thanks a lot, Lefty. Yeah, still can't get sucked up.
14 years.
Yeah, and can't get a weekend out of
They get the story. They have the story.
Yeah, we're not YouTube famous. Yeah, they get rid of these fucks. But yeah, we got the Dirty Show, and then and then this weekend we're with Brad Williams, and then we're at Oxnard at Levy Live, I think, after that. Yeah, but
Where are you with Brad at?
at the Spotlight Casino in India.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So we're gonna go out there this weekend with him and raise a little hell and just have fun. We haven't worked with him in a good 5-6 months, so we're excited to see him.
I know Ralphie's looking down right now. I'm very proud of you guys. And I guarantee he's shocked that all the people that he helped out, you two guys are the only ones that hold the fucking flag.
We will forever. We love. We know.
You know, that I just want people to know that this article is going to come out. You got 3 guys here that have no reason to lie. 3 people that don't profit off him. Nope. We don't do anything. All we want to do is put away a little something for his kids. Sometime when they're ready, I'll get it to the kids. I don't want the mom involved. I don't want her hands on it, you know. I'm sure that the kids are going to reach out. He wants to know. I'm sure that we're going to each get a call. I pray that someday that when his daughter reach out, say we want to know what happened. That's the obvious. They all reach out. Yeah. So that's always the obvious. And again, I won't say anything about the drugs because at the end it doesn't really matter. You know, it doesn't really matter. His contribution to comedy was huge. What he did for the comedians, lots of them, which was just a humanitarian thing. Any good comic knows that you have to help the younger guys. Sure. What am I talking about? Help when you're on the road or whatever. That's not help. Guiding. Yep. Telling you little things from time to time, throwing you a bone. Call that guy who's got a gig. It's an help. It's an help. It's 7.5 hours on roller skates. Yep. You can't drive because the road is too big. Right. But it pays 800 and a fucking food. Yep. And suck your dick. Yeah. And the waitress got big titties. So low. And you're like, fuck it, I'll do it. That's what, you know, that's what you get confused with that. You have to get the younger guys. Nobody, you know, I've heard. Like I said, I've heard thousands of stories from club owners, both negative holds with a positive measure, because they loved the brand and he went out there to make money. Yep. Ralphie didn't cry in making money for him. He did. Ralphie really wanted the wait staff to make money. I learned that from Ralphie. You know, it's like when people go, oh, we want this percentage. Would you do that? Take that percentage. Don't do that. Get that taste also. Even though I know they're robbing. They all rob a little bit. Come on, you know that they all rob a little bit.
Anybody who's paying cash, that shit's falling off the register.
That shit's falling off the register. But, you know, I learned a lot from that man. I learned a lot from that man. I learned how to be a gentleman. And that's why I can't believe out of all the things comedy was, one thing they're forgetting in this whole article is to say that he's a gentleman. You know, you can say all this shit while it does. You can make all the assessments for the documentary or the memoir. Telling you one thing straight up, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, that's more important than being a millionaire. That's more important than being a movie star. That's the most important thing. And that's what I do. That's why I do what I do. Because, ladies and gentlemen, he left us with that. I hope he's having a good time up there with Brody. He's probably cool from Brody.
You know, I bet.
Brody, we teach you to tie a knot together. You know,
Yeah, sir.
probably.
Yeah. You should have went with the fisherman.
Yeah, he's probably torturing Maryland.
You know he is. But Ralph was a good guy, and that's the only thing that we want to make sure it's clear. But he was a good guy, So he wasn't that all tortured soul. He had good and bad times, but he was a good guy, and that's what.
Well, there were all good times. The 20 years I know, there were all good and bad. There was 12 great years and 8 ones where it was shady. That's all.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing in life, but he wasn't an abuser. No. He wasn't whatever the pain led him to the fucking bills. Yeah. His bills were easy and addict. Oh, yeah. Listen, I gotta go starting. I got hit up Friday. I got it on my insurance pays, like my doctor pays. I gotta start going. I'm not doing it next Monday because they're doing the COVID drive. I heard they don't even want people going down there, which means come down. Don't say that. Yeah. Don't say we don't want people to come down here. Because now they're going to come down and everyone's going to. So next Monday, the 24th, the 101 is going to be a fucking hell in the morning. And the red line is going to be fucking worse. And I can't imagine the 405. So whatever plans you may have, stay at home, watch the tribute at home, put your Lakers shirt on, say a prayer, because it's going to be fucking crazy, man. Oh, yeah. I can't even imagine. I know for a fact I read that every hotel around downtown is already 100% booked. Wow. That means people are flying in for this Kobe Memorial, which I don't think is a great basketball player. I love it to death. But it's going to be fucking crazy next Monday. This town. So I don't want to do nothing. So after that, I got to start with shots. I got to take 3 shots 3 Mondays in a row on my knee. Now, that's a epidural injection. No, you're not epidural. This gel to put a coat in between the bone. Oh, okay. Arthritis. The arthritis. I can't imagine the pain he was walking in. Oh, yeah. No, when you lay down in bed, you get up. You're in that bed for 6 fucking hours. You get up. Your legs, your legs are shit. Your legs are shit. You gotta walk, you gotta do certain things, and when you lay down, then you get up and walk, as heavy as we are, I am. Oh, we are too. You fucking, it hurts. Those walk-through airports, there's a motherfucker. Oh, yesterday, I made the walk through this little black dude sitting there like this. When people go up to I have to move the seat. You're like the C-19, the last one. Yeah. The Sky Harbor, fuck you. Guys, to be busy. No, I don't screw it. This ain't April 20. Right to the front. The old lady next to us. She's like, I like this man. I don't forget the tip. The same that I'm fucking white. I love it with the rock old lady. The first security card. You wouldn't want to walk this way. You give him a fucking 10. The guy looks at me and he's like, motherfucker, this is cheap. I know. You got to check him at the airport. You're right. The guy at 10 spot. One of those black guys was riding up today in Dallas. I had a guy that was doing 90 one time. He was running over people. White people like, hey, slow down. Fuck you, honky motherfucker. I got a 50 in my pocket. This motherfucker knows how to roll. Yeah. Well, it's good to see that you're still doing your thing. Congratulations on 14 years. Thank you. If I get an impulse, maybe I'll drive to Ontario for the chances to swim. Yeah, we know. It's okay. You've done it before, though, so. Oh, yeah. It was tremendous. Yeah. You guys got taken away, Bill Goes. Yeah. We're really angry.
Oh yeah, and we seen them fucking mixing their drinks up with 12-inch fucking dildos.
You used to get sponsored by the dildo?
Yeah, they give us. We used to get glass ones, believe it or not. Like the same guy that make pipes would make us these dildos that you can put in your fucking dishwasher. But we were flying around with them through TSA. They would pull you over and then put on their gloves and grab your dildos and ask you a million questions. So Chad's a cheap motherfucker. I would always lose, and I was always getting caught through TSA with 25 glass dildos going through the ringer in TSA. So we gotta get a film that we quit doing it. We don't even bring them on the road no more because they pull us over in TSA every time. So fuck that. TSA now, when you get pulled over into that back room, I mean, you're stripping down, you're getting naked, you're pulling up your nuts. And I was just kidding. I go, just my dick. And I swear to God, they pulled me and Ralphie to the side and made us get into our underwears because I joked about having an explosive in my pants in Detroit airport. I was talking shit. I'm all, you should search them. They probably got drugs and all kinds of shit on them. I was just talking. They made us strip down. Ralphie had to lift up his titties the whole thing. Yeah. He was so mad at me.
Oh, because of 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, he was so fucking mad.
Yeah. Hold him.
Yeah.
The whole help him once. He had to hold him and shit.
Had to help him with his belt, the whole fucking
that leg. Yeah. The belt on. He'd always go,
that's what you do. He was all straight out.
Yeah, when he was all straight down, he had to help him. He put on one shoe, and that was 20 minutes.
At least.
And he would go, they put on the shoe fucking on.
It's a 2-hour process.
Hey, but that's what made you love him. Yep. I'm happy you motherfuckers. How can people find you?
Corey and Chad on our Smash Brothers on any Instagram. Corey and Chad, CORYNCHE. Yeah, we got Identical Entertainment. That's what it's called. Identical Entertainment. That's our. Yeah, they can find us.
Good fucking brothers, man.
We appreciate it.
I appreciate you celebrating Ralphie for a couple of bombs.
Yeah.
You're gonna do another edible.
I don't think he'd take it anymore. Look at him.
Oh, I'm planning the meal.
He's a savage.
Yeah.
He said he's going to sushi.
Oh, is he?
He's going to sushi day and happy hour. Oh, he's going to get 1 or 2 total rolls. I don't want it. I'm not even getting one.
You'll eat all that sushi, but you won't eat asshole. Yeah.
No, he started. He
started eating asshole?
He went to George Perez, took a cork, a chicken ass cork, put it in his mouth.
I know Kate Quigley's trying to talk you into eating asshole.
Yes, let me tell you what happened. He sucked on the cork juice, and a week later it came out of his eye.
Got a sty. Oh, you got a sty?
Yeah.
I did not.
You got a size of meat dirty.
Yeah. You got to put him in a jacuzzi first. That's my move.
No, he got the jacuzzi.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Yeah, he said
That's
that.
where it started.
Oh, you need to be careful.
He's got to build his immunity.
Yeah.
You got to build your immunity.
Listen,
It's like eating a pig. You know what I'm saying? It's like eating a fucking pig.
Tombstone. Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah, I didn't
That's
stop
what
on it. Jesus.
I thought you put it in your mouth.
No, I didn't. It was in her butt, and I licked while it was in her butt. She was. I don't think she shit this year.
You better take it. You better take it.
I'm too high to drive to McDonald's right now.
Yeah, take your dad down there.
I don't want. He's gonna be 67. I don't want.
Fuck yeah.
I don't want to take my dad to a strip.
No, for sure.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we'll take him.
Oh, that's exactly what I need.
We'll give him a bag. We'll give him half the value.
Yeah.
Just leave it down. We enjoy the rest of it. I paid for the whole coming down. You come home like that.
Yeah. Easy breezy. That's it. You gotta be in there getting sucked
I
out.
don't want anyone added to the will. No one's giving my dad a fucking pill, whatever that's.
Oh, we'll get him one of those gas station dick pills, Black Rhino 12,000. You know what? I take them. Your dick can chip concrete. Brian Redman taught us. Yeah, Redman told me about him, and then I fucking. What did you take? The gas station sells dick pills. They're called like the Black Rhino 7,000. Your fucking dick's hard for 7 days. No bullshit. I thought Chad was gonna have a heart attack like John Candy. This fucking guy. He was. I walked in on him. He was fucking away. That's the good thing about a twin brother. I walked in. No, just some waitress at some comedy club, and I was just pounding away on her. And he walked in on me. I was fucking doing the Lord's work. I mean, I'm telling you, digging
That's a
down.
lot closer than I would.
We're twins. It's okay. Yeah. Same thing.
That's how you and your dad will be. You'll be fishing on your dad's ass as he's bottoming out on some Vietnamese massage parlor.
Yeah, it's his birthday. Out of respect, you should do it.
You came out of his dick. You need to go show some respect to that dick.
Yeah. GP knows what to do. Yeah. Yeah.
At breakfast,
He's all right.
with Viagra powder.
Lay down, that way she's nice and hydrated.
Like,
Yeah. Well, no, because he's gonna come a lot.
oh, Jesus.
Come on. Come on. Yeah, don't what kind of guy are you? Yeah, don't be a piece of shit.
No.
He can do whatever he wants for his birthday. Why do I have to go?
They don't know where to go.
Yeah,
What would you want in your 67th birthday? Scott? A watch or a yarmulke?
Yeah.
No, you want somebody to sell you.
Fuck yes. Balls too.
When's the last time you did it?
I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta talk to your dad. Yeah, be open. That's your father. Yeah, it's his birthday. Come on. Yep.
It's not family.
No, that's a family thing. Yeah.
Home, nobody will say a word. Big deal.
Yeah, you're just quiet the whole way.
Home will be nice and
You know
quiet.
how many families celebrate by taking their old man out and getting him sucked out?
My father was alive. He was 67. He gave my head a visit and get his dick sucked.
Oh, we take our dad out and get our dick sucked. I watch my brother and my dad get their dick sucked all the time.
I feel like I'm in the right here. I feel like you guys are the weird ones.
No, you're weird. You're fucking weird. Yeah. You don't want your dad's dick sucked? Oh, no. Yeah. You're selfish. Yeah, selfish. You are selfish.
I'm selfish.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Run away.
Take him over on Lancashire, right over there, that fucking Korean bathhouse. Yeah.
Run away.
Yeah.
The fucking Harvey brothers, they run away.
Yeah. No big deal.
Yeah, that'll be happy.
Yeah.
I'd be so proud to go on the bar and brag about it.
Yep. Yeah, I'd be like, my son got me sucked off. That's what he's gonna tell people. He got me a fucking
How old that juice is
looking like cottage cheese shooting out of his
I
guy.
bought farm cottage cheese last night.
Oh, see, they're thinking of his load for the Asian. So you get him some pineapple juice. That way he's dropping good loads on him.
Oh, man.
I'm trying that.
Oh, we know.
Anyway, this podcast is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Why? Because I know hiring is challenging, okay? And Quotable co-founder Gretchen have experienced how challenging hiring can be after unsuccessfully searching for a new game artist to grow her education company. She switched to ZipRecruiter and saw the immediate difference. And you can too. Sign up for free right now today. ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. And by using ZipRecruiter screening questions to filter candidates, Gretchen found it easier to focus on the best ones. Then she found the route. In fact, after posting her job on ZipRecruiter, Gretchen said she was honestly surprised she found the qualified applicant so quickly and hired a new game artist in less than 2 weeks. Who's better than that? No bother. Do me a favor right now. Results like that, there's no 1 to 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter that quality candidates before the first day. One day, do me a favor. Whether you're big or small, we don't care. ZipRecruiter is effective for businesses of all sizes. Try ZipRecruiter for free at exclusive rate. Grab a pen. Capital C. ZipRecruiter.com/church. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Don't forget, I'm going to be in Las Vegas at Treasure Island on February 28th. And then I got nothing till the Arlington Theater in Santa Barbara on March 27th. I got shit to do and people to see. So if you don't see me in Las Vegas, you have to wait and see me in Santa Barbara. Or come to the fucking country. I don't know what to think. Besides that, I love you guys. I love Corey and Chad. I want to tell my brother up in heaven. Happy birthday. We're still thinking about it. We haven't forgotten about it. And I want to thank Bryce Miller for being here this fucking view. And that's it. Have a great Tuesday, and I'll see you motherfuckers Thursday. Tip top motherfucking Magoo. Stay black. I love you. Now that's a motherfucking podcast. Greetings from Podcastville. It's Wednesday, the 26th of February. It's almost over. Yesterday is the Queen. It's Chelsea.
What's up?
What's up with you, man?
Dude, I'm just happy to be here. I'm sore. Sore as fuck. Been working out pretty hard the past couple days. We're going, it's like we're going to Hawaii in a month, and it's like a fucking countdown clock for me to get in shape and be looking good. We're going with Steven's family. So, you know, I've been dicking around the past year in marriage, just packing on some pounds, not working out as hard, and I need to look good. So I've been doing some hardcore workouts the past couple of days. I got a little bit of time left. So
Well, it's the Hawaiian extravaganza.
middle of March.
Whole family.
Yeah,
You like this family?
they're cool. They're very nice. It should be interesting to go on I haven't gone on a family vacation, a really functional family. His family is just like, they're just like nice, normal people. Yeah. Yeah, no one's getting drunk and crying. Like it's good vibes. So
Married well.
yeah, I did. Yeah.
Sometimes that person makes you a lot better, you know, that family influence is pretty good to have. But no, I was just thinking about it the other day. I thought about your lot. We worked together at Tempe. We had a smoking 6 shows. And I just wanted to tell you that you impressed me more than what I thought you would.
Really?
Yeah, you really impressed the shit out of me. As a feature actor, you were a lot better than I thought you were going to be. Like I've always seen you
Yeah.
at the store doing bits and pieces. But I got to hear you. You know, it's really weird how I judge comics. I could just listen. I've been doing it for that long. You know, there's a scene in The Sopranos where Christopher Moltisanti brings Ash music. He's from Tanya, that's good music. It's just like, that sucks. And I think the guys being married, after somebody's been doing something for 25 years, they know what the fuck is going on. I can hear. You know, I've been trained to hear up to the last minute. I know when you're bombing. I know when you control them. Don't say anything like you settle. But you were phenomenal. You exceeded all my expectations. You really looking for you to fucking stand up. You found your calling, I think.
Wow. Thank you.
You made me think about a lot of things. You made me think about a lot of things I call injustices towards comedians. But they're injustices towards comedians. But comedians also have to get balls to do it. You asked me something. You said that you have a lot of hard times trying to get work when you were a feature actor. Absolutely. The truth of the matter was, and I'll say it right now, the truth of the matter was that when I started featuring, heavily after 2000, I had already been on the road for 10 years. Was I was too dirty instead of just saying, I can't follow this bitch. I can't follow it. He's been rehearsing 20 minutes for the last 3 years at place. And he has to follow that movie. And then your next flip, what do you think is going to happen in that room in Grand Rapids, Michigan for the 220 people? So after 2000, I had a really hard time getting feature work. Nobody wanted to follow. It's too much fucking work. Would you just say monkey, punch you in the fucking vagina? Anything I wanted to say, just don't say fuck. He was one of the rare guys that Rogan stepped up to the model. But besides that, there weren't too many people who just did dirty. Okay, so if I go out there and I start throwing people, and I'm saying fuck, if you go up there for a pussy comment, he's gonna say, well, she's gonna say fuck before me. It's gonna lessen the intensity of my fucks. That does all excuses. And guess what? I give myself those excuses myself. Guilty. Discharged. It's all bullshit. You go up there, you don't worry about who's in front of you. You don't give a fuck. You go up there, you worry about yourself. If you sit back there and watch that comic and let that comic get to your head, you lose this battle. If you look behind the curtain and see people with white hair, like I remember when I was a young comic and I'd see people with white hair, or there was always the crowd. This is just about you. You know what? If she says fuck, you go up there and your fuck has to be a lot better. That's it. That's it. But there's so many taboos to that question that you asked me. I couldn't answer that day because knock on the door. What do you want? Are you hungry? You really can't get into a conversation. But those are the taboos of being a dirty feature that know it'll fucking work with you. Because there's some people who just listen. When you go up on stage, start to look like a fetus and a boy, the baby. That's not fun.
No, that's like
you're
trying to shock value. Yeah.
You're trying to burn them out. You're trying to really burn them out. They can just stay home and watch the fucking movie, No Fucking Cats.
Yeah.
You know, I'll just stay home and watch No Fucking Cats and get depressed by myself. But there's people who are actually dirty. They got nothing to fucking say. I don't care if it's about them in China or their asshole. When I label my, when I call that book, I love that. Chelsea goes on stage and goes, something funny happened the other way here. And all of a sudden, you lift your clothes off and put a spark in your pussy. You shoot octane flames at it. And if you after 19 and a half minutes, I better think of something to follow. 19 and a half minutes, you know what I'm saying? Uncle Joe better run to the gas station and gasoline down himself and light his feet on fire. You have to do something.
Yeah.
That's why you hire that feature actor to make you work a little hard, to remind you that you just don't want to go up there and just do your thing. I want to look at that feature actor. I want to bounce something off her. I want to work off her. You were very good.
Thank you.
You can end the podcast. That's what I wanted to tell you.
No, I appreciate that. And like, it's great going with you because I really feel like I could do me. Because, you know, I've opened up or featured for other comics. And in the past, like, so the first time I opened for a comic was Anthony Jeselnik, like 5 years ago. It was at Largo. I'm so excited to do it. He was one of my favorite comics at the time. I still really like him, but I used to be a lot darker back then. And I was like, I'm going to do like all my dark jokes. And I opened, I got like 5 applause breaks in 10 minutes. Like, you know, as the opener, like they fucking loved it. I was so dark and like, it was, you know, nothing against him, but he was like, you can't open for me again. And I was like so disappointed and like sad. I was depressed and I was like, damn, like I thought this was like, I thought I did great. And he's like, you're too similar to me. You can't do that. And I was like really heartbroken. And, you know, I didn't open for anyone for a little bit. And then Bobby started taking me out and he would say, you know, you can't start off so dirty. You have to, you know, so I would add some fluff in and, you know, some of it would just be like, fucking just, you know, just to start off easy and then get into it. But like going with someone like you, it feels so good as a comic to just be yourself, to just do you, to do what you want to do and what you shine at. And like, I really appreciate that you allow me to do that, or anyone else, you know, that you let people do what they want to do. And I truly feel like, I guess I set you up and do a good job, but like that I'm not being policed and I don't have to be nervous and I can relax. It's like, it's the best.
I don't like it. You gotta remember, we got thrown out of Catholic school. Went home. My mom said to me, there's 2 ways to do this. It's your way. It's my way. I'm gonna let you do your way for as long. Once you fuck up, it's my way. So I learned to do it my way. Right now, I'm not gonna change. Even in my married life, I love my wife. My wife knows she better not fucking have a call the coffee store looking for me. Don't ever ask me what time I'm coming home. My wife knows that over the years. It's not like it's a trophy. It's just, I don't know. So when it comes to rules, I'm not big on rules.
Yeah.
All right. So if I'm not big on rules, why would I impede rules on somebody who's working with me? I had a gift. I met a guy named Joe Rogan who told me, go up there and light them on fire. There's not too many people who tell you that. There's not too many people. That's the religion of comedy. Somewhere along the line, people get that religion of comedy confused. Yes. Now, right. Now, we're in different situations also. People paying $35 for a ticket. I want you to be, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, put on a
I'm
show.
from the old school. I want the MC to do a good job. I want you to go out there and level them and set them up for me. And that's it. You know, I don't think I'd like to tell anybody not to do a joke because I don't have the balls to. I don't have the balls to, unless it's like a joke that you've been doing for 8 years. And it's like it's time to retire this motherfucker. Even then, I just won't talk to them because nothing has happened to you in 8 years. How interesting of a human being. You know, material is based on what you're going through at the time. So whether you shot a special or not, that material should still be held to. You should be giving us some more from time to time. I want you to kill. I want you to do those. Whatever. So you look at 20 minutes set, you're going to flamingo 16 minutes. You're going to flamingo it. And that's a new word.
Yeah, I was nodding along with it. I wasn't sure what it meant, but I was like,
Flamingo means 1 minute here, 3 more minutes of good stuff, 2 minutes here, and then 2 minutes of thin bushes.
Yes.
How to become a sniper, how to hide in bushes, how to throw this jump in between these two. You didn't work. Now you close that gap, you can lose it. You know, so that's what you learn along the way.
yeah,
I could never offer something that don't do that joke. Unless it's just something. Like I'm trying to think back what I had, but you know, I like women opening up with me because a lot of high percentage of people that come to my shows are women who bring their boyfriends to be nice to them. It's like, you know, girls like they can either fucking see Cher in New York, you know.
and the guy fucking comes along. Yeah,
I don't want to see fucking Cher in New York and some fucking play. Not really. But if Bon Jovi was to sing a song at the beginning, at least I get something. I can take an edible and make believe I'm having a good time.
yeah,
That's why I like to mix it up. I like women in front of me. I don't want an all three guy fucking line up. So women feel fucking lonely enough. Now I gotta make you feel lonely. They gotta hear 42, 90 minutes of dick stuff. That's not me, you know.
yeah.
I like mixing it up.
Yeah, and I really try to connect with the women too. I mean, like, I'll tease the guys sort of, but I really try to connect with the women on everything. So it's like, you know, so we're having an experience as well. Yeah, I know. But like, so, you know, I know that I normally like love doing crowd work, but I know that, you know, you prefer just to do jokes only and not to do crowd work. So I was like, fuck, I can't. I was a little in my head about it. I was like, I can't do it. Just stick to the set. And it was totally fine. But I just find a way of you know, because I feel like I need to. Some comics, you know, they just look straight out and they don't like look at anyone. I have to like connect with people and I'll like deliver something to someone. So like, I just found a way to make it work by just.
No, I
Yeah.
look at people in the front rows.
Yeah.
I look at people everywhere. The problem with talking to audiences on the road, you know how it is at the store. It's kind of taboo in LA. That's number one taboo in LA.
Unless you're Rick.
Unless you're right, you know. But I had no like. It was one of the guys who used to come to the store. He used to write the Tonight Show. He used to do a lot of off the top stuff. They would always put him up at 9:15 and shit like that. But when you get to LA, rule number one is stop talking to the fucking audience. You know, that was rule number one in 1990. The industry came to see it. Stop talking to the fucking audience. You know, this industry that they don't want to see talking to the fucking
Yeah.
So I lost that. I still kind of want to do it. I'm really good at it.
Yeah.
10 years of my life, that's what I did. I did the right material. I had 8 minutes up front. The rest was talk to the audience.
Yeah.
You get to the comedy store, that shit don't fly. Ritzy sure don't go for that shit. You know, and then.
Were you the one who told me the story about opening for Kinnison? Who was? Oh, maybe that was Josh Wolf. he, I think, went to Texas and opened
Right.
for Kinnison, and he had like 5 minutes of material and did 30 minutes of crowd work, and everyone was just like hating him the whole time, like booing him and drunk, but he just kept just like talking to like one person in the audience.
No, it's weird. It's just weird. So that's why. It's not that I don't like it. Late show, you can't help it. They're drunk.
Yeah.
You cause a war. These are the things you learn as a host. When you host, these are the things you learn as a teacher. This is your experience. Comes at the 8 o'clock show, not the 10 o'clock show, and that 12 o'clock show. Don't start talking. It comes at the 8 o'clock show. Host. These are the things you These are the things you so that's why.
Like talking to like one person in the audience.
No, it's weird. It's just weird. So that's why. It's not that I don't like it. Late show, you can't talk to you. They're drunk.
Yeah.
You cause a war. These are the things you learn as a host. When you host, these are the things you learn as a teacher. This is your experience. Comes at the 8 o'clock show, not the 10 o'clock show, and that 12 o'clock show. Don't start talking to them. Go out there and machine them that shit. That's why the midnight shows. Like they asked me, you want to do a midnight show in Tempe? Fuck no. Because first off, you don't remember the material. You don't know if you did that joke or not. It's horrible. It's horrible.
And everyone's fucking drunk.
And everyone's drunk.
Yeah.
And every minute that goes past 5, like goes past midnight, it's a worse fucking show. It's the worst show in America. So that's why I'd rather not fucking know.
Yeah.
So 10 o'clock talking to people, 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock talking to people, and 9:30 talking to people. It's two different shows. You know, so these are all little things you learn. You pick up along the way. No, I never thought about that. You know, that's why I hate working clubs that run late. I don't like clubs that run late. I get the 10-minute late. I get the whole door for 5 minutes. There's no people online. But if I'm doing a 9:15 show, and we start that show at 10, I'm not coming back to the club. Because guess what? That gets put on me. That 45 minutes, that's one extra minute I gotta work harder to get that because they've been standing online, they were pissed. They've been standing on shitty weather. You know, they couldn't do coke outside. They couldn't do whatever the fuck they're doing, they couldn't do. So now I gotta work a different angle.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't like places that run their clubs. I like them on time.
Yeah, one of the late shows, I went to the bathroom when you were on, and there was a girl who had like alcohol poisoning in the bathroom on the ground, sitting on the ground, throwing up in the toilet. She had to be like taken out. And I was like, damn, I've never seen someone that drunk at a show, but I guess it's a late show, you know? She's been fucking drinking all day.
They get together at 6.
Yeah.
I don't know. They started at 6. Excuse?
Yeah, it's like, who's partying that hard for a comedy show? Don't you want to hear the material?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but I guess some people do.
People, you know what happens if you have a little concert. You walk out, there's people barking. They take time to talk.
Yeah, but that feels different to me, a concert, because you're just kind of like, you don't need to really process. You know what I mean? You're just kind of like, I feel like you can be really fucked up at a concert. I guess it depends on how you take in the music.
Yeah, it's always something fucking weird. So we came in here, we keep it current in here.
Yeah.
We tried to. This is something that was really, I talk a lot about it. I thought you would get it.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Rape is very hard to do. Especially if you have women protecting you. We should be women especially. Fucking women. Turn vicious on women. You know, it's ugly. You're trying to keep your client out of jail. Women against women, that's the worst fight there ever is. So I knew that it was going to be down. It was going to be an uphill, but they got him. You know, he fucked over a lot of people. Everybody knew about it. I don't want people to think that I was a barbershop fucking story. But he whacked her off when he came.
Well, I only remember one time, and it wasn't in a. I never saw him come into a. We're talking about Harvey Weinstein.
Right.
For those of you who don't know who we're talking about, he came on the floor on the carpet.
Did he get busy or anything?
No, it was like no. I just saw him come on. He came onto the carpet and just left it there.
He kept talking to himself.
That time, it was like the last time I ever saw him, and it was like, okay. So the 2013. I'm 26. I'm hot. I moved to LA. I want to be an actor, stand up. I had been doing some open mics in New York, but came out here, for the whole thing. And the first weekend I got here, I did a photo shoot. I was living with a Russian supermodel at the time. And she was like, you have to do photo shoots. It helps you with your career. And I was so dumb and naive. I was like, okay. But today, I'm like, how the fuck is that going to help me? I see these girls who waste their time doing photo shoots on their fucking Instagram. And it's like, why write a joke? You know what I mean? Like, why are you fucking getting dolled up and spending $500 on hair and makeup and doing a photo shoot? Like, that, I don't know. Anyways, it's fun sometimes. But, so I did this shoot with this guy, this photographer who was very good, did a lot of, like, sexy photos. And he was like, oh, you have to meet this producer. No. He didn't. I think he was a perv, though. I think he just wanted to see me in lingerie. It was, like, lingerie shit. Again, I don't know how this shows I was funny, but so he goes, I got this producer I want to introduce you to. He'll really like you. He ended up producing Requiem for a Dream, which was one of my favorite movies growing up. I had it on VHS. I was so excited to meet him. And so I've been texting with the guy. He goes, come after the shoot. I was like, oh my God, this is like all happening so fast kind of vibe. So I'm hanging out with him. We're having coffee. He's like, you're so funny. You know who would really like you? Harvey Weinstein. And I was like, Harvey Weinstein? He was like, yeah. He's like, I could introduce you. Like, he loves meeting young actresses. And I was like, okay. So a couple days later, I'm fucking meeting him at the Peninsula. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I've been in LA for a week. I'm already meeting Harvey Weinstein. I'm having a great fucking week. I'm doing LA right. And I get there, I walk into the lobby, and he's in the bar with like two female assistants, and they're drinking coffee and stuff. He's like, let's have the meeting upstairs. And I'm like, great. I figure he needs privacy. He's Harvey Weinstein. Like, he doesn't want to have a meeting in front of all these people. People are going to be coming up to him. I think nothing of it. We go up in the elevator. We're in the elevator. He looks over at me. He goes, how old are you? And I was like, 22. And he goes, no, you're not. And I was like, 26. He goes, that's more like it. So we get up to the room. We're hanging out. And I'm telling him about myself. And he goes, I want you to write a sitcom for me about two girls living in LA. And like, dumb idea. But at the time, I'm like, okay. He's probably just spitting out what I want to hear. So then he goes in the bathroom, he comes back, he's in a robe. And I'm like, oh, okay, he might be getting ready for a shower. It's time for me to go. And then he's just like, can you give me a massage? And I'm just like, I'm so bad at massages. I'm not good at them. So he gets like a little annoyed. And then he's like, and then he just takes his dick out and starts jacking off. And I'm just like sitting there like there wasn't much of a transition in between that. And I didn't say anything because, like, to me, like, this first time, like, I wasn't outraged. Like, it was almost, like, funny to me. Like, okay, And then he was like, so he just jacks off, and I sat there kind of in shock. And then he was like, write that, and then he comes. I don't remember that particular, I'm assuming he came. And then he was like, okay, write that pilot for me. And I was like, okay. And then I just left, and I didn't see him for a while. He texted me a couple times, but it kind of just like nothing happened. So I didn't really think much of that. I was like that. It was more like that was weird. I wasn't like I was outraged at first. I was just like, that was a weird fucking day. You know what I mean? So a couple months go by, and I ended up going to the Cannes Film Festival. I was dating a studio executive for Paramount. He took me with him to Sundance, to Cannes. It was very fun. And we see Harvey there. He's like all over. And he was like, hey, like come by my hotel like tomorrow afternoon for lunch. And I was like, I'm not going up to your room again. And he was like, no, we're just gonna have coffee downstairs. And I was like, okay, all right. So I go there, he's downstairs in a meeting, and he's like, I forgot something upstairs. And I was like, okay, I'll wait down here. He's like, no, just come with me. and there was like an assistant with him. So I was like, okay, like maybe this is gonna be okay. So we go upstairs, and then he starts getting weird. And he's like he's doing weird shit now to his assistant when I'm just sitting there. And I can't, like, he's trying to, make her like kiss him or something or do something like that. And I'm like, all right, I gotta go. And he's like, no. And I'm like, no, it's fine, I'm gonna go. So I ended up leaving. I see him like the next night out at a party. He's like, come sit with us. The guy I was kind of dating, we were all like hanging out together. It was fun. It was no big deal. We party hopped around. We went to like clubs and shit. A couple months later, then I see him in LA, and he's like texting me to come back. Maybe it was like a year later or something. He's texting me to come back, and I was like, no, I'm not going to come back, because at this point I know what the deal is. And he's like, no, it's not like that. I'm going to get you an audition. So I don't see him. He gets me an audition for this movie. What was the boxing movie with Jake Gyllenhaal? South something? Southpaw. So he gets me this audition for Southpaw. Someone in his office. Oh, I had a meeting with someone at his office. They're like, make sure you call us after the audition, to like seal the deal kind of thing. Nothing ended up happening with it. Maybe I didn't have a good audition. And then, like, a couple months go by. I, like, send him a stand-up tape. Looking back, it was so fucking bad. Like those first stand-up tapes you get? I can't believe I sent that to him. No, not that it fucking matters now. But he was like, I loved that YouTube thing you did. He was like, work on your half hour. I'm going to get everyone in town in a room together to watch you. And, like, watch you do, like, a half hour or something. He promising me things. So, trying to get together with me. And then finally, he sees this movie, Don't Think Twice, Mike Birbiglia's movie, the improv movie. And he's like, come by the Peninsula. I was like, no, I'm not going to come by. And he was like, no, I just saw this movie. I'm thinking about turning it into a series. This is your world. Let's talk about it. He's like, I'm having drinks with people on the roof, people you should meet. And then I'm like, and, a voice inside me was like, don't go. But I was like, I don't know. I was like, I have to see. I don't know. I was dumb. I look back and I feel bad for my younger self that I fucking dumb. So I get there. I go up to the top floor where everyone's supposed to be for drinks. He's outside the elevator. He goes, we're going downstairs. I was like, no. I thought we were going outside. He was like, we are. But I forgot something downstairs. Just come with me. And I'm like, no, I'll wait here. And then he does like the dick like thing when he's like kind of like condescending, like I'm dumb. Like, no, what are you doing? Like, come downstairs. And I'm like, okay. I was like nervous. And then we go down there and he's like, come sit with me on the bed. I was like, no, I don't want to. And I had like an attitude this time. Like I was fucking done with his shit. And I'm like sitting on the couch, and then he walks off into the other room, comes back completely naked. And I'm like, I'm going. And he goes, no, come over here. And I was like, no, I'm leaving. And then he grabs me like this. He goes, just stand next to me in front of the mirror. And he pulled me, made me stand next to him in front of the like long bathroom mirror. And he fucking jacks off and comes all over the carpet. And then I grabbed my purse and I left. And I like got my car and was like hysterically crying, and just like my life changed after that day, because I just never made a dumb mistake like that again. And like I get all of that is like all of that is crazy. Like I look back and I'm like, how could you be so stupid? But I was. I don't know what I'm an addict. Like I'll do the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Like, I'll put my hand on a fucking hot stove like 5 times before I'm like, okay, I keep getting burned. So that's like basically the gist of what happened. And then, a couple of years went by and all this stuff started coming out. And I felt like really emotional about it. And everyone's like, come forward. And I paused on it for 2 days. I called up someone at the Washington Post who was writing a big article about it. And I told her my story, and then I was a part of all of those like little articles. All these different news sources picked it up, and while all of that was going on when it first happened, I felt like very emotional over it. It felt like it brought up a lot of trauma for me, and I was like a wreck. Like I just like. So then I just stopped talking about it, and people would always, since then, for the past 2 years, people have been messaging me about it, or maybe the past 4 years, I think now, or 3, however long it's been going on for. I've been messaging me, trying to get me to talk about it, and truthfully, I never wanted to talk about it again, and I never, because I just felt, for one, embarrassed, 2, I didn't want to, bring up the trauma again. But this morning, when I saw that he was guilty and in jail, I felt like a little bit of freedom that I could talk about it today on the pod, But, I don't know. That's basically it.
Now, here, let's take this.
Yeah.
Now, let's say you would run home that afternoon and call the cops and said, I just went over to Harvey's. You jerked off in front of me. They would have written up a report. And you would have never heard of them again. How many girls do you think that happened to in Beverly Hills or LA?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Think of what he was running with, what he was playing with. I thought he would get acquitted or beat it and then write a book about the girls that did sleep with him, who in Hollywood did sleep with him. That would be his next move, to really say a fuck you to Hollywood. They did sleep with me. He doesn't deserve this Academy Award.
Yeah, I'm sure there's so many other people.
No, I heard
yeah.
There were. But here's to add to this, I love you to death.
Yeah.
You're a woman.
Yeah.
This ain't your first rodeo.
Oh, and it, yeah.
The New York City train, fucking mafia club danced.
Yeah. I came from that world, so this wasn't as shocking to me until the third time when it just wrecked me.
But here's the other thing. This is why I hated that desperado feeling, that feeling of succeeding here, because it does make you do things like that. If you got one woman a day to go up there, the odds are in his favor. 3 of them are going to suck his dick.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it was a weekly thing.
1 week, 4 of them are going to suck his dick. But it's going to go from 3 to 4 women a week if he brings one up there every afternoon. What if he brings one up there every night?
Yeah.
The Annabella score, when it comes to Hollywood, all bets are off. Because this could never happen anywhere else. Except here, where you go back to a party and he re-rapes you, which is too much.
Yeah.
This is too much. But this could only happen here.
Yeah.
This could only happen in this type of age and sent you to meet with it.
Yeah, this really big producer, a separate guy, set me up at a meeting with this really big production company who made every awesome comedy that I grew up on. And I had a meeting with the development executive, and I walked in there and he goes, "Are those your real tits?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I thought this was a professional meeting. And this was in his office with people walking around on the other side of the glass. And he goes, "Stand up, do a little spin. I want to see your body." I was so fucking shocked that happened. That felt I've had millions of things like that happen in my first year here. And then it broke me and something snapped and I was like, never again. And I'm a little grateful in a way, because it kicked me into high gear and I've never worked fucking harder after that, and I was like, I'm doing the dumb girl thing where I think if I have a meeting with someone and something gets handed to me because I'm cute, it's no, do the fucking work. It's not like I wasn't doing the work, but it was a mindset switch,
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's girls being always handed free drinks and you're just one of those dumb girls, fast life, and then reality sets in and it's okay, I can't live like this anymore, and be a part of that mentality and scene of people who operate like that. You know what I mean?
It's not just girls, guys up there.
Yeah.
Let me come to the straight guys. No, like it's because you think your dreams coming true, so you want to.
Yeah, it feels like, I know I'm from New York, I'm smart, but like I could be, I was so dumb. It felt like I was right out of fucking Wizard of Oz. Like, what? Huh? Like, it's weird. It's almost like, I don't know if it's like denial or like just hopeful that something else, this isn't it. It's crazy.
The mystique of, I didn't see the mystique of Hollywood until I saw Never Neverland. That's when I got it.
Finding Neverland?
Yeah.
The Michael Jackson thing? Yeah.
Because, you take two people from Sydney Valley, where the parents are from, hardworking Americans, and then Michael Jackson steps into your life. You want to go on tour. Well, I can see me saying, hey, do you want to go to Tenerife? That's one thing. You want to go to fucking Australia, bring your husband, bring everybody on the fucking floor you want, and to see how they got caught up. Who would think Michael Jackson molested my kid?
Yeah.
You sleep in the room, and other kids are going to be in that too. And your kids coming up to you going, please, daddy, please, daddy. You're like, I guess so. You get caught up. People got mad at the parents. I got a little upset when I watched
I did too.
But you have to really think about what goes on here, how it goes into your psyche. The bottom line is, if you move here, you're not prepared for this. They'll jump and spit you out. It's a horrible, horrible business. And as a woman, you gotta be on top of your fucking game every day, and you gotta do like Clemens told, whatever. You gotta stop guys like they should have stopped that Britney in their first movie.
Yeah.
It's disrespect. Whoa. Before we even go any further, say something like that again, I'll smack you in the fucking crazy style. And the whole thing changes because this is not a town. This is not a town where people accept responsibility. Now you become difficult to work with.
Totally. Which, like,
that's the term. Well, you're difficult to work with. Why? Because I wouldn't suck your dick. Because I wouldn't let you say to me, nice ass. Because I wouldn't let you say, come here, let me spank your ass real quick. Nobody's watching. If you speak up for yourself in this town, people who don't know, you become a term that's called difficult to work with.
Yeah.
That means the director can say to you, you look stupid in that blouse. And you have to accept it. Where you leave from Jersey to go, tell your mother to suck my dick. And they go,
yeah.
And then, but now you're difficult to work with. When you go to your agent goes, what happened? And you go, you told me I had nice tits, I told him to suck my dick. Well, you can't tell, that Jocko Giacomazzi to suck your dick. Well, I just did. And 3 or 4 people are going to go, shame on you, whatever you fucking Chelsea, for telling Jocko Giacomazzi to suck your dick. But there's going to be one guy who's fucking good for you. Now I'm going to put you in all my fucking movies.
Yeah.
Because that guy's a fucking punk. Thank God you told that motherfucker. And that's the problem that we don't have.
Yeah.
We come here with cream. We want to do good. Your parents are breaking your balls. What's going on out there? I just sent you another 800 for the rent.
Yeah.
Well, I met with George Clooney last night. We didn't know you with Lucy Lou.
Yeah.
He's going to put me in his next Army movie. Fuck, you got that pressure kind of. So, listen, and I tell people all the time, I did the longest shot. I drank the Kool-Aid. I drank the Kool-Aid. There was a couple of months that I drank the Kool-Aid.
In what way?
I believe that more things would have happened in my career. I thought that I had moved up a notch. I really drank the Kool-Aid and then it was tough to accept. What pissed me off was where I was from. Guys like me don't drink the Kool-Aid. We see what the fuck it is. And ever since that, I never drank the Kool-Aid again. I remembered that before this whole thing of comedy and acting,
Yeah.
movies, and this whole life. I'm a man, a husband, and a father. And you have to respect it from that perspective. That acting stand-up shit. You talk to me the wrong way, you go out the fucking window.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't. And I did it. Like I went as a director one time. It was tremendous. And now I just go at them if I don't agree. And I'm not saying I'm hard to work with. What I'm saying is I don't take shit. Fuck me the right way just because you pull a hat and a parrot on your jacket, a tattoo of a fucking sailor with your sleeve up. You know, there's a couple of
You had a pirate director?
Oh, I've worked with,
Yeah.
I've been on a set with a lesbo. It's confusing. Military haircut.
Yeah.
With a little Chinese lesbo next to her, and they're real artistic because they take a picture of a cigarette burning on an ashtray. You can suck my dick with your lesbo attitude. The Captain Kirk is fucking in the pride. You understand me?
Yeah.
So get the fuck out of my. There's all of them. They come from all directions.
Yeah.
One of the first people I ever worked with. One of the best directors I worked for is the girl from Married with Children.
Oh, yeah. Katie Siegel?
She directed, no.
Christine Applegate.
The other one, the Navy's wife.
Oh,
she directed me in Mad TV. Asked Nicole Garcia.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, she was the first director. She was phenomenal.
Marcy was her character's name.
She was a lesbian in real life.
Uh-huh.
But then I did 10 projects after that, where the lesbian is smoking like out of a fucking French cigarette. And, you know, she comes over to you with orders. Now it's time to take my fucking knife. And you should have seen their faces. Like, I was okay about 2002. And then I started seeing it for what it was. And I was still polite. And then after the longest shot, I just went AWOL because I got lied to. For years, I got, leave. We're going to hire you for this movie. There's no money this time. But you're going to fall off the building. You got to be there Sunday at 6. You got to bring your own dry cleaning. You got to stitch yourself up. And we're going to hire you on the next one. And then they do the next one. There's nothing for me. Then you bump into a guy at Rob's. He makes me do it. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many times that happened.
Yeah, that.
Where I sacrificed my life for 3 days. I turned down a comedy store, paid $15 for your stupid short film. And then once you sell your short film, you get money, you don't use it. Now you go use Steve Shariffa. When you needed me for the mob scene, you all over the place for free. Now that you have money, you don't pay. So now everybody has to pay.
Yeah.
Like after $2, I do that. Like, yeah, but it only pays $100 a day. Listen, it's your dream. When you approach with this movie's paying scale. Now it's paying $100 a day. This is your dream. That's your problem. Mine. This is how you want to portray your dream. But paying actors $100 a day and they're doing a shitty job, and you're gonna wait. You get all the fucking money. You don't get all the finance. But I've done 1,000 projects that was. I remember doing a fucking. What's those things you do for free that you? It's like they say it to you from respect. I still remember doing a spike commercial for somebody on Friday night when it was fucking freezing. And they didn't pay us, so you had to do it on Friday night at 10 at some cemetery. It looked like a cemetery because his buddy dug a hole.
Yeah.
And it was me and another gangster. Then we just finished throwing the body in the hole. We're about to dig it up. Then I go inside and get a lighter for the cigarette. He goes in, true story, guys. Guy goes in and the battery's dead because we got the lights on. And it's like, you don't get stuck in this position. You see his batteries. Two gangsters digging up a body and they realize the battery's dead. That guy fucking told me that he had him. The company, his brother-in-law, you know, they shot that fucking commercial. The same casting director who called me for free. And even the guy that did it with me called me. He goes, tell me, you're not watching the fucking whatever game.
Yeah.
And that was a day I was like, I'm done.
That's fucked up. Yeah.
In the morning for free. Financing. He used 2 other mafia.
That's
I got
fucked up.
1,000.
Yeah.
I got 1,000. So the stand-up world, That's a complete different mind drop. When you touch it to the act.
Yeah.
The acting world is completely different. They'll tell you whatever you need to hear.
Yeah.
A short film, I work with this. You know how many movies I did that you already had the movie sold? You already had the movie sold. Your brother works at Paramount.
Yeah.
Sold. And all of a sudden you got to add it, and all of a sudden I got to call, hey, you know what I mean? You're like, what happened to fucking CBS?
Yeah.
Oh, my cousin got fired. I worked for free for 11 days, driving to Simi Valley and some shit. I've been working here 1,000 times.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, or like people pumping you up, like they want you for something, and it's like, you came to me with this, so excited, and I'm like, okay, cool, and then you just never call, and it's like, what was the point of fucking just blowing my head up like that? Like, why do it to begin with and get me all excited, and then like a week later, nothing happened?
Stand-up world is one fucking armpit of a world, and then you get to the acting world, which is even worse. I don't like it at all. You know, like we discussed at the beginning, you know, people act like you're gonna sit there, you're gonna fucking look me in the face and tell me all those years saw Curly Cosby's trailer, like the dragon. You wanna look me in the face and tell me that that's fine. You wanna look me in the face and tell me about this Harvey Weinstein's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
People have been doing this in Hollywood for years. They'll continue to do it even though there's a Me Too act, because it's like drugs. There's always a market for it. You know, if me, you, your husband, Lee, Joe Rogan, all of us get together, you know, we're not working. Johnny's Comedy Club. There's always going to be one person who's going to work Johnny's Comedy.
Yeah. I already can think of who.
So our mission is fun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So our mission is not complete. You know, he went to jail today. I mean, they reprimanded him. The whole thing threw him behind bars. This shit is still fucking. It's terrible in LA.
Yeah, I wonder if he just threw the walker and was like, all right, I don't need this anymore. Like, I'm fucking guilty. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like,
You know how he was walking with the fucking walker? He's like, fuck this. Like, you know, for the sob story. Yeah. I am really glad though. I stopped following like the story, you know, the whole news story of everything going on. But like it's weird. It's like, but when you hear that he was guilty and acquitted, it's like, oh, I don't know. It just like makes you kind of like breathe easy in a way. Like I don't have to like, I don't know. It felt like some big secret before, and now I'm just like, all right, yeah, he's done.
20 years.
Yeah.
But
when he's locked up, it's like, oh, I feel like now if I say something, like it's not gonna matter.
no.
Like it's not, you know, there is still that little part in me that's like, so, you know, like I was saying, like all these like news people kept like emailing me. They would hit up my manager wanting to talk to me, and I didn't want to add more shit that would pop up on Google for my name, because I didn't want to be difficult, or she's a narc, or like she's difficult, she's gonna make a big deal about something. Like I still, even after everyone saying how fucked up it is, it's like I don't want people to look me up and be like, oh, she's one of those fucking girls, you know? Dude, the Moonies lived in my neighborhood. There was a fucking Mooney like property in my like cul-de-sac. There was like a lake and a fucking Mooney house and a Mooney church. You're talking about the Church of Reverend, yeah. Reverend, yeah. How weird is that? I didn't really know I didn't really understand what that was. It was just like, that's the Moonies, and I didn't know what that meant.
I didn't know it was still around.
Yeah.
I just read it was fresh. I haven't heard it.
Yeah, was that all, mostly on the East Coast or all over?
It was a cult. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was some kind of like, it was like a Korean church, like, and it was a moon. Yeah, I don't know. They all lived together in this one house. And then a girl who was in my grade was a Mooney, and she got like an arranged marriage after high school, I think, to like another one. But I still don't.
The thing that really shocked me about this whole comedy, you have a great sense of humor, because you can laugh about it. Like, he jerked off, it was kind of funny, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like, I mean, like, I get you're not
I was a stripper before that.
You said the world by the balls. So
Yeah.
I'm not judging you like that.
Guys have jacked off in front of me before that, just friends. And I sat there and laughed with my girlfriend. Look at this fucking, you know?
Yeah. But it's funny that you felt something. You felt cheated. You felt dirty. You felt assaulted in a way. Like you felt it.
But after that last time, the third time, I went back. I was crying in my car. I got back to my apartment. I was hysterically crying on my hands and knees on the floor. It like rocked me. And it wasn't only like that, it was like everything that happened leading up to that kind of thing. And then it was just like this thing that like changed in me. But it was for the best, again. Because it's like I would not be working as hard as I was today if none of that happened.
Well, it just
Yeah.
sped forward to show you what this is
Yeah.
about.
I believe everything happens for a reason, and it was time to start being, stop being dumb. I mean, like, I think I was like a bit of a dreamer in a way, like my head in the clouds, Like, yes, I am from New York, I am street smart in a lot of ways, but I think I just had that whole thing of like moving to LA, and it's like, like city of dreams, city of hope, like kind of vibe. I think I was just like kind of an idiot. Just like, wow, like maybe that's like how things happen. I don't know. I feel like that's probably like an immigrant who moved to fucking New York back in the day, or like from Ellis Island or something, and was like, this is, and probably got some shit handed to them. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I get what you're saying. Like I said, I didn't drink the Kool-Aid in 2005, 2004. I had been here 7 years, and after I drank the Kool-Aid, it came down. It's like it took me about a year to recover from it. Seriously, it took me a long time. That was the end of my drug use. Like once I came to terms with what this was, that was the end of my drug use. That was the end of living like a weird lifestyle. I settled down, and I knew what I wanted. I knew who I was going to avoid.
Yeah.
I knew who I wanted around me. There's people that come to this town with dream and scam. There's people that come to this town with dream and work ethic. There's two different types of people that come to this town. And eventually you see the people that come here with a dream and a scam. It's a dream and a scam. It's every move they make is a scam to try to accomplish their dream. Never does what the hard work does. Never. You might pass me by a little bit, but in the long run, it's a long run. It's a journey. It's a marathon, so that's what I always felt. That there's a lot of, like I told you before, I love new meat.
New meat?
I love being, I love being a comic and seeing new meat. Like when I was a comic, like 30 years, we do comedy 3 years for one scene. Denver, Boston, Charlotte, Atlanta, now you're up there with the open mic, you're allowed to talk, you're allowed to sit at the table, and then young girls come in, like you, that's new me, and they come in, and they go up on stage, and we all laugh at your jokes.
Because you want to fuck.
Right, standing ovation, you know what I'm saying? The first night, oh my God, this is funny, hilarious, let me help you, right?
Yeah.
That to me was like, and I probably did it myself. I don't, I can't. That's how you learn not to be creepy. Is by being creepy and getting it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I went to Coffee Bean with a certain paid regular a couple of times in my first couple of years at the store because they thought I was funny and just wanted to help me a little bit. Yeah. Now I avoid that guy.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just, and that, like, all that shit bothers me. Because drugs will make you fucking, you know, they're doing something that's on the other side of the fence. We get to happen to you because you're on the other side of the fence. Well, you really believe this. You stand up, acting, writing, directing. People fucking your dreams. It hurts a little.
Yeah.
That shit hurts a little more. You know, so I'm happy that they do this. I never liked Cosby anyway, so I can give a fuck about him. I can give a fuck about Harvey Weinstein and this scene and this movies and this people.
Yeah.
I don't like Speed Money. I don't give a fuck if everyone made one of their movies or not. I can care less, you know. But I'm happy that I studied it from a legal point of view. And I thought he was doing okay. He was doing the right steps. The more longer he took, the more witnesses he disappeared. The more time he discredited the girls. You know, I know that she ate a part. Annabella Scoria, because wait a second. So he raped him and then he came back to his party. You know, shit like that. That's Hollywood shit.
Yeah.
So he raped you. Come back to the party. You're in New Jersey. I rape you. Next time you come to the party, so your three brothers will stick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why she lost credibility. When you're an actress and all that shit, you kind of hard to lose credibility. And I'm sorry to say this, I have a daughter.
Yeah.
You know, it's so hard to prove a rape case. So much hard. Without, you know, even with the DNA.
Really?
Oh yeah, they can lose handle the fucking shit in the lab. The guy didn't put a glove on. You don't fucking know. You know, look at the OJ trial. The guy took the blood home. Why would you take the fucking blood home with you? You usually take evidence home with you?
Yeah.
Well, it was getting late.
That's yeah.
That's it. You walk out of the court crying, I shot a load. You got a ripped pair of pants, rippers at me. That's it. I mean, that's it. That's basically it. So I knew it would be an uphill battle, especially years ago. Every conversation. It's money. How long can he last? He hired people. We fired him. That's an old story. Because the longer I take, the more you change your story. I'm going to keep sending investigators out. Tell us again about the night of August 4th. You have a ritual. When I asked you in September, you said you had a red shirt on. Well, fuck, how many times have I tell this story? That's what was good. Told the story you got out because that's what they're looking for. The trip you want.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean that went up there. I'm not that consistent.
Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk to anyone else again. It was a one-time thing, and that was that. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was just embarrassing because, you know, you read the thing on everyone and mine's like, Chelsea went back several times. But it's like, you know, I noticed a lot of big actors, it was like they went there one time in 1997, he pulled his stick out and they left immediately. I don't think so. They probably went back a couple times. Or if not, they probably, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to, I was just telling the truth about what happened with me. I feel like other people might have had a different experience. But I felt dumb in comparison. Like, that does not look good. I think I saw, I think Rose McGowan had something at, was it Sundance or something?
Right.
But yeah, well, he's like the king of the film festival. You know, like when you, I remember, I think I saw him at Sundance and he was sitting behind a blocked off rope at a party and everyone trying to talk to him. At fucking Cannes, you know, he has the private table with all these like hot actors and like the studio executive guy I was with was like, can you introduce me? Like, you know, before all that shit happened, like he was the fucking man, you know? Like he was like the number one, like key to the kingdom guy for like so many people. So it's like,
You gotta imagine how many girls did that to
dude,
yeah.
yeah, like it knocked them down completely, or you mean they just, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just another day in Molly.
Yeah.
Just another fucking Monday after.
Yeah, I was like, all right, well, that's not happening again, so.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got over it.
Yeah.
It happened. For how fucking crazy is that?
Very bizarre.
And you meet fucking.
It's too perfect, the first week, you know? And it's like looking back, like, I don't know, I was just like, wow, like, I have really good luck. Like, it was from the most, like, sincere place, you know? It was just from, like, a hopeful, starry-eyed, like, you know, I'm sure that happened. I'm sure it was, like, it's, like, designed that way. Because I trace it back to, like, I'm sure the photographer dude and the fucking other producer guy, they're in, like, cahoots with all that. You know, it's like they're finding people off the fucking busload from Russia. So like just, you know what I mean? Like it's like preying on like the new, the naive, you know, the confused, the, you know, I'm sure it's like it's like a grooming process almost. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at you now.
Hey. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, it's like,
All guys jerking off in front of you.
dude, no. Yeah, I still let Stephen do it. No, I know, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. He's 40.
Just taking my dick out of the road, just jerking off in front of a young girl.
That's crazy.
Fucking horrible. Like I would feel horrible.
It's mental illness.
Told me that they go get a hand job somewhere. Like really. All that shit drives me crazy. You lose CK lost everything.
Yeah.
Open hand job. You jerked off in front of two girls.
Yeah.
2003 in the ass. I don't get it.
Yeah, he went down fast.
And there was no trial.
It's interesting how certain people have certain, yeah, and some people it's a much bigger. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably is.
Yeah. That's a scene in the movie Happiness. You see that movie? So good. Todd Solondz movie. The guy who did Welcome to the Dollhouse. It's really good. Philip Seymour Hoffman played that. He would call people in the phone booth. I mean, out of the phone book and like jack off and breathe. It's such a good movie.
Yeah, I like that shit. I don't want to see nobody jerk.
It's a good indie movie. Just writing, stand up, husband. I'm a chill. I don't know. Just keeping it, just staying really busy. Yeah. Yeah, I go with him. I don't know when I'm going out again with him. He is the most last minute person ever. Yeah, so I'm just doing stuff in town, you know, doing a showcase this week for Just for Laughs and Ice House and store and where? It's at the store this time, thank God.
Come on.
Yeah, in the first other two ones I did was like the fucking Improv Lab, which is the worst fucking room, West Side Comedy, which is an awkward room. I'm just so grateful this time it's at the fucking
Yeah, they probably like 2 years.
Really?
Not even as a personal.
Oh, that's interesting.
All down with the fucking clubs.
Yeah. Yeah, but part of me again, yeah, like what we had talked about though, you know, just like arranging my set to like please someone. Like I'm fucking over it. Like I'm gonna do me. If you fucking want it, cool. If not, I don't give a fuck. Like I don't know. It's just that whole thing of like me just wanting to do me with the material that I want to do and not trying to like impress someone else.
The goal would be for you to walk there and do face.
Yeah,
That's
what it's for. Yeah.
So you can't be too R-rated.
Yeah.
I want them to show me who you are, where the balls come from. But don't call me top. This is a business.
It's half and half.
I'd rather use what's that expression? I don't want you to win the war, but lose the battle.
Yeah, I do. I'll lighten it up.
Either they like you or they don't.
Yeah.
It's when you come to, and I love just relax. I've never worked. I never got invited. I was going to crash now. They want me to go, but I can't go to town. But it's so weird how just relax. There's so many different. You cannot get mad at them if they say no.
No, totally.
And I'll tell you why. It's like, why I don't get the breakdowns anymore. I used to get the breakdowns.
Me too.
And I would old suits. Because when your agent called in today, a row came out here perfect for it. Reality, 4 rows came out that day. 4 rows came out that day. But the other 3 have something attached to them that you don't know. And unless you're with a good agent, they're not going to know. They're not going to call the fast train to say, Chelsea, what is wrong with this role for Bobby? Well, Bobby's good, but when the guy wrote it, he really was the Bobby thing. So I'll leave you guys. They're really going to pick it off of the Bobby list. I'm not going to get laid on.
Yeah.
You follow what I'm saying to you? There's agents that know that shit. And they're tight with the fuck. I had an agent one time. This is how big it was. He called the director and had him turn an extra role into a fucking paid acting role.
Wow.
And he put me in. That's an agent.
That's a good agent. Whatever happened to him?
He got AIDS and moved to Germany trying to get the treatment because I guess in Germany
Wow.
treatment for the AIDS or something. And I saw him a couple times at Marie. He gave his card. He's not in the business anymore. But to this day, that's why I know people are lazy. Because I had a great manager at one time. I first got here. I had a manager that was probably the best person I ever looked out with. He called within 10 minutes. He had an answer. He hugged that motherfucker down at lunch.
Yeah.
But most people, if you call, but they're not getting off. So like, this guy hugged you down. You know, and just they don't make it like that no more.
Yeah, that's
Why
dope.
should do this as a director? The name of the movie was Dickie Roberts. It was a movie with David Spade. Where he plays this fucking crazy dude. In the beginning, David Spade has to fight. He has to fight, and now he will lose. Or something like that. Bobby Slade was the director. We end up in all day. And I just walk out. It's like 4 big black guys in the front of the day. I like 2 lines. So the agent talking to the director into making that speaking.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know there's people out there that jump on it. You know there's people that don't jump on it. When it comes to breakdowns, you don't know all the variables. And for you, you don't know all the variables. You have a good manager. Cole, she's got some clout, so I think it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Hopefully, mail it. Talk to Montreal.
Yeah, that'd be great. And if not, another thing coming. That's better. Yeah, totally.
Whatever else you got working out.
Yeah, I know. I've been waiting for some stuff with some scripts. You know, I'll talk about it when it happens. But until then, yeah, I work very hard. But I'm not going to, run my mouth over something that hasn't happened yet. But I'm excited, and I'm excited to see what happens this year with some of that stuff.
It was fun working with you.
So much fun. I got that VHS from McDonald's one time in a Happy Meal. The Last of the Mohicans. Isn't that weird? It felt like a mistake. I was like, why is this in my Happy Meal? It was in the place of a toy. I think someone at McDonald's did it as a joke and gave it to like a kid. Isn't that bizarre? That's true.
That's true.
Happy Meal.
You have a website.
ChelseaSkidmore.com, podcast, The Chelsea Skidmore Show. I do one a week. Been going for 2 years. Sometimes I'll do 2, and then but I release one a week. Yeah. Thank you so much.
want to wish you all luck in the world. You got all the tools. You're going to be a fucking animal.
Thank you.
I'll be tomorrow. I'll be tomorrow.
Might be Friday. No.
Friday. I want to thank you. Don't forget Friday night, Viva Las Vegas. Myself and Dean Del Rey at Treasure Island. One show, one night. We're out there Saturday night, Saturday, 11 o'clock. I'm excited. So May 20, no, March 27th, I'm in Santa Barbara at the ROTHSCHILD Theater. So I'm going to announce the dates. We'll be kicking around New York for a couple of days. So that's what's going on right now. And that's that easy. I'll see some of you motherfuckers Friday night in Vegas. I'll see the rest of you motherfuckers next Monday. Get top of it. It's a whole new month, a whole new set of rules. That's it. It's March, bitches. It was Christmas 2 weeks ago. You were just jumping up and down for New Year's. And it's March. You still haven't started your resolutions. So you better get your shit together. See you Monday morning. The rest of you, I'll see you Friday night, Treasure Island. My main man, Dean Del Rey. Check this fucking movie.
Welcome to podcast.
Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Hiring used to be hard. Multiple job sites, stacks of resumes, a confusing review process. But today, hiring is easy. And you can only have it one place that gets it done right. And that's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Right now, ZipRecruiter is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, today, try ZipRecruiter for free. Did you hear what I just said? Free. My listeners can go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. CHURCH. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Right now, ZipRecruiter is the smartest way to hire. Let's kick this motherfucking mute. Any problems in the house today? What's happening?
Oh shit, where's the music?
No more music. We had to cut out the fucking music.
Really?
Yeah.
You got busted?
We got warning. We got red flag.
That sucks.
They sent the fucking feds.
They let people fucking sleep on the goddamn sidewalk. On the sidewalk, but you can't fucking play little clips of music to help the band.
Trust me, you don't understand. You don't understand that. It's taking a piece out of it because that was part of the thing. Giving them shit that I even forgot about. Yeah, it was through my journeys that I even forgot about. I love it right now. You know what I'm missing? Tom Morello on Sirius. That's the best show on Sirius right now.
What does that talk about?
he talks about that style of music. Tom Morello show on Sirius XM. Oh my God, he had his fucking mother on the other day. 93 years old. And he goes telling the story, Mom, about their first performance ever at Lola Blues in 1992, 93. They go out the night before, you know, she used to bring them up on stage. 62-year-old retired school teacher. Are you ready for the world's greatest motherfucking rock and roll band? Rage Against the Machine. That's her. So now she's 93. She's like, you know, fucking 3 days from dying, and she's still sharp. He's like, you nice nipples, you know, and he's like, Mom, relax, let's tell him about the story. She told the story about when they went to Louisiana, New Orleans, got arrested, and they had to go to Lola Blues and wait for them to get out of jail. And she went up on stage and started fucking the New Orleans police. She led the cheer. Oh no. Did I ever tell you my story of how I met Tom Morello? I remember one day I sat with you and had lunch at the old place where we used to hang out. This had to be 20 years ago. But the first time Fairfax, where was the place that you saw with Rogan? We ate a burrito with right next to Coffee Bean on Fairfax and Sunset. There's Coffee Bean and there used to be a taco place next to it. Oh, Baja Fresh. You used to eat there every fucking day. Yeah. So one day we went, you, me, and Joe. Tom Morello was sitting there by himself. And this is Baja Fresh, gentlemen. Yeah. And here's Tom Morello, the hottest band now. This had to be 1999, 2000. Yeah. And you sat down like, I felt like I went out. I had to get something. I met him before. You had met him before, right? Yeah. This is the craziest story, right? So, you know, I've always been a big Browns fan, right? Big Cleveland Browns fan. When I was 8, my brother was 12. His job was to humiliate me. He had a big baseball card collection. I was jealous of the baseball card collection. So he looked at one of his cards and he gave it to me. He goes, here, you can have this one. It was the Cleveland Indians back when they were a joke. 30 games behind first place every day. And it was Dennis Eckerson's rookie card. And he gave me that card. I'm 8. And I'm like, okay, I love everything about Cleveland. So that's how I got into Cleveland Indians, Cleveland Cavaliers, Cleveland Browns, since I was fucking 8, dude, 8 and 10, right? Brian Side, Dave Logan, all the whole era, and then the fumble, and then the driver, the spiner, the Kozar, Webster Slaughter, all that shit. So then the Browns moved. They moved. Exactly. The drive and the fun. Yeah, they killed us. But anyways, in 96, an Art Hotel took the team and moved to fucking Baltimore. They became the Baltimore fucking Ravens. And now Cleveland, all of a sudden, Cleveland fucking Browns were gone. Cleveland doesn't have a football team. So everybody's pissed. I'm pissed. So that first year, Cleveland Browns fans didn't know what the fuck to do. Who became a Cleveland? What team? The Cleveland Browns moved to Baltimore and became the Baltimore Ravens. Right. After 10 Colts left. After the Colts left, the Colts already went to Indianapolis. But the Browns became the Baltimore Ravens in 1996. That was Ray Lewis's rookie year. And that's what they picked in the first round. But anyways, the Browns didn't have a team, so you know, here comes, you know, the off season. They're talking about the Ravens. They start showing off the colors. And everybody from Cleveland, fuck the Ravens. And I was all about fucking Ravens too. But as the season approached, I thought, you know what? We'll check out a fucking preseason game. And it was the New York Giants versus Baltimore Ravens. And the only place they were showing it was at that promenade in Santa Monica. There was a place called Yankee Doodles. I don't even know if it's still there, but it's a gigantic sports bar. Two level sports. Huge. It's like Dave and Buster's with 2 levels. And they have downstairs, they got fucking 50 TVs everywhere. And then upstairs, so Sundays, it's just a fucking football extravaganza there. And so I went, and the first, you know, there's Browns fans all over the country because the Browns have they've been around since like the 40s or 50s or something like that. So there's fans everywhere. They moved. So there's Browns backers everywhere. But it was the Ravens' first year. They had no backers anywhere. They had no outside fans outside of Baltimore. I wanted to see the game anyway. So I saw New York Giants
versus Baltimore Ravens, and I became a Ravens fan just by watching it because I thought, damn, man, Vinny Testaverde, like these are the same guys, Leroy Ford, but these guys are purple. They're like the Purple Browns. I'm like, fuck it, I'm not gonna let our hotel take football away from them. I'm not gonna let them destroy my Sundays. So I just became a Baltimore Ravens fan. So I would show up there every Sunday, and I was the only Raven fan outside of Baltimore. So they put me downstairs, and nobody there in the fucking corner. I'm watching. Everyone's upstairs going nuts, and they got me in a corner with the Baltimore Ravens game, right? And then the Baltimore Ravens played the Rams, St. Louis Rams. And so I was sitting there. It's 1996, and I'm sitting there, and there's a Rams fan next to me watching. And it's fucking Tom Morello, but I had no idea. It was him. I personally didn't have any Rage Against the Machine records. I wasn't really a big Rage Against the Machine fan. I like that, fuck you do what you told me. That was all cool and everything. But for me, I was actually doing rock too, but I was, Rage Against the Machine was more like Led Zeppelin doing rap. And my style was more Nine Inch Nails doing rap. So, I wasn't that into Rage Against the Machine, just being honest. So I really didn't recognize it, you know what I mean? And we're watching the game, and then halftime, we just start talking, just bullshitting. And he asked me, what do you do? I'm like, I'm out here in Hollywood trying to make it music. Not a strip club DJ, but I DJ at a strip club, but trying to make it music. He goes, oh, really? What kind of band do you have? I told him, it's like Rage Against the Machine, except you know how they're like Led Zeppelin-y? I go, we're not like that. We're more Nine Inch Nails. He's like, oh, really? And he goes, that's my band. I said, what? What do you mean? I'm the guitar player for Rage Against the Machine. I go, fuck you. He goes, yeah, and he was. And he showed me, then he proved it, obviously. And then it was a trip, because he's a big Rams fan. Even to this day, he's a giant Rams fan. So for the rest of the game, I was just like a Bigfoot. That was like sort of like talking shit on throwing up my band and kind of bringing Rage Against the Machine down a little bit to Tom Morello. But anyways, and then I ran into him a few other times, like this, like maybe 4 or 5 other times I run into him somewhere. I'm like, hey, Dan, remember me? The Ravens fan? Remember? He goes, oh, shit, that's right, baby doodles. 96. So, but that's it. He probably don't remember me no more.
It's great. In a while, I saw people and they went away. Like I go through that phase. When I first got to it was Tommy Lee. Tommy Lee Wednesdays, Thursdays, get a drink at the front bar, talking cheese. And I said 2 words. It was nice to see Tommy Lee. And if it wasn't Tommy Lee, it was a crazy guitar player from Poison. He's crazy. He's drinking. He's crazy. I would see CC DeVille. I would see him. Who else did I see a lot then? Slash. I would see Slash. Like when I would do comedy at the Union, Slash was there. Then I went to Burbank Airport and Slash was there. Yeah, Slash was there. The next day I had to walk to a convention and Slash was there. It was like, and then I never saw Slash again, ever again. It's like so weird now. And now I don't even know. I could be standing next to fucking Nick Jonas. I don't know. Exactly. I don't know who the fuck they are.
Yeah. You had Ricky Rocket on your podcast, right? Yeah. He's an old friend of mine. Yes. He used to hang out for a while, back up, because he did jiu-jitsu at John Shops as well, and we became friends. And back in 97, we had a plan to put together MMA magazine. Before it was even called MMA, it was called No Holds Barred for a while. And we were going to put out a magazine called No Holds Barred. He was going to finance it, and I was going to be like the editor or whatever, right? That was the plan. So we thought, shit, if we're going to do this, it's going to be awesome. We got to start going to UFCs. And this is back in 97 when the UFC were underground. The first two UFCs, the first 4 or 5 actually were huge. And then they lost their cable contract and they went underground, and you could only see it on the satellite. And so there was this one UFC coming up, 3,000 people capacity. That's when Joe was backstage reporting. It's hilarious. So we went to that, to report on it and interview fighters and stuff. The magazine never came out, kind of just flaked on it.
Did you know Joe?
I knew he was, he trained at Sean Jocks, but I'd never run into him. You know, and Ricky's like, yeah, that dude, he's on news radio and he trains as Jean Jacques. I'm like, oh yeah, I heard about him. I haven't run into him. Like, and we actually talked. They're like, hey, dude, you train at Jean Jacques? And he said, yeah. So that's what we kind of first sort of like met. Like, and then a couple of years later, he started taking the classes that I was in, and just from that point,
And that was crazy. I evolved because I came in around that time.
Yes, I met you like in 2000, 2001.
No,
Was it?
2001?
yeah. I've been here since '97. I started fucking around with Joe like '98. I met you like '99 and a half.
As far as I remember, we met at the Comedy Store, right?
Yes, on Sunday night.
Yeah, that was back in 2000. That's when
Trained with him. That's all I know. You were the teacher.
Yeah, no,
You trained.
I was a purple belt. He was a blue
You
belt.
guys, it was tolerable. You together. We were just talking about sweeps and shit. And I didn't know what the fuck. I thought you was talking about the old school sweeps. Like in New York, the kung fu sweeps. When I tried to kick you like out from under you.
Yeah. Those are still legit.
They're legit, but nobody, I always said that. I don't even know if that really used to be, those things were in the 70s when I was growing up. You swept off a swinging back kick. Like, you did a swinging back kick twice, and you went to fucking get that guy in competition. Everybody used to go to competitions where you couldn't kick the face.
Yeah.
You could kick something here, it was all semi-contact.
Yeah.
If you kick, touch the face, that disqualified. Yeah. So I always aimed that heel for the midsection, but I would set them up. And if I knew that they were coming at me, if they were righties, I would take that left leg. That's how I used to win those competitions. This is when I was like 10. I just figured out that sweeping was the way to go. And I became the sweep of the competition. So from 10 to 14, I used to just sweep people. That was my fucking. If I caught your leg, I would just sweep you. And then I trained with people who just swept people. This was way like basic karate. Yeah. There was no Muay Thai, none of that shit. Jiu-Jitsu, there was nothing. It was Aikido. Richard Bowe had an Aikido school on 68th Street, and everything else was karate. With the fist, Hassan's father. Yeah. So that was my first karate teacher, was Hassan's father. But I didn't go to competitions with Hassan's father. I didn't start going to competitions until I moved to New Jersey. And I started training with this Vietnam vet who was fucking nuts.
Why did you move to New Jersey?
Because my mother had the bar in that neighborhood. So at that time, in that part of New Jersey, the school, Fujian Pai Kung Fu, by the way, was still there on the second floor above the Carvel.
What's a Carvel?
High school store.
Oh, shit.
And then the other big school was Gushifu Karate. It was like that. It's it was like a cage being part of a gang. Like we saw you in the mall and shit. That was shit. Fujian Pai in the house, you know, and then we were like, some of us didn't know each other pretty much. That's the plan a little bit. Watch out. My son, I see it. Come over with the coronavirus. You thought at that age, you really did. To get that person, you know, they made the Karate Kid. Remember how they did? That's how those people treated me. You were part of the game. You idiots hung out together in school. You know, you were Karate Kids and shit. Until you went up into a black school and got lit up. And then there was no more Karate Kids. That was the end of it. You went to like some beach and you picked out some skinny black dude and just lit all four of you up. And that would be the end. Take one beating. After that, I was with, we got a beat. I used to, when I was a kid, there was a time when I lived in New York City and I would just go to I lived in New York City, but I would go to Union City with my mother. So I had to find something to do. So I joined a karate school while she was at that her bar. That would get me out of there for an hour and let me walk. Yeah. And I became friends with a couple of karate kids. That was the first time at night that I would tell her at 7 o'clock, I would go and I would take my kid. And we had these creepy kids. I hung out with 2 creepy kid karate sets. My first one was this kid. He had to be 20-something. He was a pervert. He was working the ball for pervert. You know what I'm saying? He hung out with this dude named Pino, who was my age, and my family knew his family. We called him like crazy, like he knew his mother. We would yell and call him a fucking cunt. We were kids. Me and Pino came from a cute house. This kid, Mike, was from the White House. The first time I heard him call his mother a cunt, I almost had a fucking heart attack. You understand me? And that was the first house I ever seen. That white, he had a brother and a sister, and they all abused the mother, told the father to shut up. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? But it didn't matter. They were the supers in the building. And we would go down to that basement night. We would fuck each other up to death. Me, Pino, Crazy Mike. And there was somebody else, Subito. Subito was the super's kid. So that's how we got access to the building. Subito. He was a Cuban kid with a mustache. And we would just fuck each other up. But Mike was a man, so when you squad with Mike, you got better. So I tried to squad with Mike every night. Real light and stuff. We would go to hunt and we put our own. In those days, we had targets. I had a whole 3-inch pad, not a piece of wood. That's what we did. And then when I got older, I got a different clip. Like Cologne, Mario Diaz was a Chinese Cuban. He spelled his name with E instead of an A like I spelled it. And his father was like a Chinese doctor and shit. He would never be home. He would never home with his parents. So we'd all go home. We had Samuel Diaz's house. The family had money. They had a nice basement. And that's when we went crazy. That's when we went Eddie Bravo back crazy. We fled Chinatown. We would buy iron bomb technique. We would hit the bag every night. We had the cups. We would work the iron palm. We would hit bricks with our fucking hand. That's the Joey Karate store. Crazy. We used to beat each other up so much. So his father had like walls that were nice. But we started punching through the wall. Like, I swear to God, we would be fighting and we'd just punch through the wall. There had to be 3 holes every 3 feet. From like me on that side kick you, we get out of the way and my foot would go through the wall. And that type of shit. Nobody ever got caught in the cut. Nobody ever got stitches. We got a lot of bruises. There's a lot of broken noses there. Look, I had a broken nose. They must have hit me 15 times. Like, that's why I broke my nose one time. Why went in there with a broken nose one time? We just beat each other up and then friendly. Yeah, we were friendly. Not MMA, kick you in the head type shit. No. If you kick, you only have to keep the body. You would always go for the stuff from kicks, that type of shit.
You know, I did karate for 6 months.
Yeah.
I got a green stripe on my white belt. I took one test to get that stripe. On the results, it's like a piece of paper that said excellent overhand knife strike. So I thought that was my shit. So while I was doing karate, I was living in an apartment building, and above me was this huge Russian. I don't know the guy. I think it was either Russian or Polish, and he fucking hated me because I had this girlfriend. Only girl ever that I've ever had a relationship with that loved being really loud while we had sex. Like, she was loud as fuck. 22. And like, we had the first time I had sex with her, she just started screaming, and I had to like shut the window and cover her face. People going, shut the fuck up. He rushing upstairs, just pounding on the fucking ceiling. So he hated me, right? And I knew we were gonna have a confrontation. You know, one of these days we're gonna run into each other. So I asked my instructor, my karate instructor, and I told him the story. I told my big ears, I go, what do you think I should do? You think I should come after him with the overhand knife strike? And he said, no. He goes, this is what you should do. You should jump, seriously, you should jump, leap at him, and punch both his ears. And it'll knock him out. It'll fuck up his equilibrium. So I'm like, shit, are you sure? He goes, yes, that's what you do. I'm like, fuck, that's what this guy fucking told me, right? I would have done that too. I would have done that. So me and my girlfriend I was cranking Alice in Chains, never forget this. And he started jumping up on the floor, pounding the ceiling. And you know, old school lights, like for your room, have like a glass covering. I don't know what they call those, but it's a glass covering you screw on with a shade almost. Yeah, it's like a shade. It was a big glass one. And you had to screw it off to change the light bulb, and then you screw it back on. And it's like a 70s feel. And he was pounding, and that thing was rocking and shaking. And I cranked him fucking hard. I was pissed. And he started jumping, and the thing fell and broke, shattered. And my girlfriend was putting on her makeup, like off to the side. If it would have landed on her head, she could have been seriously injured. And it was loud, dude. And all of a sudden, he started jumping, stopped jumping. And I fucking freaked out. I got all the glass and I put it in a dustpan. And I went upstairs, pounded on his door, and threw all the glass like against his door. And I was ready to throw that jumping double fist punch to the ears. I was ready, but it never came out. He was just silent. And all this glass was sitting at his doorstep. And then I went back downstairs and I never seen it. Never heard a peep from that. Dude, he would have killed me. Fucking humiliated. I was gonna come after him on that shit. That's what my instructor told me.
You don't know what you knock on somebody's door, bro. They might just shoot, so thank God he was.
Yeah. He would have fucked me up. This guy was huge. He would have fucked me up.
So we think about this fucking carnivore. This carnivore.
Guys, I need bread, man. I'm sorry.
No, he's talking about the coronavirus.
I think it's just like Ebola, Zika, SARS. Every 2 years, there's this new thing, you know. I don't know, man. You know, there's different theories. There's one theory that says, here's one theory. They're saying, even though your phone says 5G, they haven't rolled it out yet. We actually don't have 5G. Because we do have 5G. My phone says 5G all the time, and it sucks. LTE crushes my 5G. But apparently, I could be wrong. They're saying, no, 5G isn't even rolled out yet. It's just saying it on your phone. They're just advertising it. They're not even using it yet. When they do use it, it's going to fuck people up. That's what they're saying. This conspiracy theory, 5G, is going to fuck people up. Like the waves, the way it works is going to... And the symptoms from 5G, apparently, are like radiation sickness symptoms, like flu symptoms. If you have radiation sickness, it feels like you have the flu. Apparently. This is what I'm hearing. This is just the theory. So they're saying, one theory is that Wuhan was the first city in China to roll out 5G, fucked everybody up. So they blame it on the corona. They're saying everyone's got corona when really 5G's fucking everybody up. That's just a conspiracy theory. That's what I'm reading. Who the fuck knows? I think it's another theory is it's just they do this every couple of years, Zika, Ebola, SARS, to fuck up elections. Like obviously when it comes to Trump, the fake Russian hoax that failed, the fake rape claims failed, the fake impeachment failed, all that shit. They're trying to frame him and they're trying to fucking destroy him, and it's all not working. So the one thing that Trump has done for us is he's made our economy better than it's been in 50 years or something like that. Maybe that's, I don't know, maybe our economy sucks. But I know my jiu-jitsu association is stronger than ever, and that's a direct reflection of the economy, in my opinion. I think for me, the economy is great. So when people say, dude, the economy is better than ever, better than it's been in 50 years, I agree with that because the planet's blowing the fuck up. So the way, like their last hope is a conspiracy. The last hope is, okay, let's do another Zika, Ebola operation where we scare everybody, You know, apparently 20,000 to 50,000 people a year die from the flu. So there's people dying all the time of the flu, but you never hear about it. But if you take this human coronavirus, which is on the back of Lysol, if you look at the back of a Lysol spray can, it says list all the viruses that are killed, and it says human coronavirus. And so it's not like it's new. It's just like the technical name for a kind of flu. Flu is like there's a bunch of different strains of flu, and they have a bunch of different names. So one theory is this is just a psyop to fuck the economy up, and that it's working. If that's what it is, it's working because the stocks. I don't know anything about stocks, but apparently they tumble, and like the economy is like taking a big hit. So that's a theory that it's all just an operation, just like Zika, just like Ebola. You know, then one person died in the United States and everybody's freaking out. 50,000 people a year die. So you got, 6 people a year die from like coconuts falling on their head or something like that. So one person died in Washington, and there's an old lady. I don't know. I don't know what to believe. I have no idea. Another theory is, there's a theory that I don't know. That people are saying we can't even see viruses. They're too small to even see. Like we can see bacteria, but even through an electron microscope, apparently we can't see viruses. So that's why when you go to Google and you put in virus, it's going to show you a bunch of CGI pictures. Like it's never like an actual picture of a virus in a cell. It's all CGI. And when you do that, you're like, shit. So people, I don't know, man. I don't know, maybe like, how do we know what the fuck is going on? How do we know if we can't see it? So I've grown into a person that I don't believe shit unless I can see it or I can prove it for myself. Otherwise, you don't have to believe in shit. You can just say, I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't know. You don't have to make a choice. You know, like, oh, you have to believe or not. Like, I don't know, dude. You know, after so many, how many lives does it take? How many more Ebolas and all? How many more before you go, okay, enough of this shit? How many does it take? People forget about, like, they're doing this every 2 years. It's always a new fucking virus.
It even be nothing and like just it's something to get us to talk about it because they're like that's all anyone's talking.
You talk about it, it affects the economy. That's what they're saying. That's a conspiracy theory. I don't know. I mean,
well,
I don't know.
How many millions of dollars has Corona beer lost? It's like tens of millions of dollars, right?
More people die of Corona beer than of the virus. Wow. That's a fact. People get drunk on that shit and have liver failure. You know? So I don't know what to think about this shit. They're just so much. All I know is that the left is politicizing the shit out of it. They're blaming Donald Trump for the fucking coronavirus. They're blaming him. They're blaming him. The New York Times put up an article. We should call this the Trump virus. If you get sick, you know who to blame. So the left is politicizing this shit. They take whatever you think of, it's like okay, it's like how do you blame Trump? Okay, it's like that's how they're coming up with the idea. How can we blame Trump? Let's just say he cut funding to the CDC. Yes, let's say that. Did he? No. Let's just say it. So they put out these reports. He cut funding to the CDC, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, what a fucking time to do this during the coronavirus." Meanwhile, he didn't cut shit. It's completely odd. What we're seeing now, you always are suspicious of what politicians say and what you hear on the news. People will say, "Yeah, I don't believe that shit." But to actually be able to see to hear their lives and know their lives, that's new. That's new. We're actually watching them and specifically knowing what the lies are. You know what I mean? So they're trying to blame Trump for the fucking virus. One person dying in Washington is blame Trump to crash the economy. They want an apocalyptic event. Like the left, because Trump is busted. That's what's going on right now. Trump is busted. Think about the impeachment. The whole impeachment thing was about Trump calling the president of the Ukraine and asking him to look into the corruption the Bidens are doing in Ukraine. Look at the scams they're running, these tax scams. You know, look into that shit. And so that's what the impeachment is about. The impeachment is about Trump is trying to dig up dirt on his political rival because he's running for president, Joe Biden. Look, that's impeachment for trying to dig up dirt. Meanwhile, Biden is on video sitting at the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, sitting there bragging that he got a prosecutor fired from the Ukraine who's going after his son's company in Ukraine. So Joe Biden put his son, Hunter Biden, on the board of Burisma, an energy company, corrupt ass energy company that a prosecutor was looking into and seizing assets and stuff. So they were to Joe, because Joe Biden was assigned to Ukraine. That was his shit. He was the vice president, and Obama put him in charge of Ukraine. So Burisma was going, dude, get this fucking prosecutor out my fucking ass, right? So Biden said, okay, of course, because his son's in the goddamn board. He's bragging. And he says, he's telling all this Illuminati guys, saying, now listen, I told the guy, I said, listen, you better fire that prosecutor. Listen, I'm going to leave in 6 hours. We were living in like 6 hours. So I got 6 hours. I told him, you're not going to get your $1 billion unless you fire the prosecutor. And then he said, you know what he said? He goes, you don't have the authority. You're not the president. He goes, you know what I said? Call Barack and see what happens. And everyone's laughing. All these old motherfuckers are laughing. Council on Foreign Relations, that's Rockefeller. And he's bragging in front of all these people, these old people who actually make all the laws. And he goes, and guess what? He was fired. And they're all laughing. So it's on video. He was holding back $1 billion. You know what they do? Is they get $1 billion in aid. We got to help Ukraine. They're getting tortured. They send them $1 billion. And everybody, they're tugging at everybody's heart. Yes, I signed this bill, send them $1 billion. No one's getting a fucking aid. When we send $1 billion of aid to countries, they got no money. It's all going in people's pockets. You know what they do? They say maybe half of it goes to whatever corrupt politicians in the Ukraine are getting it, and the other half of the deal is donate to our foundations, and that's how they launder it. Their foundations is donations. So that's how they make the deal. That's what Trump's busted. Trump's busted all the shit. The only reason Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, was on the board, he has no experience in energy. He didn't even show up. He's just on a board, and he gets $80,000 a month from Ukraine tax money. So they're just trading tax money. That's all they do. All this tax money. We'll send you $1 billion, send $500 back here, and it's a lot of these motherfuckers. That's why they're going after Trump, because he's busted. It's not just Biden. Biden's running for president. He's running for president for protection. Because if you're running for president, like if he wasn't running for president and Trump said that, he said, hey, listen, look into all this shit Biden's doing, and he wasn't running for president, that's totally different. Then have it open up an investigation and then crush it. Biden knew that this was going down. So that's why he's running for president. He's got protection. You can't come after me. You're coming after political. You can't attack a political rival. We can impeach you. So that's why the impeachment never happened, because when it got down to the facts, he did nothing. He did nothing wrong. He was looking into corruption. So if they're willing to do that to the fucking president, dude, they're trying to frame him. And that's not the first time. The whole Russian collusion thing. That's what's the investigation on how that started. That's what's going on right now. But as they were investigating Bob Mueller and all that shit, dude, they were just trying to frame him because he's busting everybody. He's not part of DC. So they brought in Trump because they knew he had big balls. It's not his idea. They recruited Trump.
What by the boy out of
What's that? Dude, Adam Schiff. Dude. Oh man, Adam Schiff. That guy is hilarious. That guy's so the impeachment call it was something like this. It was like, hey, look into the Bidens. They're doing some corrupt ass shit, right? Something like that, right? Look into the Bidens. So yeah, they didn't think Trump was going to release the transcript, so they made up a call. Schiff was going to go in front of Congress and make up this gangster call, like something out of a fucking Tony Montana movie. Tony Montana movie, I'm an idiot, but like it's an old gangster movie, right? Scarface. And so before Adam Schiff got up in Congress and just read this bullshit call, like, hey, listen, I want you to dig up Tony Biden, my political rival, and I'm only going to tell you this 7 times. And you can call me. And he's pretending like he's reading it. You don't call me, I'll call you. And I want you to dig up a lot of dirt on Biden. Meanwhile, what he didn't know is Trump released the transcript. Before he made before he got up in Congress and pretended he was reading the transcript is totally innocent. He's like, yeah, look into Biden. That guy's a fucking corrupt motherfucker. Yeah, he's stealing our fucking money. You know what I mean? Look into that motherfucker. That's what you're supposed to do. but he didn't make it look. He should have made up the phone, release the transcript. There's a movie going on, a series going on right now in DC. You follow that shit? It's very entertaining. Very entertaining.
I was telling Lady that day on this podcast. It feels like I'm living in a dream. When I go home and watch World News Today, and I see these people, and it's like a fucking joke. To me, it feels like a fucking joke. It was like how I felt like when I was a kid, and white kids would tell me the show was fun, and I was watching, I would laugh. Yeah. And I thought it was a joke. You know, when people put it like, I did coke, it's the best feeling in the world. I do coke, and nothing would happen. Nothing would happen. 6 months, nothing happened. Then I drank beer again. Oh, now you're coke? Yeah. But before then, I wouldn't drink. I would just do coke. It wouldn't do nothing because the first 6 months I did.
Yeah, you know, I never was a coke guy at all, but it makes sense. Most dudes who do coke drink too. I don't know who's on coke.
What my point was that when I first started doing coke, I thought it was a joke. People telling me, oh my God, I did this coke, and it blew my mind. It wasn't getting behind it. I would do it, nothing would happen. And I'd look around and people would be like, you know, making faces, fucking talking and listening. I'm like, how come that shit don't happen to me? Then one night I drank a case of beer with it. Oh shit. But my point is that this is how it feels right now when I watch what's going down in Washington. They're all it's like a fucking joke. It's like a Telemundo novella. It feels like.
Yeah. They're all trying, all of them, they're all, the only reason Fox News is getting the real shit now, because if, like Darth Vader ran as a Republican and won, Fox News, their job is to blow up the Republicans. So they'll spin everything just like Fox does. Fox's job is to support the Republican no matter who it is. So if it was fucking Adolf Hitler, they would support him, right? No matter what, they're supporting the Bushes. But it's the only network that supports the Republican. Before Fox, it was all CNN, NBC, ABC, CBS, whatever they thought, they're going to shove it down your fucking throat. So Fox came up as one voice for the Republicans. There's a lot of corrupt Republicans. All the Bushes, are you kidding? The Bushes were the Dons. George Bush Sr., that guy was number one. He was right up there with the Rockefellers. So, and he was a Republican. So my point is the fact that Trump ran as a Republican. He used to be a Democrat. He has some Republican values, some Democratic values. But the plan was to clean up all this corruption. So the plan was, okay, you'll run as a Republican. We'll have one spot, Fox. They're finally going to get like real shit. Because again, they would lie. They would spin everything to the Republican side. But the fact that Trump is fucking up all this. Everybody should be concerned about these tax scams because they're taking our money. I'm concerned about my money. I give a lot of our money. And Trump is showing you how they're stealing all our money with these trade deals with China. The reason why everyone's getting the shit China, because all these fucking trade deals that they've been signing up for decades. China's raking in and we're getting fucked. You see old clips of Donald Trump in the 80s and the 90s. There's all these clips. He's like, dude, who's making these deals? We're getting fucked here. Because if Oprah goes, would you ever run for president? He's all young and shit, good looking. And he said, no, I love my life. I love my family. I don't want to run for president. But if I ever did, it'd be to fix these trade deals. Like, who's making these trade deals? We're getting screwed left and right. Our country's going down the toilet. Someone needs to save this shit. So he was always talking about the shit that he's doing now. He fixed the China shit. He fixed that. It's not. Some say that the coronavirus has something to do with what's going on with the trade deal. I don't know. But he fixed NAFTA. NAFTA was terrible. companies were moving out for the last few decades. They were all moving out because it was too expensive to stay here. The country was going to shit. Now all the companies are moving back for the money because now it makes sense because of the new trade deals. If you make more money, it makes more sense to make everything in the United States. That's the plan. The plan is to fix all the shit they've been doing for the last 40 years. That's the fucking plan. That's why they're going after them. Hollywood's going after them because they're all in bed together. All of them. Hollywood, the media, everybody, all the big companies, Time Magazine, New York Times, Washington Post, everybody is going, they're all going after them. They're all going after them. You know what I mean? And here we have Fox. They're like, they're going to put a positive spin on everything Republican, but it just so happens that they're getting the facts. The facts is Donald Trump was framed that Russian collusion shit. They framed him. They set him up. It was all set up. And what's happening right now today is they're going back how it all started. That's what this coronavirus is a distraction. That's another. It's slowing down the investigation on how the whole Russian collusion thing started. And when you look into those facts, shit, and the people involved and all the fake warrants they got before, the fake Pfizer warrants and all the time, the lies, we're getting like into the details of this case. The case of framing Trump, dude. They framed Trump. They gave him Russia. That's the worst shit. They went out. They gave him the worst shit. Russia, rape, racism. They gave him the worst shit, and nothing stopped. I mean, when Mexicans hate Donald Trump because they think he said Mexicans are all filthy animals. When he didn't say that, he was talking about gang members and the criminals, like MS-13. He was saying, MS-13, the criminals, the fucking animals, we're going to shut them all back, right? So CNN goes, oh, you know what we do with this? We'll just say, dude, we'll do this. They'll say, hey, look what Donald Trump said about Mexicans. And they edit it and goes, they're filthy animals, we're going to send them back. So Mexicans' fucking heads exploded. That's why Mexicans hate them, because CNN put out bullshit. He never said Mexicans were filthy animals. He said gang members were filthy animals. That's what he's saying, but no one cares about that. No one cares about that. That's how powerful the media is. The media is super powerful. Super powerful.
Last night I realized, watching TV with my wife last night, 16 minutes or whatever it was, and then we're talking about the word out of it. And they said, here's what they said, be sure to watch CBS Tuesday. See who gets nominated or something. To see who's your next president. The way they word it was, this is who's going to be your next president. Not who's going to run the election. You follow what I'm saying? So they were telling you, find out who's going to be your president. It was like a mental wash type fucking thing. I caught it. That didn't sound right there. I know the media don't. That's why I don't like human sacrifice. Like, I don't know. What the fucking line? Liberal, Republican, Democrat, on the right, on the left.
Now, when I grew up, the right sounded that shit. It was like, oh, they're all about family values. They're all about Christianity. They don't want me to have fun. I want to grow my fucking hair and get drunk, get wasted, fuck chicks. Fuck, Republican. They're trying to control us. You can't control me. I'm free. I'm a fucking speed metal songs. But when you have a kid, you grow up, you realize I thought they were trying to keep us from that. They want the kids to be fucked up. They want that shit. That's what it is. It's like, hey, you can be free. Chase your dreams. Go to Hollywood. Be a rock star. They want, that's how they break families up. Operation. The operation is to break the fucking family up. So it sounds like a great thing when you're a kid, free, be able to do what you want. I don't want to go to church. I don't want to be a Christian. Fuck family values. I don't have any kids. But when you have a kid, you realize family values are everything, right? My family values. I go to church. You know what I mean? I don't go to church, but I believe in God.
I don't go to church. My wife goes to church. Mercy. I like it. I don't like where she goes, but they have a good time.
Yeah.
I believe in the value of parents. My whole life, right?
Yeah, that's Republican values. Like Republican is gun rights, Second Amendment, family values. I'm down with that. Those two are very important. Guns are very important. But why would you give a fuck how many bullets I got? Why would you care if there was 15? Why are you wasting your time on that? It sounds like there's something else you're thinking about. Inch by inch, you're trying to take all that shit. You can't do it all at once. Ain't stupid. You know, reduce the gun size. Why are you worried about the size of my fucking gun? Why are you worried about that? They're trying to disarm us to control us. They can't control us when we have guns. You can go to Texas or Missouri. Shit. Go to Missouri and try to fucking round them up. Shit. You see what happened in Virginia? They try to implement some crazy gun control laws in Virginia. Dude, thousands of people showed up with fucking rifles and machine guns. They went up to like, you ain't taking this shit. There was no violence at all. There was no agent provocateurs to start shit. They weren't gonna go there. Everybody was dressed up like a fucking Navy SEAL. But you ain't taking my shit. Why are they concerned? Like, some kid shoots up a fucking school, so it makes sense to give up my guns. Does that make sense? It's so retarded. What do you want a big gun for, huh? Like, why do you care what size my fucking gun is? If I had a bazooka, that doesn't mean I'm more dangerous because I have a bazooka. If I had an AK-47, that doesn't make me more dangerous. That makes me more safe. That makes me more safe. You know what I mean? You know what? I just want to keep my family safe. You know what I mean?
Blowing up all the joints. I see hummus on your fingers. Yeah. You just fucking go there at night. You get a bazooka in the back of the shoe like the Blues Brothers. You think I'm getting a flashback to that now?
Well, let me ask you guys this, because like I'm not political. I specifically don't vote because I think they're all liars. And I know how you feel about Trump, but you even said earlier like there are a bunch of like shady Republicans. So like, let's say like Ted Cruz had won instead of Trump, or one of the other Republicans had won. Do you think this would still be happening?
I like Ted Cruz. I like what he's saying. Although I never paid attention to politics at all. I just figured it was all bullshit, whether it was Republican or Democrat. I just figured everybody's full of shit, right? That's what they want you to know. You're easier to control that way because even though you don't watch the news and you're not paying attention to what's going on in Congress, even though you don't believe the mainstream media, that's what you're going to believe anyways because you're not watching the news at all. You don't believe in it. But then you hear a story from this guy at the gym, this guy at work, or did you hear about Trump? You're going to believe that shit anyways because that's all you know. You think you're not paying attention, but you are paying attention. They would rather have people not pay attention. But they had me. I wasn't paying attention at all. George Bush's, I knew they were. I wasn't paying attention to what was going on in Congress, but I was like fascinated looking into the Bushes and the Clintons and all that shit and all the dirty shit they did, like conspiracy theory documentaries. But I wasn't paying attention to what was going on in Congress daily, just like past shitty shit that they did in the past, right? So then Trump's running for president, and I didn't know anything about fucking Trump. I wasn't a Trump fan at all. I never watched his TV show once. All I knew it was a rich, arrogant, pompous, loudmouth. I don't know. I didn't. And then I heard he's running for president. I thought that was funny because I didn't know anything about it. That crazy dude's running for president. What a trip. And then you hear from different people, oh, he's fucking hilarious. Oh, he's crushing. He's getting, and the Joe would say, dude, that Donald Trump, he's growing up. I'm like, whoa, that's fucking crazy. The TV reality show, he's growing up, whatever. I was thinking that's the sign of the end. Donald Trump's gonna, He's gonna, he might be president shit. So I was thinking, I was not paying attention, but I was paying attention. Just randomly, people would say, "Shit, you hear about Trump? He's so racist." So then I thought Trump was racist. Here, Trump is fucking an asshole. I'm like, yeah, Trump's an asshole. I was that guy. I wasn't paying attention. I was just going by what people were hearing. We're watching the news, right? So you think you're not paying attention, but you are indirectly. So you're going to believe the mainstream if you're not paying attention. If you're not paying attention, you believe the mainstream. Even though you don't know it. That's the way it goes. They love it. They love that you're not paying attention. What do you think football and movies are? And everybody has them. Every week they got a couple hours of free time. And they don't get as much shit. So they're not paying attention to what's going on in Congress, right? So I thought everyone was full of shit. So then, one thing I knew like the Clintons were bad people, and they were, and Hillary Clinton's been involved in a lot of crazy shit, and allegedly. So then I started paying attention. I started paying attention a little bit, and then I realized, like, shit, everyone's going after Trump now. Everyone's talking shit on Trump. I thought, and I go, and I asked friends, what did he say that was racist? Because I believe it. I heard it. I'm like, what was that racist shit? So then I started doing some research. I go, where's this racist shit that he hates Mexicans? And then when you find out, when you're a Mexican, you find out the truth. You want to know the truth? Find out. He didn't call Mexicans filthy animals. He called gang members filthy animals. But CNN and CNBC, they all push that shit. So they have the power. They're like the big media. So everybody, Mexicans, fucking, they want Trump dead. I saw Guns N' Roses in Mexico City. They had a Trump fucking dog that they ripped apart. They want dead. That's how powerful that shit is. How crazy is that? So then I started looking into it. Like, dude, look at all the people that I know confirmed. Like, me personally, I confirmed from my own research that were bad, and they're all going after Trump. I'm like, there's something wrong here. So I just started listening to Trump talk, and I started listening to all his speeches. I'm like, no wonder he's blowing up. This motherfucker's not saying that same old shit all these other politicians for decades been saying. This guy's fucking raw. He's getting to the fucking real shit. And then I started paying attention just a little bit more. And then you got to think about it like this. They want people to think that everything is fucked up and everything is bad so that they don't look into it. I don't pay attention to it because everything's all fucked up, and that's how I was. But everybody's not fucked up. If everybody was on the same team, there wouldn't be need for bribery. There wouldn't be need for suicide and people getting killed. When someone gets killed because they're investigating some certain people and they get suicided, and then they can look like an obvious not suicide. They said suicide, you fucking took 3 bullets to the back of the head, suicide. That's a message. Shut the fuck up. We own the coroner. The coroner put suicide. There's 3 bullets in the back of his head. That's a message. It's a gangster message. Shut the fuck up. We own coroners. Standard. We own the coroners. No coroners not owned. Maybe a few. But when it comes to politics, when you start paying attention to the actual people, like the senators and the congressmen and all, you start to realize, okay, who actually cares and who is full of shit. And the ones that are all full of shit, really quick, you start separating, like, oh shit, all these people, they're all saying the same shit, they're all pushing the same shit, all of them, same shit. I already know 5 of those motherfuckers are crooked as fuck. So you can't believe them. And then the other side, you hear the other side, and there's good people out there. Jimmy Jordan, Radcliffe, Matt Gates, Devin Nunes, Trey Gowdy. These people, when you start paying attention, like, this is why people get suicidal. This is why they get blackmailed. Because there would be no reason to blackmail anybody if everybody was on the same team. There are always good people. But you know what? The bad people just took over and put bad people in powerful spots, important spots, where nothing could get done. And there's a bunch of good people in there. And for decades trying to fuck it. They're just, the bad people took over. And right now what's going on, the people are pushing back. That's what this is all about. The good people they needed a fucking lead singer with balls. They needed a lead singer with balls to do a world tour. And who did they get? Trump was the guy. Trump is perfect. Trump is perfect. He wants to change all these deals and go after corruption anyways. So Trump is not a politician. He hasn't been in politics ever. He's never been a politician. He's just a businessman. And everybody knows that there's mad corruption in politics, and there has been forever, at least decades, at least since when George Bush Sr. took over. That was
Yeah, but look at what we found out already. Look at what, as Americans, what we found out. We found out that our own country, whoever, I don't know who killed Kennedy. Yep. We found out so far history has told us over the years out there already that the mafia put the Kennedys in the White House so you get Cuba back. That was the whole thing. The mafia was promised they put the Kennedys in the White House, take down fucking Fidel, we can take casinos back, and then do business as usual. Yeah, okay, we all know that. They told us already. They didn't tell us they killed Martin Luther King, but they already told us that the Kennedys were fucking inside job. Both of them killed one, and they killed the fucking brother. Now you're 50 like me. You already know these things. And then you see the ball, how it dropped. And one of the things that I think about it now, I watch it, I get entertained. But I gotta tell you something, while I watch this, my insides get mad because I was part of it. It was part of almost killing me. Was when I watch shit like Narcos. What episode are you on?
4 or 5. Once a week.
Once.
On Sunday nights, me and the wife, that sort of thing. And like
even that mortality. It's so weird how even that mortality, that our own country, Mexicans, the government, keep on the reign. And when you find out all these truths, you go, wait a second, you put in 70 tons of cocaine on one load. 70 tons. It got to the point where they were flying jet planes and filled with coke. Everybody was on it. And the Mexican government gave 0 fucks. 0 fucks the Mexican government.
because our government was doing it. So what can they do? What are they going to do? They might as well jump in on it too.
When you sit here and watch what's going on today, you shouldn't be in charge. You shouldn't be in charge.
What's it going to do?
Look what's happened the last 50 years in front of my fucking eyes. And you're sitting there like, oh, that's why when I watch this shit now, it's like one big Telemundo November. Every night, that's how it's brought to pieces. You scroll through, me and my wife just talking, I found that John Oliver show, 9/11. I never watched that show. I just put it on for half an hour. Carnivore diet, bro. Carnivore, whatever the fuck it is. Fucking
Carnivore virus.
Carnivore virus. Fucking Trump. You see it. How Trump walks out. All the CDC guy was talking this shit. But he gave it to Mike Pence. You just see this whole thing. Like, what the fuck? You're like one big November. It's
super entertaining. I suggest.
No, I got enough going on in my world.
Don't suggest that. Hey, you're paying them. They're taking your money. Oh, no shit. They're taking your money. If that doesn't bother you, it bothers me.
How can I stop them from taking my money?
You got a powerful podcast, man. Maybe you could just talk about it.
I don't want to get suicidal. Talk about what?
Things you learn, right? Things you learn. It's fucking
Things that I was reading. Look at this all shit rock. We saw a guy go into jail. Tried to be suicide on the road. Put him in another and they moved him. I watched the 60 minutes. I read the thing, and it's just fucking horseshit. Like I've been in jail. You understand that I've been in jail? I've been in county. I've been in fucking state. I've been you get arrested for kidnapping. Kidnapping is automatically federal offense. Yeah. They put you in federal hold. I've been in every the fucking system. The only way you hang yourself is when somebody kills you. Yeah. They really do. But in today's society, technology, you got
Now think about
You're
this.
going to tell me there wasn't one guard with a screen. Joey Diaz has a screen here. However, money
Cameras didn't work when that happened.
Yeah. Think about it.
Think about the media.
Okay, so cameras didn't work, but they're still around. They're still around. Well, he got pulled out of suicide watch that night. Why? It's 72 fucking out. You know, it's stuff that a guy like me really knows. And I go, really? Really? You're gonna tell me some guy fucking iced himself? I've seen shit at the county jail system that was good. So I mean, when I was in county waiting to get some, when I had already been sentenced, I was in the county jail. The guard would tell me everything. Yes. And I thought he was tricking me, so I didn't fuck with him. But I did send him to the supermarket. We sent him to the supermarket, me and this other guy from New York Adams. You know, but I wouldn't get alcohol or nothing like that. He would tell me what 25 million.
I think all that is.
I just potatoes. You know, I really wanted to watch movies and that. Rather than have a snack, you know. But I know that it was I think on the jail level, it's Summertown, Colorado. This is God's country. There's a God there that everybody knows. It's more 25 a week. You get free food every night. You get a snack every night. And you stay up watching TV all night. So, you all night. I signed up for the program. He even asked me, 12, heroin, coke, whatever you want, booze, whatever the fuck you want. So, but I also know that they checked out counts, even in fucking, even at Camp Georgia West, my counts were hourly.
Yeah, I don't think
Because I still remember tripping.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks he committed suicide.
It's
So obvious.
that I was doing acid.
No, that he didn't kill him. That's
I tell you, they couldn't test you. Because they have to do it through your spine. You need acid. The urinalysis that they detect acid. Speed and acid. So we would pop an acid. So we would always have on a timer. We were going to see that guard every hour. Yeah, he was there every hour. Yeah. Sometimes you cut back and come back every half hour. So don't fucking tell me.
Nobody.
This is 1988.
So
Today's technology, the cameras are out. That's what you're trying to sell me on.
how deep that student is.
Oh my God, no! I asked that. I looked at the chicken disappeared.
Dude, not only did he,
Where's the chicken?
no,
Nobody
I know. Why? You know why? Why does it believe? You think there's some kind of connection? Why wouldn't the media be all over just Ghislaine Maxwell? Think about that.
Why would the media call for her to get arrested? Why hasn't she been brought in for questioning?
Her father's Robert Maxwell. Jeff Epstein took over for him. You look into that motherfucker, Robert Maxwell. That guy was huge in his job was he worked for all the intelligence agencies. The main one he worked in Israeli intelligence. They ended up killing him allegedly. But while he was alive, his job was to blackmail politicians, CEOs, scientists, celebrities, sports athletes. There's many different powerful people as you can. Like if your job is to blackmail people, like you would definitely ask who are the most important people to blackmail. We're blackmailing, we just blackmail random people, just making people out of knowledge. We're gonna blackmail you. No, specific people with power. Who's when you're on that side when you're on the dark side, a good person to blackmail would be a politician for sure, right? No one's gonna disagree with that. Celebrities for sure. Anybody with power, with influence for sure. Also scientists. Who's blackmailing scientists? Why would you blackmail scientists? What would be the purpose there? Yes.
To shut them up.
To say whatever they need them to say about this scientific experiment or that scientific experiment or these tests or those tests for these drugs or for whatever. Blackmailing scientists is huge. massive. If you're in that dimension, that dark dimension, right? So that's what Robert Maxwell did, and that's what Jeffrey Epstein is doing too. Jeffrey Epstein, he was balls deep in the scientific community.
So do you think he's still alive or he got murdered?
He could be alive.
Who?
Jeffrey Epstein.
No, he's dead.
So you think he's dead? He just didn't.
That is disappearing. He's dead. That's too tough to disappear. The family hired Dr. Bowden to come in and do a section on that.
That could be bullshit. They're all, he could be blackmailed. Listen, we got videotape of you, some underage chick, go up there and say, go up there and do an autopsy.
Dr. Bowden comes to prison. That's why they run.
Yeah, it would be a good idea to blackmail him.
Yeah. He went against everything. Okay. He went against everything. He said he couldn't have been suicide.
But everyone's saying that. But everybody's saying that. That's actually the mainstream. The mainstream is that Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
They murdered.
But yeah,
They murdered.
but he's so deep. He's so deep that I wouldn't be surprised if they just faked his death. Like, where's his body at? Like, who saw his body? Like, a couple people, and they say it. How hard is it to pay them? How hard is it to blackmail people? That's what they do. That's why they blackmail people. They're gonna blackmail because you're gonna get in front of that fucking mic. That's why you're gonna get in front of that mic.
But
I don't know.
That men don't tell them.
I'm just saying I don't know. I don't know.
That motherfucker was in.
He could for sure be dead. He could for sure be dead. He should.
That is disgusting.
Yeah.
That men don't tell them.
I just don't know. I just don't know.
Why take a chance?
I don't know. He was connected to a lot. He wanted to go away.
No, they just went away.
Yeah. What about like the Me Too? What about Virginia Roberts? Virginia Roberts, they're talking about Me Too. She's the one who's constantly going out there making.
Harvey Weinstein was the poster child for Me Too.
Yeah. No, but what I'm talking about is the kid.
They're not gonna kill him.
The kids. Epstein. What about those kids?
Oh, he fucked with a bunch of them.
No one cares about them. No one gives a shit about them.
What people see. Listen, Americans are gullible and stupid, but there's people like yourself, people like myself. No, we're not stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm just trying to raise a little girl. So I could actually focus on this shit, talk about it constantly, and school people on it or whatever. But I always think that I think the way most people think. It's bullshit. Look at everything that they've thrown at. It's the last. I still remember. There was a sparse time of cocaine, like in '86, when coke changed. Coke changed. It went from tasting a certain way in the late '70s to a different way in the mid '80s. It changed. No, it had to do with ether being smuggled into Colombia. The toughest thing wasn't smuggling the coke into the United States. It was smuggling the ether into Colombia. So Colombians had to stop coming up to the United States and processing the leaves in the States because they ran out of ether. So they started processing it in turpentine and gasoline. And that had a weird effect.
Can they grow coca leaves like in greenhouses in the United States?
I don't think so because of the altitude. See, I don't know why. I heard it was something to do with the altitude. But the altitude's got to be the same at a point like Aspen, Colorado.
I bet they can make some kind of greenhouse to grow coca leaves, right?
No.
Back in the day.
I know that I have access to leaves. If I want to buy coca leaves, somebody mentioned to me on the side.
You put it in your mouth and chew on it. Like the Incas.
I got mad at Ari. He went down to that was the main purpose. If you're going down there, stupid, was to eat the leaves to see how that it's a trip. It's like a ceremony. You eat the fucking leaves and chew on them and swallow them. It goes into your system. That's what makes those farmers farm. They go into like a fucking haze. It's like when Joe called on Joe read the paragraph of what happens to you if you eat an edible. It goes in your liver. It becomes CTE1. And then he went into it. He read it over and over again. He had it down. When it goes into your liver, it becomes CTE1. He read it and studied it to the T. He's right now. We'll call him and say, what does edibles do? You're going to say the same thing. They go into your liver and it becomes a cannabinoid and it does this and all that shit. What we talking about? I don't know. Me neither. But that's cocaine. Yeah, cocaine. Once our government said, whoa, these motherfuckers are making serious money. We need some of that paper. And that's when they jumped on Noriega.
Yeah, they needed money. Black ops.
Black
That's what
ops.
they did.
That was it.
Running guns, running drugs through Arkansas while Bill Clinton was the governor. That's why he became president. He said, you let us use your state as a drop-off point for all this coke. I mean, they even put it in that movie, American Made. Barry Seal, he was the CIA pilot. His books written. He was dumping it off in Arkansas while Bill Clinton was the governor and George Bush Sr. was the president. And then guess who became the next president? Bill Clinton.
What about the
And it was like he looked him up. It was like a baby.
What about the scene? Police in American made Tom Cruise is making so much money at Barry Seal. And they finally arrest him. They take him down to the police station. And he's like, you know what, man? You guys have dropped Cadillac. I'm gonna buy each and every one of you a Cadillac. And they're like, are you trying to bribe me? No, I'm not trying to bribe you. He goes, I'm just trying to give you something you have this thing. I'll tell you why. It's about 5 minutes. That little distant tell the ladies to come out of her office. And she's gonna tell all you boys to go home. I'm gonna walk out that door. And they're like, sure. Also, she comes out, goes into the prosecutor, whispers in his ear, let him know. And they're like, what? I told you, fellas, you should have took the Cadillac. That's the same. He was connected all the way to
He was working for him.
That's like they shut him down, took everything away. The nephew, remember the nephew? When he dropped the nephew off, that's been that's what they were bombing people when they bombed that guy from Aspen, Colorado, too. His name was Steven Rabbi. He was about to testify against him. They put a car bomb in his car. That's what the Colombians are doing now. Supposedly, he was the white guy from Cocaine Cowboys. He later wrote a book called American Desperado. He wrote all the bombings. He was paid for the cartel.
Allegedly, Epstein has been involved in high-level shit for a long time. He had a job in the Iran-Contra scandal. Like, he was all up in it back then. Apparently, they found his helicopter had plates on it that were from the U.S. government. So I don't know what that means exactly, but he was connected, man. He was doing something for multiple governments for a very long time. He wasn't just videotaping old politicians having sex with minors. He was doing a lot of other shit.
So like that, when you came in, you were saying like how the history books, every country says, oh, we're the best. Is there somewhere we can move now? Like, is there a country somewhere that isn't doing all this shit? Like, or is every country doing all this stuff?
I don't know. I don't know where you'd run to. But I thought about that. If I had to leave, like, fucking Iceland, maybe. You know?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. But I don't know where to run to. But all I care about is my family, my wife, my son, my tax money, where it's going. That's why I care now. It's like, that's my motherfucking money. And you motherfuckers are stealing it? I want to pay attention. I want to know what the fuck's going on. That's my money. And on top of all that, it's so entertaining following what's going on because it is like a movie. We're fucking reading it and it affects our lives directly. You know, gun control affects our lives directly. Our taxes, that affects our. It's like watching like your favorite series. Every day there's a new episode. Every day there's a new episode. Can you imagine Game of Thrones every fucking day? Sopranos every fucking day. It is. There's one going on right now. And you can pay attention to it, learn about all the characters. It would take you a long time to learn all the characters' names in Game of Thrones. If someone just got into Game of Thrones now, it could be until season 2 or 3 before they got everyone's names. That first episode, they're not going to know anybody's names. Second episode, they're barely putting it together. Second episode. You know, that's how DC is too. There's a lot of good guys and a lot of bad guys. And you got, it takes a while to keep track of them and remember their names, put their faces to names, realize who the good guys are, the bad guys are. Now, if Trump is a big psyop, this is all a big psyop, then, you know, it could be. Because, you know, conspiracy theories are basically saying one thing. There's psyops going on all over the fucking place. Everything's a psyop. There's big shit going on everywhere. Now, Trump is not a politician. He comes in, he's busting out their stands, they're attacking him. It appears that he's a good guy. It appears that he is. Listen to what he's saying. Actually listen to it. It appears that he has a real heart. It appears that he cares about his family, his son, his daughters. It appears that way. It appears that, like, the left want him gone. They're trying to ruin it. It appears that they're fleeing him. All that. But, you know, if it turns out that it was all an act and Trump and Hillary really like each other and they're just playing a role, that's a psyop. So it doesn't mean that I was wrong about the government. So I was fucking right again. They just tricked me. Right, I don't think it's a trick. I think this is real. I think the hate between the left and Donald Trump is real.
Oh my god, that was fun. Oh my god.
That girl, they get Kavanaugh, that judge to the Supreme Court. They throw out rape and shit. And it's like, this chick said, you raped her. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck. They're going to throw rape and shit. Just like make shit up. They don't care. They're just making shit up. The girl that they brought out that said, Trump raped me like 20 years ago. They got her on CNN. And Anderson Cooper's like, ooh, tell me all about it. Trump's going down. Tell me what happened. You know, start from the beginning. And then halfway through the story, they thought they had Trump. She starts going loony. Live on CNN. She goes, I think she said something like, women kind of get turned on by rape fantasies. Anderson Cooper goes, what? She starts saying crazy shit like that. And then they go, cut. And then you never heard from that girl again. She was gone. So, dude, if they're willing to frame the president, dude, that's scary shit. That's terrible. So I'm very entertained by it all.
So the people
got me. It's a sound, but they got me when Trump's really some Zionist shit, like people are saying. If that's true,
oh my god,
because I don't believe it 100%. Then they got me. And then it just proves that I was right. There's psyops going on all over. Because that's an elaborate psyop. If that's a psyop, ooh, that's a good one. When they got it, Q is a psyop, because Q is an information dissemination program. So Trump knew that the media is going to fucking bury him. So he needed a way to communicate with people that really just want truth. They want their family. They want their guns. They want freedom of speech. True Americans that aren't corrupt. They just want the best for their family. So that's what patriots are. Patriots are. We care about our country first, our family, our kids, family unit. You know, God is important. You know, got to do the right thing, family values. So Q is a way that Trump is communicating with all the patriots. That's what Q is. It's been going on for 3 years. People thought it was fake. The mainstream is so afraid of the fact that the Trump administration is communicating without the media. Because all you got was from Trump was what the media was giving you? Shit. Of course you think he's racist. Of course you think he's fucking insane. Because they're taking everything out of context and putting everything together, making him look crazy. Making him look like he's going to fucking destroy the world. Meanwhile, if you're paying attention, he's actually trying to... He's not a politician. So we all know politicians, the politics have been corrupt for decades. Like Pelosi's been in politics for decades. Schumer, Nadler, all of them. And Pelosi got millions and millions of dollars. Maxine Waters been in politics forever. We all know politics is corrupt. Donald Trump is not a politician. So when he comes in, oh, how could you defend Donald Trump? Didn't you say the government is corrupt? Yeah, yes, he's not part of the government. He's brand fucking new. He's been in 3 years. And guess what? He turned around the economy. You know, he's fixing these trade deals. Companies are moving back to the, you know what I mean?
I know everywhere I watch Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I know every comedy club is packed.
Yes. The economy's booming.
I know that people are paying $300 to go see Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
And they're going to pay $500 to see Metallica, not Metallica, Van Halen. They're not Van Halen, the other Motley Crue, Poison.
Bigger than ever.
You know,
everything's bigger than ever right now.
This,
Jiu-jitsu's bigger than ever.
You know, I mean, I feel bad if this coronavirus is a hoax or whatever, because Guns N' Roses, a lot of people canceled their Asian legs of their tours. Like they just canceled them. The Korean boy band canceled them, you know. So
Baby Metal, there's a bunch of little tiny Japanese chicks.
Fucking Israel is closed. You know, this could go either way. So
yeah. I think it's just another.
I hope it just
another Zika.
You know, I got to go to New York. And I'll tell you, I'm fucking concerned.
Thousands and thousands of people die every year. One has died of coronavirus so far. Even if they say, oh, it's up to 450 people have died from corona, they can make that sound fucking crazy. 450, but it's nothing if you look at how many people die a year of the flu symptoms. People dying all over the place. So you can make 500 sound crazy. Even 4,000 would sound crazy.
I told you, a fucking dog ate a bat. They seen a fucking, like I say to you all the time, Chinese people can solve Rubik's Cube, but don't fucking eat a dog. Who does that shit? Who looks at a dog and says, that's the best tasting fucking dish I'm gonna have today? Who's gonna kill a fucking dog and eat it? They ate a dog. You know, Bruce Lee lives with Chinese Connection. Remember the cemetery? Remember when he runs away, they're looking for him? The Japs are looking for Bruce Lee. And he goes to the cemetery and the chick comes and she talks to the Chinese Connection. What is he eating? A fucking lizard. Okay? You ever go to Chinatown and you see the shit that's hanging off the fucking things? You see the things they eat?
I wonder if this country...
They eat fucking fish eyes and shit like that. Eventually something bad is gonna fucking happen. So this all started with a fucking cat eating like a fucking bat, you know? Like,
that's what they say.
That's what happened. And this motherfucker, Johnny Wu, says, I'm gonna move for a fucking cat today. And he sees his little devil.
I mean, he should have on stage.
No, he called for Johnny Wu over, he put her upstairs, he stabs her. You know, she's got cat blood in her fucking mouth. You know, those Japs, they'll eat the teeth, they'll eat the eyes for their heart on, they'll try anything. Right? Don't they cut them? Wasn't there 1,000 sharks swimming with no fin? Because they cut the fin off, they eat the fin juice, so that it gets hard. Japs and Asians, whatever, they'll eat anything to fucking to make their dick hard. They'll try and one of them.
Dolphins,
they'll eat anything.
Like, how about
balls? There's a restaurant in China, you go in and order like fucking spider balls. Or like a cat's ball to give you to get something's balls. I think you could eat a human ball in China. Like if you go in the back of the other cookies. The cookies look a little weak anyway. Stab, marinate the balls.
But how about in India, cows are revered like sacred animals, and what do you think they think about us? Like, that's all we eat is cows.
Let me tell you something. I also know a preschool teacher, and she had preschool little Hindu kids. All they ate was hard-boiled eggs, some pickle juice, and their shits were the worst in the whole fucking school. And the girls weighed 30 pounds. They take a shit. They thought it smelled like a circus. It smelled like a fucking circus. It wasn't sound and shit.
I wonder if there's some countries out there that have they use chickens as pets, and they love chickens, and they find out Americans fucking eat chickens, and we have chicken slaughterhouses.
Then you go to Mexico, chickens are your neighbors.
Exactly.
Chickens are your neighbors.
You know Americans eat chickens.
You give them a name, and one day when
Fucking
things get
fry.
bad, you kill that fucking chicken.
You got fucking Kentucky Fried Chicken, El Pollo Loco.
That would be bro. I was feasting on the chickens from the Santeria thing. Those chickens fresh jack. Right down there.
Like all those ceremonies?
Yeah. Yeah. You do a Santeria fucking ceremony.
You're allowed to eat that?
Yeah. Oh my God. But they would have like a rooster. They had all the birds that you don't want. Pigeon. Who the fuck wants to eat a pigeon? That's a bat. A pigeon is a bat without eggs. That's all a fucking pigeon.
I had no idea. I worked out, but this is the last one.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Who cares? What are they gonna do? Throw me in jail? Why is that? Let's just go ahead and get the Ruplo virus, whatever the fuck it is. I want to thank Eddie Bravo. And I want to thank the Flying Jew. And most importantly, I want to thank you savages for always listening to the church and supporting us. Real quick, the church What's Happening Now is sponsored by Zip Recruiter. Listen, hiring used to be hard. Multiple job sites, stacks of resumes, confusion, review process, background checks. You got to meet people. Today, hiring is easy. And you only have one place to go to get it done, and that's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter sends your job over 1,000 of the web's leading job sites, but they don't stop there. With their powerful matching technology, ZipRecruiter scans thousands of resumes to find people with the right experience and invite them to apply to your job. You can even add screening questions to their job listing so they can filter candidates focused on the best ones. Listen, stop it. When you have a small business, got 800 employees, you will not go to those. You don't have time. Time is money. You gotta go sit with people, coffee, no bad bread. Forget that. ZipRecruiter is the way to go. ZipRecruiter is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. The first day, one day. And right now, try ZipRecruiter for free, gratis. The church family can go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. CHURCH. ZipRecruiter.com/church. The smartest way to hire is with ZipRecruiter. Trust me, I'm telling you. Don't forget. Next Thursday, the 12th of March, I will be at Rabbi Live at night. One show only, 8 o'clock, in and out on a Thursday night. No second show. Do what you got to do. March 27th, I'm at Arlington Theater in Santa Barbara. One show, do what you got to do. And besides that, where you at,
March 19th in Pasadena, the Ice House, Huntington Beach. We say, Tim Roy. Me and Sam Triple. Huntington Beach, April 11th at the Red Room. We're in Chicago, May 9th at the Den Blue. Also Spokane and Tacoma, May 1st and May 2nd.
Go around to Washington and get that.
Tacoma's awesome. We did it. You know what we're doing? We're doing day shows on Saturdays, dude, and they're fucking fun. We've been selling them out. It's crazy. Tacoma, we're going back and doing another 420 show. 420 at the comedy show. At night or during the day? Okay. What day does that fall on?
Monday.
Oh, okay.
Like that. He's going to use that. Go up on stage.
Stand at a boy, I'm sure.
2 of them. Go up on stage. It's all he doesn't know. This is when he gets on that stage. 200 milligrams of dye. Everybody. Getting only professionals. You're up there. You're doing a 420 show.
In Tacoma, that's May 1st. And then Spokane. No. May 2nd. That's a Saturday, May 2nd in Tacoma, Tacoma Comedy Club. Spokane is that Friday, May 1st.
You're doing some good things, brother.
Thank you. Jiu-Jitsu is better than ever, man. It's growing.
They told me they moved somewhere in Jersey. They have a new plant in Jersey.
New Jersey.
What else?
Woodbridge.
Woodbridge.
We have Allentown now. Bethlehem's been a force out there. They're the ones controlling that area. It's amazing. We got Combat Jiu-Jitsu Worlds coming up. This Sunday coming up. What is it? March 8th, Sunday at the Orpheum Theater, downtown LA, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's on UFC Fight Pass. Combat Jiu-Jitsu Worlds going to be insane, man. It's going to be fucking crazy.
And we got the UFC on Saturday.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, Joe's working.
Yeah.
Joe's working. Great to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Back to your family. Do not forget, next March 12th, Nyack. And March 27th, Arlington, Santa Barbara. I'll see you motherfuckers next week. Have a great weekend. Stay black and be careful.
All right, everybody, let's talk about RootSCHILD's great cleaning service. Best in town? Why do you say that? Because there is your best more than one. Now, folks, we send our hero table for every 12 drains twice. But why do you do that? Make sure it's done right the first time. That's just what a hero does. Whether a hero is a long-term solution, not rainbow fix. That's true. With another reason, hero table every drain twice. Heroes don't cut corners. Sure, everybody says that, right? To be cleared by hero table every drain twice, heroes will do the job right.
Greetings, you bad motherfuckers. It's Monday. Can't start Monday off without a motherfucking bonging. Greetings from Podcastville. Today in studio, or whatever the fuck we call this, the Bat Cave, is my main man, Mr. Brian Redman.
Joey.
You got the Christ Killer here on my side, looking good. Still fucking coughing. What are you gonna do? He's got the fucking 1,000-month cough.
I have that. Yeah, the dry cough.
Yeah, it never ends. I don't know. Whenever I get a little bit of
It ends when you
light up.
somebody's asshole.
No, it doesn't.
And it goes away. But yeah, nobody's snatching a year.
It's not a year.
That cough for a
4
year.
months.
4 months. You haven't eaten nobody's asshole in fucking a year.
Where was that at the strip club?
Oh, I didn't eat an asshole at the strip club yet.
No, you lick the fucking
The butt plug.
the plug, which is right now. I'm surprised you're not sitting in a room with Chinese people looking at each other.
It is freaky traveling right now. I was in Vancouver and man, like the plane was half Chinese.
Oh no, you're as good as that. You're as good as that. Yeah. Look at those places. Next week I go right into the zone. I gotta go to LAX, that's zone number 1 hotspot. More fucking Chinese people crawl through there. Canada, wait till it starts spreading in Canada. And I'm not racist to Chinese. I'm just telling you what the fuck's going on. These people bring them in from planes. Yeah. I knew she from planes. That's the quickest. I gotta go to JetBlue, Kennedy, and back. That's 5.5 hours sitting there. Got radiation. Yeah, you come off the fucking plane, you call it the fucking doctor. So I take my life into my hands next week for this. Guess what happened? I don't have to get on a plane again until first May. So I got a long time to just know April 17th and 18th. And Reno, I'm gonna take JetX. If you want to fuck around with the extra $50. And from Reno to Portland, I'll take whatever. And then Portland, I'll fly to Burbank. And then we'll figure out if it's worth more than LAX or not. If it's not, you can't throw every day on LAX. There's nothing you can do. Yeah. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, I had the mask on. You gotta get the mask in the glass.
Oh, that's right. It's going for me. Do I have respiratory problems? Listen to my heavy breathing. I'm the perfect fucking candidate. So I can't. That's it. I'll end this whole fucking thing. It's a reality. It's a reality that might spread by the summer. It might, they say it ends in April. It might be up in September. It gets cold in October. You know, who the fuck knows? But we don't really know nothing. People coming in, they're not getting tested. They're saying that they've already moved. And nobody even said boo to me. Nobody said boo to me. And here I am sweating bullets. And fucking my eyes are dilated. Nobody even looked into my eyes for a minute because there's nobody, nothing. Swab or you come, nothing.
Well, even before the coronavirus, there's always someone sick on a plane.
Oh, there's always motherfuckers. That's why I think those JetBlue seats are so low. There's a reason. There's a reason. If I have to go to the East Coast, I'm not sitting something because you always get bad luck. I don't sit with this. When I go on a plane, nobody I want to talk to. Every once in a while, an older woman that's married, you can talk to them because they know you don't want no action. So nobody sit on this fucking old bat because you fucking idiot. You know, they know you can talk to them. I never tell them I'm coming. And then sometimes I'm like, wait a second, I think they got me. So that time I'm always on the come through.
The worst one I've ever eaten.
I tell them right off the bat. And then someone come up to me and fuck my shit up. Hey, yo, we love you on road. God damn it. Oh, this lady out of the DEA agent. I ain't going to keep undercover again. We know fucking family. What's up, Brian Redman?
Not much. It is weird, like those planes. Do you think they spray them down?
Nothing. How many times have you sat there and seen 20 nationalities from all over the world walk off a plane? And within 2 minutes, they're like, morning, A1, you got to get somebody in there with a can of Lysol. Real Lysol, spray the plane. You know, get people wipe the planes down. This is part of the airlines industry. This is where we're getting fucked in the ass. For years, I've been saying that. We think that now, I've been handy wiping those planes. My wife told me about this 3 years ago. I get on a plane, wherever you see, I wipe my seat down, the handle, that tray, your hands again.
Especially if you're a window guy, because I'm like, oh, the guy that's always leaning my cheek on the
I
window.
haven't touched the doorknob since I'm 5. I don't know how people touch a doorknob. It's the most disgusting fucking thing in the world.
Yeah.
You know, I don't touch a fucking doorknob. I use my sweater. That's it. You go to 7-Eleven and push that hand. That's the first place you're going to get it. You know, 7-Eleven, those places. So you know, I can be conscientious. You gotta wash your fucking hands. Listen, I love you to death, Brian. I'm not going to enjoy them.
That's true too. Especially if you're on the road smoking all these fans and stuff. It's never gonna help.
It kills Ralphie, man. Because he got that bronchitis. Thankfully, if you got bronchitis and you had to fly to travel, every time you get on that plane, it's 3 hours as far as fucking going into your weekend immunity. Once I get caught, the plane ride gets canceled. It's not worth it. I'd rather can't. Why? Why would I go to Columbus, Ohio, and perform sick, coughing, and tearing? They don't want to see that Joey Diaz, and I don't want them to see that Joey Diaz. We'll do it next night. When it's not blue seats, we fucked up. Sorry. You know?
Yeah.
Right or wrong.
You're 100% right.
You know, listen, the reason why the food gets spread. How many times I go to karate with my daughter? The kid makes a little bit. And there you go.
Well, it's also allergy season's really bad.
I don't give a fuck what happens.
My allergies killing
Somebody
me.
sneezes, I open up the car with it.
Yeah.
Whether it's allergies, chinny juice, whatever the fuck it is. I'm at the comedy store, somebody sneezes, I move out of the fucking area. You know, there's 1,000 things. You know, now you go to a comedy store and finger pump. Tuesday nights, half of them are immigrants. They just came through whatever port. God knows, you got a finger pump and no hustlers here. You're going up straight up gangsters. We're doing pictures with flowers that you got a fucking body suit up. And then you got like a horse, like you're going to hunt the bees. That's a bit of shit with the white suit.
We need to start wearing gloves again, like isotoners. Remember coming to isotoner? It was really good. But why aren't we wearing gloves?
Because, oh shit, fuck this. I have to walk around with gloves. A couple months ago, a lot of people celebrated you on being the Podfather. And I was thinking about it, you know, I still remember busting balls. You and Joe would walk to the room and bust my balls, like, come up to the room and do a podcast.
Oh, yeah, the cops.
Who's up at 14 years old? Who's up at midnight? A bunch of 14-year-olds. You guys were smoked. I lose my mind.
Yeah, you did. You hated it. I remember you were like, turn that camera off.
Oh my God. The FBI's watching this. You want to give them the evidence to come here and end this thing. We didn't legally DC it, and we are smoking like the chimneys. They're going to see us, and then Sunday called Joe's management, said that the kid did DMT because he watched the podcast.
Oh, shit, no way.
You remember that? You don't
No, I don't remember that.
So all that talk had to go away. Like all this was fucking. Like I still remember it going down. And you guys started doing it on the couch. Both pop up of us sitting together on the couch, me next to Ari with the hair, the t-shirt.
I think eventually there's going to be a history book written about it. Because those early podcasts, like the Flashlight days of the Joe Rogan podcast, are why I'm here. That's how I found all you guys.
those podcasts are legendary.
Some of them don't hold up well. They're like an old movie where you sit back and watch, and we're bitching at about something like, some crazy conspiracy or something. like AIDS isn't real, and we're like, what the fuck are we talking about?
I don't look at it like that. I miss those days.
It's funny what pops up on my screen once a month. Every time I open up YouTube, and let's have a scrolling for a second, like the first whole page. One thing always pops up, like, oh wow. And it's like, an ice hot box chronicle. One popped up about 10 days ago. I am fucking high. That's a kite. And it was right around the time my wife was pregnant. I said I had to go home because I got a pregnant wife. I watched it.
Isn't that weird? It's like a time capsule.
There had to be 7 of us in that room barking into the microphone. Rogan, me, you. I watched the one with Doug Stanhope calling Joey Jingle.
That's right.
And I was dying. And then I did one with me, Stanhope.
Yeah, and you got mad about it. I remember. I'm not Joey. I didn't take your money. You don't have to.
Like you did something I didn't do. If I did it, I did it. But the reason I adore Stanhope on Rogan is because I hang them on to light cigarettes. Oh, yeah. I got pulled inside to listen to Rogan loves to smoke. He loves to smell the cigarettes. He doesn't stand up and look at me like you're fucking crazy. He doesn't like cigarettes. Yes, he does. He just don't like telling people. Because every time Doug stand up and takes a cigarette out, we'll talk to Joe like this for a minute, and he goes, every time he does that noise, Joe's spine will jump a little bit. And I would fucking die. Because I know it's eating away at Joe every time he hears.
And isn't that crazy? The early episodes were in Joe's house, and we're lighting up cigarettes inside of his house. You know how insane that sounds nowadays? We were smoking cigarettes in Rogan's house, in his office.
Oh my God. Look at what this is fucking become.
It's insane.
You sit back and look at the years and the podcast that was supposed to be big and disappeared. The concept podcast. But still, this is what America still wants to hear. Is the basic thing happening.
Who wants this fucking house back? That one dude?
Just 3 people, 2 guys
From Instinct?
talking shit. I love when people contact me and say, hey, this guy would be perfect with your podcast. I can't go down really fucking downloads because I've known him for 20 years. And that comes through over the microphone. People feel the love. I go on road, I'm like the dumbest guest.
I don't know. I've been on there a lot.
And I get fucking one. It's no geniuses. They're like geniuses with glasses. Don't talk biochemics. You gotta read the post of those. I love when Joe has scientific knowledge. It's not, fucking dumb. You know that? You probably sit there with glasses on. You got 20/20 vision. You just want people to think you're smart. It's so weird that I go on there because I'm not saying nothing that they haven't heard already. They feel the love going through the microphone. They feel this guy really cares. This guy around you. Come on here. Come on here. And he comes on. They feel that. Those podcasts will get great up. Sitting in house. I was watching YouTube Golly.
You gotta watch out for those things. They make me perfect, like nonstop.
What is actually far out of the
I'd rather fart. I'd rather go out and go in and drop first motherfucker. That was like a hot restaurant. Garlic wine, garlic one.
Stinky Rose, what's it?
Yeah, it's gotta be an outside patio. Anywhere I go there. I don't want to. Last time I left there, I paid for the great restaurant. It really is. From the minute you get to the huge piece of roasted garlic, you squeeze the garlic course out. It's better than fucking butter. It's better than butter. You sit there and look at this piece and get everything.
Yeah,
But watching those early, that's 10 years ago.
More so, it's even longer now. Some of those are like when me, you, and that one dude used to do it. Like we just be like in a van, like somewhere here in North Hollywood, we'd go get some food, just put a MP3 recorder down in between us all. You know, remember what we used to do? You probably don't remember this, like where we used to just record at a restaurant. Like there's a picture of us like outside in the parking lot in a podcast with a little MP3 recorder. Remember that? Yeah, that's right. Podcasts.
You think about all this shit, wow. It's like we were doing comedy, open mic.
Yeah, podcasting.
We were open mic. That was our first 5 years. We did craziness. We did live podcasts. I mean, you guys have turned Kill Tony into fucking he's monster now. I've watched Kill Tony sometimes. And I die laughing about watching what you guys are doing. Like, they want to get some show here. That's not even true TV.
Oh, yeah.
This is a show that could be fucking a thing.
I think they're kind of scared of it because it's one of the last shows that I think is still raw, and like there's nothing PC about it. Like we actually lean against it, you know. And I think they look at it and like, well, there's a reason for the internet because there's show, you know. We can't. Yeah, I agree.
And say you don't want to go shoot yourself on the gear. People want to see that guy that's got the ball to tell him you don't have to shoot down. I don't have the ball to tell him to shoot down. I say something, whatever, but whether it's a positive, I always have a positive note. I don't have the ball to tell him why.
Especially now that you know the two talks to get that first house murder on last month. So you don't know, like half these people, you know, I'm not do or die.
I think about Kill Tony sometimes. I think about the people who used to say when I first started saying comedy. I gotta tell you something. 70% of the feedback, they can say something to me, I think they'll lose that feedback. They can say something to me, I think they'll lose that. That hurts. You fucking stay up one night. Make a joke is good. And it is a good joke. And then that's just said it the wrong way. And if the hate sends me back and thinks, guy, you work with that hurts. That hurts. Nobody wants to hear that. It just hurts. I've told people, tell them why.
Yeah, and we get that too. Some of these guys have been doing comedy for 20 years. You're like, what the hell? How? Yeah.
So that joke you do, you never got rid of it. You never got rid of it. I'm hoping just get over those 3 years. Finally, people started seeing clubs in LA and work on the comedy. It's not like there's a shortage of comics. I was chasing the same fucking thing in LA. So the only way to go was to be creative. You gotta be creative and hustle and find that fucking way. I just always felt Tony should be on TV.
I agree.
Right.
It's a TV show. It even feels like a TV show when we're doing it.
I can see it when I watch it. I'm like, this is a TV show.
Have you thought about doing like a tournament nationwide or something? Like best of or
yeah. Oh yeah, he came. I was so upset that he didn't go on because I would love. There's a few people like last night, Dumbfounded. I don't know if you know Dumbfounded. Jonathan Park. He put his name in the bucket. I was like, oh man, I would love this stuff. Seeing, you know, somebody that I love as a rapper do 1 minute on Kill Tony, and then you had Cassius, who we've known since when he was 14. I would have loved to have seen him. That's the only bad thing about it. I would miss Oh no, I knew he was there, but the whole thing is it's a bucket, like, and there's been so many times where I'm like, maybe we could just bend the rules, but then that defeats the purpose. Yeah. And I tell you, some of these shows you go to the middle of nowhere, and these people are like never done comedy before, never want to do comedy. They just are a fan. They want to sign up, and then it's just like they want to get people to say shut up. Well, we just want people to actually only sign up if you want to actually try to do comedy, not just because you're a fan and you just want to be on stage, because then it becomes like any gross bar show at Myrtle Beach or something like that, there's negatives part of it, but when it works, when that bucket's, sometimes that bucket's amazing. The shit that comes out of it, it's
for you guys get this, just talking about this recently. It's mentioned how you got status in comedy 30 years ago. I got into comedy, it was very simple. Nobody would be on my special except HBO and Showtime once in a while. And Showtime offered you special. I think you took it. When you called HBO and said, "This is your last chance." Right. This is your last chance. Right. Showtime's got my back, The only way you got ahead was with the Johnny Walker Red comedy competition, which was nationwide. HBO had a national competition, which was nationwide. And I did the breakfast comedy competition, the Rocky competition. So they had in California, the Rocky Mountains, Iowa, Chicago, they produced 6 cities. And then we were supposed to do that. Then Bex just said, we'll do that next year. So, the only bad thing about the contest part, then you start feeling like all the other shows, like America's Got Talent or Idol or whatever, and shit like that. What we do is we give out the golden tickets. If we find somebody in a city and they're just so freaking amazing, we give them a golden ticket. Anytime we're in that city, anytime anywhere near, you get to go up automatically if you come to the show. And a lot of people come to LA and then they get, hey, you got a golden ticket winner here. You might remember her from Alabama, blah, blah, blah. So that's kind of cool because we actually have starting like a little gang of comics that Preacher Lawson, I don't know if you know Preacher Lawson, he, before he blew the fuck up, he used to be on Kill Tony. He was like almost like a golden ticket where we kept on having him on and just watching him phase. He's amazing. I love Preacher. Yeah, he's one of the nicest people ever. He's great. But yeah, it's interesting seeing that happen. It's fun and it combines comedy. Make it fun.
Yeah.
Like it's fucking Jeremiah Walker.
Yeah, it is.
What will you do?
He's a psycho. That guy is so fun. I know. He's so great. He will. He will. It's amazing being on the road with him. It's so weird when you go on the road with somebody and you get to see the real him, the real person. Like, who would ever think Jeremiah would be the person that would bring empty water bottles and is filling up his water bottles everywhere he goes? And, he's very particular with everything at the air. It's fun being on the road with some of these guys.
But I don't know what happened. I just saw a video on Instagram. Joel, the drummer, who's the nicest guy possibly in the universe, was running around to get a show with like a strap on a dildo.
Oh yeah, people challenge him for our drummer, amazing drummer. He's sponsored by one of the biggest drum companies ever. If we find out somebody that's pulled out the bucket, he knows how to play drums. If they know how to play drums good, we have a competition where whoever that guy is, and Joel, they'll have a drum off. And if the crowd votes the guy better at drums, then that guy gets Joel's job, and he's now working for us. And Joel has to just quit, And so Joel has to fight for his life on the drums. And some of these people are like, dude, I've been playing drums for 40 years, like I'm the best drummer ever. And Joel's in the back sweating, like trying to put on a costume. Because Joel, the only reason Joel's won, and he's like undefeated, is that he makes it a show. Like he puts on a strap-on dildo while the guy's playing. He takes off his shirt, does backflips and stuff. Like he's selling it, Where the other guy just like,
years ago, That's how they pull it up. So,
Yeah, they're always in the comments. They only have the bleacher people. Like a little guy, and they're there once a week. Yeah.
That show doesn't exist anymore.
I think it might. I don't know.
They love Rob Kelly, Triple E, like they love.
I always see them in there with Jeff Ross. Jeff Ross. I always see. They always come to hang out with us. Yeah.
That was crazy time. You had a little bit of that. It's like there's just piece away.
Like Gong Show on Roll Star.
It's fucking real comics. It's gonna be a TV show someday.
And it's great because it's the show. We can take it anywhere, and it works anywhere, like we've even gone overseas, like Australia, Europe, Ireland, and we were in England. We all had food poisoning.
I saw that show. Internationally. So I was like, Jesus Christ, this is either you guys have to do a show or the best of every city around the world because the actual release movie like Practical Jokers. I'm not blowing smoke.
Oh no, I agree.
I don't think it's a good idea if you just get the camera and you gotta fly them.
Yeah, that's really investment. So we've had some talks with some companies already, and of course, the only thing that kind of sucks is they still want to change little things, and it's like nowadays with YouTube and podcasts and stuff, it's like, how much do you need these guys anymore or to make it a show when we just put up 3 this week? That's the only thing that's nowadays it's not so cut and dry anymore, where it's like, hey dude, we were giving you a thing on Hulu. What I would love is them just to repeat our shit on Hulu, maybe up our production a little, our cameras and stuff like that, but just take our product and replay it instead of like where we're selling it to them, kind of like how you do it, like how you make a special and then you sold it to whatever. Didn't you do that? Like somebody did that. I forget who it was. They used to make their own specials and then sell them. Yeah, Joe does that, right? Yeah. So that's the way to do it. You make the product, you want it, you buy it. You don't get out of here. Because like every TV show or every Hollywood thing, it's like, well, we think we need to have behind the scenes featurette or this and that. And I'm like, no, that's not the show. No one wants to see like this American Idol, like Johnny was born in Alabama.
They want to see the Trump. Fucking people slip. Yeah. The one that goes up and does that.
Well, I had this great idea, and I wish Tony did not like it, but I had this idea, the popularity of hot ones and stuff, where people are eating hot shit on the internet. I mean, if you are on YouTube, somebody eating a hot pepper. Like, I had this idea where I would bring something super spicy every week, and if anyone wants to eat this spicy thing, you get to do 2 minutes, but you have to do it right after you eat it. So people are like taking I got this chocolate, just one little teeny piece. You're on fire. You're crying. It's everything. This guy had to do 2 minutes right after. He's like, so anyways, I'm at a bar. I love that. I think we did it 3 times. I'm gonna try to bring that back once, but
listen, they turned that one.
Oh yeah, that's my friend Sean, man.
Yeah, I congratulate him. That's amazing. That just goes to show you.
You were on. You were on Hot Ones. I forgot about that. And you were sweating so bad. How bad was that the last couple?
1 through 6 ain't there.
Right.
What got me is a fucking I'm a fucking asshole like everybody else. We're all fucking weekend somewhere. I'm gonna tell you the truth, just so you know. I watched who was on there before. And I watched their episodes and I watched their reactions. And I watched their episodes and I watched their reactions. Nobody's reaction bothers me more than DJ Khalid.
Oh God.
like his Valley Papa trying to be fucking Fat Joe. You know, he talked to her the whole thing. But he's around a lot of chicks, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Arab, he's hanging with the brothers. You gotta be used to eating that chick. You can't go with you never seen collard greens with puppets next to it. So I'm not trying to be racist or anything, but think about it. DJ Khalid after like 5.
Not even 5. I think he quit after like 2 or 3.
Yeah. My mind, I'm like, if I'm fucking black, if a guy was trying to be black, if I'm walking around trying to be fucking black, I would have snorted those fucking women. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
So when he tapped at 4, I was like, I'm dead. One, just flavor. Like 2, 3, 4. Once you get to 6.
Yeah, it's whenever that.
Where there's one that just, it's like taking a little bit too much wasabi. It's like taking a little bit too bit of egg roll and mustard, a little bit too much. You put it in your mouth and you feel like it's like plastic surgery.
You went through like 20 napkins.
Yeah, you just can't believe that you did that to yourself. That's what it is. You do need milk or ice cream, but I went up prepared. I should have brought my blue cheese. I did bring my own blue cheese.
Yeah, that was cool that you brought the blue cheese. That's right.
Just in case. But it was fun because you want me to tell you the truth? 9 and 10 ain't shit.
Right. It's only that one.
It's 7 and 8.
Yeah, it's
that murder. And then 8, 9 are like, by the time you do those 3, 8, 9 are more peppery, more flavory.
And your mouth is not on fire.
Yeah, your mouth is burnt.
I that one. My daughter was so Daddy, there's a hot one. Daddy, you did that. She was like, I saw you with the sweaty shirt. God, yes. That's why I found it on YouTube. Dog. I was completely in sweat. Yeah, my whole body is just shocks your central nervous system. But I still do that to myself once in a while, but not to that level.
You know who was a psycho on that? I think it was Chong. He didn't break a single tear. He didn't act like any of those wings had anything on them. That, or I have a theory that they just gave him all wings and he forgot to act, because like we could only get him on the show if we didn't sauce the wings up, because he was trying to sell something the whole time. It was a little weird, but he didn't react to any of those wings, and it made me go, I wonder if they had some special wings for him or something. I'm sure they did, but if you look at it, it's pretty crazy how it doesn't even flinch. Those hot wings.
What's great because you were saying how like all the shows that failed and all that. That's true. But even when you went to film it, it was like 3 cameras and a Zoom recorder, and it's trying to this guy had an idea. Now it's a TV game show like that. It's pretty wild that anything can turn into that.
Me and my daughter watching Jonas Brothers. It's crazy. Yeah, I enjoy it. It's a fun show.
He's such a good interviewer too. I think Sean's this.
I'm trying to get weird calls that show. Like really weird calls from people I grew up with. Oh wow, saying, "Hey man, you fucking great." Like my kids see you, they're like shit like that. That video. Did a lot. I think Ari a lot. Like when you look at the steps to what outfit, there was no story. No story. You never know what it's gonna be. Do you do it? Just make sure you're prepared. And you go out there and you do it. That's it. But I think those stories, those 15-minute segues of Ari's storytelling show helped my career more than tell the truth. More than special, more than doing shitty specials like this.
I think people would like that, like raw roughness of that show. That show was so perfect.
That's Ari. That show was a perfect show. You don't know what's going to turn the readers of these. or you don't know what to completely search for some reason. So to me, I feel that storytelling show fucking healed me. Like I had those stories in me. They were good to say. Sometimes they pop up and I watch them and I get sad. You know what I still do?
Jesus Christ,
Trying to write a piece about Ralph. They were referring to our video. They got him there asking questions. And he's saying a bunch of shit that if you know any comic, when he was on Bill, he said, when I did those tapes for you in 2006, the House of Blues, when I was saying that I wanted to die.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're up right now. Joey D is ready to die. I think it's Joe's show.
That's the weekend I was on, like on Thursday, Saturday. Like I was doing 8 balls with 11 to the room. The guy come down package and give me those fucking Vikings and shit. My friends were in town. I would go to their hotel and sleep. I told them I was visiting Joe. I was working in Seattle, worked the fucking I was in blowing up the stall. I was forced to go down Saturday to do this fucking show. These guys got a camera and fucking and I was dark. Like I just wanted to get coke. I didn't get to the box. That's what was going on. I mean, like fucking Thursday night we flew in. I basically snorted all night Thursday. Friday, Joe did something that blew you guys off. Saturday, Saturday. I fucking finally came out and I was not moving for 2 days straight. No room service, just seemed like for Mandalay Bay. Fucking chocolate bars, refrigerator, paranoia, jerking off. Mirrors in the campus, they're just you know what it's like to call me drug dealer for me. Yeah.
Scientific method.
I'm right to my room. I want to come down back.
Which includes geometry.
And middle. I did the whole fucking thing. When you feel like when you think it's going to come out of your mouth in the morning, you have not a stitch of happiness in your life. All the dopamine has taken out of your brain. I was on a roll for 2 days. The things I said were good. I always think about that. That was the darkest time of my life. That last year before I quit coke.
Isn't that crazy you made it out of that? I mean, how insane is that? I mean, I even thought you were a goner during those times when you thought you were dying and stuff like that. I was like, oh man, he's only gonna last a couple months. Like we all like kind of thought that. You sold it so well.
But I sold it so well. That's what I was basically fucking going through. Yeah. Like I mean, so I did a big movie. I opened up a road
longest yard, right?
I do spots at the store. This is it. This is my life. Because of me, people call them up. People write up the evidence, their meetings. I got nothing. I got one meeting with Tom Hanks. Told me I was funny or something like that. Said he called me and I heard it again.
Really?
Yes. No, I'm not bad. No. I just kidding. You have no idea what it's like to be at a bar in Houston. Yeah. Like when that movie came out, I was in Houston. And I actually went to see the University of Houston football team and the Texans. We all went to a private screening. And then there was a Q&A. They all came to the show. And while I'm at the show that night, I'm fucking coked up. And I'm at the old Houston Livestock, our favorite fucking bar in the world right there. Remember, we were fucking going back to the blow. Joe's talking to drugs. You don't see nothing. This is 20 fucking years ago. This is how long this was a kids. And fucking something.
You were used to Tom Hanks.
We got a call from this guy rest in peace. It was a private call. I was the last one to get a cell phone. So I didn't know what a private call was. So I answered. He said, hey, it's Newman. How you doing? I said, congratulations on the movie. Because Newman was the Groundhog Day. He's not Tom Hanks.
No, that's Bill Murray.
That's Bill Murray. He did something with Tom Hanks, big or something. He was actually kind of called my friend of mine. Tom Hanks, you know his name? I go, yeah. And at that time, I was just finished boycotting him. Yeah, I boycotted him for a long time.
What movie?
What about the age?
Philadelphia.
So I was pissed off. I was going to cry. So I fucking hang out with Tom Hanks. So he came back with the Tom and Rosie O'Donnell from Facebook. Yeah, I saw a bunch of movies. He was on off. Each on 86. 86 to 3 years.
There's no crying in
Yeah,
pain.
no crying. Fucking going up there crying. No people. Fuck the ass. Knock it off. Tom Hanks. So yeah, I got to meet Tom Hanks. So that's awesome. Ask me a few questions, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to go home and I was in office for like $1 million. Nothing. I even called the receptionist and said to him, thank you for lunch. You heard nothing.
I want to know what happened in that conversation. Wouldn't you love a copy of that conversation?
So, Joey, tell me about yourself.
Do you remember what you talked about? Maybe you figured it out. Maybe poor Tom Hanks.
He asked me about whatever. He said he had read an interview that
I'm glad you guys are here with us.
How did I feel? No, but it was like really, it was new research. That's what he was doing.
Coast to coast,
Doing
and
research.
inspired.
And he answered a bunch of questions,
Unknown, mysterious,
comedy, paranormal, but
and of course, we
it's still crazy, stuff like that, It was really nice. It was like an hour. He sat down in like an office. They brought that regular solely lunch, the ones they make for the executives. I don't know what it was. That was like Salisbury steaks, right? Mushroom soup or something. I didn't know what to expect.
I want to see the time frame now to see what role that you might have been researching.
And that's cool you said that, but like, you've got to understand the kind of like stuff that's inside our bodies already. We are already there. Hey, what you? No, listen. And by the way, we often venture into the like you all. I fucked around with that shit when I was young. I'm in my 40s now, I'm too old for that shit. But there's something about people who've experimented with hallucinogens that like help them break through the barriers. And then like once you're out there, I call it the red pill pendulum theory. Like what I'm afraid of is that there's a confluence of events that really scares the shit out of me. Alright, so that went all the so alright. So this confluence of events is that on one hand, right, people are questioning everything around them. History, reality, anything that's right. We don't know what's real, what's not, except that the media's been lying to us. Government's been lying to us. Our education has been lying to us. At the same time, it has never been easier to recreate unbelievably complex and non-contradictory fake histories using AI. And so, like, I really believe discernment is going to be the ultimate and skill sets that get us through like what's coming. So the cool thing about AI is we can just turn up you know, we can just turn it. Like if we want to push the power plug, we have a server farm, we can just turn it on. And that's cool about AI. That's really cool. And Elon said that, you know, like we can just turn it off. We have it in one warehouse, but it's not going to be true because there's going to be other warehouses where, but you just got to turn it on. That's the thing, it's like your toaster. AI is a toaster. So, I actually, that's not the threat I'm worried about. I actually, with technology so powerful, you need to like do a second amendment for it to prevent monopolization. I'm not worried about sentience or that we're going to create AGI that's going to like overwrite all of the like Terminator scenarios. Shit doesn't concern me really. What concerns me, however, is that a handful of people are able to take this technology, monopolize it, and therefore have basically superpowers over the rest of us, which is kind of the world we've been living in. Well, they've already been monopolized. It's already monopolized. It's so crazy. Like, whatever. Like, you cheat. Like, that is so annoying that it's very telling when you read something that you know is that, you know, like AI. Like, it's very apparent. It's very apparent. So, you know, we can do that as humans. We can see that. We can rebel it if we want.
So
I mean, kids are getting kicked out of college right now because of that.
lonely.
Yeah, let's see this after League of Your Own. Shit, we're gonna find out that he's a castaway.
I'm not even anywhere near that, but I can't imagine how tough it is being in this town and thinking, oh, this is gonna happen, and it just doesn't. Like, no wonder people go crazy.
It doesn't happen because you don't make it happen. And that's what makes people go crazy. They don't even give it a shot at making it happen. They you know, it's really weird for a guy like me. I know who I am. 57 years old. The charade is over. Look at me. You know, you roll, I'm good for his grandpa from the Munsters. If they remake the Munsters grandpa, I'm fucking grandpa. I'm gonna be the best grandpa that ever was on the Munsters, all right? Besides that, look at me. I got maybe another 2 years on stage before I fall off the fucking stage. I'm old. I can't walk around. I can't see right. You know, I'm free.
You'd be a good landlord for a Three's Company.
I'm free right now. I'm as free as a whistle. I'm like Lawrence, Leonard Skinner, that Freebird. I'm a Freebird. You can't get mad at what I say because you can't take nothing from me. I go to the comedy store, which is my church, and I'm a Mitzi Short protege. I'm exactly what she wanted you to do on stage. To be a wild man and not care. You know, there was a time when she didn't want the industry in there. She threw them out. You know that, right?
I would love that.
She paid them. She made them pay for tickets. The industry knew they weren't invited to the comedy store. She said, make you comics act creepy. And it does. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, hi, how are you? Showcase. Oh, hi, how are you? You people who never spoke in those days, when you went to the comedy store and there was an asterisk next to your name, that means somebody was coming to see you. 4 people would actually come down there to wait to see who was coming to see you. And as soon as 2 guys, these people would never say hello. They'd never talk to you. They'd never cheer for you. Ask them for gigs. They told you no. While those 2 people are there, they'll come up and go, Lee, how you doing, buddy? Great to see you. And all of a sudden, they just stand there. You're like, Red Man, this is Lee. Lee, this is Red Man. Oh, CIA, yeah. Maybe I should send you a tape and your insides fracture because this is your meeting And this motherfucker who's never said hello to you in his whole fucking life, now in front of those agents, is being goofy.
Right.
So Mitzi didn't like all that shit. So she used to say it makes people creepy.
I agree.
And she would make them pay and take the asterisk down. I don't know about take the asterisk down. I can't even mention the names of the people. And there's someone still around that would show up on those nights and be your buddy and buy you a drink and cut it on your bring scripts. You have no idea. I can mention names that your head would blow up.
It happened to me once being here. I got a script for you.
Oh yeah,
So I think you already agreed with this.
it's the worst.
Just don't give me
Just give it back to listen. Say it to CIA. And they'll take care of the rest. But I don't know. I used to torture Rogan people. Rogan people are the best. The ones that call you and ask you for his number. And you're like, yeah, I got his number. Hold on, grab it back. And you make them hold, and they're looking at that partner going, we got Rogan. I'm waiting, yeah. Joey, you know we love you, right? Yeah. We just want Rogan's number because we have a gig for him, and we want to see what he thinks. Yeah, let me get it. Grab it back. All right, here it is. You ready? 310. 888-8888.
That's almost my phone number.
That's William Moore. That's his number. You can hear him crack over the hilarious. But what about his personal number? I can't give you that. Call Sussman Management out of New York. Call William Morris. Have a good day, and I just hang up on him.
Yeah, I usually give out the Planned Parenthood number. I'll just like find
I had a half fucking fag producer call me about a month ago. He didn't even call me. I've known this guy for 25 years. Always been a sweetheart of a guy. I've never really done business with him. He's always doing stupid shows, so there's no reason for me to, like I don't talk to him, whatever. He's asked me to do a couple of his shows, and I've always told him I'm busy on the road that week. About a month ago, out of nowhere, he Facebooks me, which really bothers me. He goes, hey man, I need a big favor from you. We missed out on this casting notice. They need a guy in 2 days to fill a host position. I think they'll pay $15,000. Is there any way you give me Rogan's info? And I go, I'm going to tell you 2 pieces of advice. First of all, Rogan doesn't want to do anything before you even call him. And number 2, I am leaving him. You're a producer. Why are you making this fucking email? Nothing bothers me more than that. That's somebody who says they're a film producer, and he is. He's a TV show, little time producer. Doesn't IMDb somebody. So again, he hits me back. Well, we're not going to have time. Is there any way you get his number from me? And listen. His agent, and then they said to me, we called CAA 10 times. Nobody will call us back about Joe Rogan. And I go, if you're this fucking stupid, I can't let him do business with you. He's a WME, so you never even look. You just fucking, if I just caught you in a lie, I just caught you in a lie. Why would you try to fucking lie to little Joe? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Whatever you want to do to whatever people. I see you coming at me a mile away. It's just small time. I see how the Facebook messages start. I have these guys that, hear from them every 6 months. They start with, hey, how you doing? Hey, what's going on with the podcast? Is there any way we can do lunch? No. I don't do lunch. I don't know when I'm going to eat lunch. I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. I can't lock you in for lunch. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. So it happens.
One thing that Rogan definitely has taught me, that my favorite thing that Rogan's taught me is just to ignore everything. You know what I I mean? You'll talk to the people you love. Like, yeah, I'll answer the phone if Joey calls, but 99% of the other people that call, nope, you're not getting any response from, but, I always thought that's so rude, people are texting you or emailing you. It's too much.
That position. I went to Vegas last night. I get home, and also I get home, and I got 23 text messages. It doesn't come on my phone until I get home to a certain area. There's a bunch of text messages. You should have seen these text messages that I get. Like, I don't get a lot of them. I guarantee that 3,000, because there's text messages that come on my iPad that I don't get on my iPhone. I open up my fucking iPad and I have text messages on that. I don't even know who these people have tomorrow. You in town? What type of reply? Like, I'm gonna say yes. I don't know who you are. Right. You're never gonna get a.
That's the worst.
It's the worst.
Yeah, if you look at your own text history and you don't have a conversation going already, you have to say, hey, this is Bob. What's going on? Are you in town? I have so many of those. I missed opportunities. I wonder if any of those are important. Like, oh, dude, that's that's David Lee Roth. I can't believe he texted me, but I'm sure that's not going to be somebody like that. But half these people, who are they?
I'm nowhere near any of either of your levels, but every 3 months someone just gets my phone number somehow. It's scary.
Yeah.
Like, they'll text me, they'll call me, and they'll want to do something. I'm like, do you not see how this is kind of scary?
Do you respond to those?
No, it's scary. I've blocked their number sometimes. I'm like, no, how do you not see that this is kind of creepy?
If I don't know your number, first of all, you're in no danger of me picking up the phone. No danger of me picking up the phone. You have no danger in texting. You have no danger in the home. I'm telling you, because it's very weird. That's why I called you today when I texted you.
Oh, yeah.
My hearing aids went into that system. I'm getting text messages. I just got a Merry Christmas 2 weeks ago. I just got a Merry Christmas.
Are you serious?
February 26th.
Wait, your hearing aid is connected to your phone?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I want to get one, man. That's the new shit.
And the other night, somebody called me on my wife's phone. My niece wanted to talk. I couldn't understand it. It's so weird that with a regular iPhone now, I couldn't hear if I didn't have the system connected to my phone. I hate it, but it's through my phone. It's fucked up a lot of shit, but I'd rather hear than hear from them. You know what I'm saying? Like, for a while there, bro, people would tell me, I called Jay time yesterday. Something's going on. We figured out there was something wrong with we left it on auto fly,
airplane
mode. Something was going on. Rogan told me a couple times. He called me. I just wasn't getting text messages all over the place.
Yeah, I always keep my shit in airplane mode because of podcasts usually. So there's sometimes where I'm like, oh shit, I've had this on for 6 hours. And, I hope no one called me. Yeah, that happens. It's great to be away from your phone though and having it on airplane mode, I think.
Do you think we've gone a little bit too far? Well, you and I are both tech guys. I love tech. But I think some tech has gone a little bit too far. Like, I think maybe the original iPhones were enough. Like some like the smart TVs, like some of the stuff that's going on, I think it's just a waste.
I think all the digital assistants have gone too far now. Like I have Alexa and Google like in all my appliances now, like my TV, my car clock. So like sometimes I'll just be talking and out of nowhere you hear, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, well, wait, I wasn't talking to you. Like, why are you listening to me right now?
Yeah, it's creepy. Why do you have that?
Why? Honestly, because it's nowadays everything's so connected where I'm just, like